Section 17, Book the 17th of the Iliad of Homer. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Stephen Carney. The Iliad of Homer, by Homer, translated by Theodore Alois Buckley. Section 17, Book the 17th. Argument. Euphorbus, attempting to despoil Patroclus of his armor, is slain by Menelaus. It falls to the lot of Hector, but he retires on the account of Ajax. Being rebuked by Glaucus, he returns, and a fierce contest is renewed over the body of Patroclus. The chariot of Achilles is bravely defended by Automedon, but the Greeks at last begin to give way, even Ajax being seized with consternation. Meriones and Menelaus, however, succeed in carrying off the body of Patroclus, although the Greeks are completely routed. Nor did Patroclus, subdued in fight by the Trojans, escape the notice of the son of Atreus, Mars' beloved Menelaus. But he advanced through the foremost warriors, armed in glittering brass. And round him he walked, like a dam around its calf, having brought forth for the first time, moaning, not being before conscious of parturition. Thus did yellow-haired Menelaus walk around Patroclus. But before him he extended his spear, and his shield on all sides equal, anxious to slay him, whoever indeed should come against him. Nor was the son of Panthus, of the good ashen spear, neglectful of blameless Patroclus fallen, but he stood near him, and addressed warlike Menelaus. "O Menelaus, son of Atreus, Jove-nurtured one, leader of the people, retire, and leave the body, and let alone the bloody spoils. For not any of the illustrious Trojans or allies smote Patroclus with a spear in the violent conflict before me. Wherefore permit me to bear away the great glory amongst the Trojans, lest I should strike thee, and take away thy sweet life." But him yellow-haired Menelaus, very indignant, addressed. "Father Jove, certainly it is not fitting to boast inordinately. Not so great is the might of a panther, nor a lion, nor of a destructive wild boar, whose most mighty courage rages in his heart, violently in its strength, as much as the sons of Panthus, of the good ashen spear, breathe forth. Nor did the might of horse-breaking Hyperenor enjoy his youth, when he reproached me, and withstood me, and said that I was the most reproachful warrior amongst the Greeks. Nor did he, I think, returning upon his feet, gratify his dear wife and respected parents. Thus certainly will I dissolve thy strength, if thou wilt stand against me. But I advise thee, retiring, to go back into the crowd, nor do thou stand against me, before thou suffer any harm, for it is a fool that perceives a thing when it is done." Thus he spoke, but persuaded him not. But he answering spoke, "Now indeed, O Jove-nurtured Menelaus, thou shalt make atonement for thy brother, whom thou hast slain, and over whom thou speakest boastingly. And thou hast widowed his wife in the recess of her new bridal chamber, and caused accursed mourning and sorrow to his parents. Certainly I should be some alleviation of woe to them wretched, if indeed, bearing back thy head and armour, I should place them in the hands of Panthus and noble Pronthus. Nor shall the labour of valour or flight be untried or invincible any longer." So saying, he smote him upon the shield equal on all sides, nor did the brass break through, for the point was bent in the stout shield. And Menelaus, the son of Atreus, next made the attack with his brazen spear, having prayed to Father Jove. He smote him upon the lowest part of the gullet as he retired, and he himself forcibly impressed the spear, relying on his strong hand, and the point went quite through his soft neck. And falling, he made a crash, and his armour rang upon him. And his locks, like unto the Graces, were bedewed with blood, and his curls, which were bound with gold and silver. And as a man rears a widely blooming plant of olive, fair budding, in a solitary place, where water is wont to spring up in abundance, and which the breezes of every wind agitate, and it buds forth with a white flower, but a wind suddenly coming on, with a mighty blast, overturns it from the furrow, and stretches it upon the earth, so the son of Panthus, Euphorbus, skilled in the use of the ashen spear, Menelaus, son of Atreus, when he had slain him, spoiled of his armour. As when any mountain-nurtured lion, relying on his strength, has carried off from the pasturing herd a heifer, which is the best, but first he breaks its neck, seizing it in his strong teeth, and then tearing it in pieces, laps up the blood and all the entrails, whilst around him dogs and herdsmen shout very frequently from a distance, nor do they wish to go against him, for pale fear violently seizes them. Thus the soul of no one within his breast dared to advance against glorious Menelaus. Then indeed the son of Atreus had easily borne off the celebrated arms of the son of Panthus, had not Phoebus Apollo envied him, who immediately aroused Hector, equal to fleet Mars, against him, assimilating himself to the hero Mentes, leader of the Cicones, and addressing him, he spoke winged words. Hector, now indeed thou art thus running, pursuing things not to be overtaken, the steeds of warlike Achilles. They indeed are difficult to be managed by mortal men, or to be driven by any other than Achilles, whom an immortal mother bore. In the meanwhile, Menelaus, the warlike son of Atreus, protecting Patroclus, has slain the bravest of the Trojans, Euphorbus, the son of Panthus, and made him cease from impetuous valour. Thus having spoken, the god on his part again departed into the labour of the men, but heavy grief oppressed Hector as to his dark soul. Then indeed he looked around through the ranks, and immediately observed the one bearing away the famous armour, and the other lying upon the ground, and the blood flowed through the inflicted wound. But he advanced through the foremost warriors, armed in shining brass, shrilly shouting, like unto the inextinguishable flame of Vulcan. Nor did he escape the notice of the son of Atreus loudly exclaiming, but he, deeply sighing, thus communed with his own great-hearted soul. Ah me! If I leave the beautiful armour and Patroclus, who lies here for the sake of my honour, I dread lest some one of the Greeks, whoever perceives it, will be indignant. But if being alone I fight with Hector and the Trojans, from shame I fear lest many surround me, being alone. But crest-tossing Hector is leading all the Trojans hither. But wherefore has my soul been thus debating? Whenever a man desires it, in opposition to a deity, to fight with a hero whom a god honours, soon is a great destruction hurled upon him. Wherefore no one of the Greeks will blame me, who may perceive me retiring from Hector, since he wars under the impulse of a god. But if I could hear Ajax, brave in the din of war, both of us again returning would be mindful of battle, even against a god. If by any means we could draw off the body for the sake of Achilles, the son of Peleus, of Eviles, certainly it would be the better. While he was thus deliberating these things in his mind and soul, the ranks of the Trojans were meanwhile advancing, and Hector led the way. But he retired back and quitted the corpse, turning round as a shaggy-bearded lion, which dogs and men drive from the stall with spears and clamour. Out his valiant heart within his breast is shaken, and he, unwilling, departs from the fold. Thus did yellow-haired Menelaus retire from Patroclus, and being turned round, he stood, when he had reached the band of his companions, looking all around for mighty Ajax, the son of Telamon, whom he very quickly perceived upon the left of the whole battle, encouraging his companions, and urging them to fight. For Phoebus Apollo had cast a heaven-sent panic amongst them, but he made haste to run, and immediately standing near, spoke. Ajax, hither, friend, let us hasten in defence of slain Patroclus, if we can bear his naked corse at least to Achilles, for his armour crest-tossing Hector possesses. Thus he spoke, but he roused the courage of warlike Ajax, and he advanced through the foremost warriors, and with him yellow-haired Menelaus. Hector on his part, after he had despoiled him of his beautiful armour, was dragging Patroclus, that he might sever the head from the shoulders with a sharp brass, and carrying off the body might give it to the Trojan dogs, when Ajax came near, bearing his shield like a tower. Then Hector, retiring back, retreated into the throng of his companions, and sprung up into his chariot. But he gave the handsome armour to the Trojans to carry to the city, to be a great glory to him. But Ajax, with his broad shield covering around the son of Menœtius, stood like a lion over her young, against which, when leading her whelps, the huntsmen rush together in the wood, whilst he looks dreadful in his might, and draws down all his eyebrows, concealing his eyes. So strode Ajax round the hero Patroclus. On the other side stood the son of Atreus, warlike Menelaus, augmenting the great grief in his bosom. But Glaucus, the son of Hippolochus, leader of the Lycian heroes, looking sternly at Hector, upbraided him with harsh language. Hector, most excellent as to appearance, certainly thou art greatly deficient in fighting. Doubtless good fame possesses thee without reason, since thou art a fugitive. Consider now how alone with the people who are born in Ilium thou mayest preserve the state and city, for none of the Lycians at all events will go to fight with the Greeks for thy city, since indeed there is no gratitude for fighting ever incessantly with hostile men. How indeed, inglorious one, hast thou preserved an inferior man in the throng, and suffered Sarpedon, at once thy guest and companion, to become a prey and booty to the Greeks, who, when alive, was a great advantage to thy city and thyself? But now thou didst not attempt to drive away the dogs from him. Wherefore, if any of the Lycian warriors will now obey me, go home, and utter destruction will be manifest to Troy. For if now that confident intrepid strength was in the Trojans, which enters heroes who in the defence of their country undertake toil and conflict with hostile men, immediately might we draw Patroclus into Ilium. But if he, lifeless, should come to the great city of King Priam, and we had drawn him away from the battle, quickly indeed would the Greeks ransom to us the beautiful armour of Sarpedon, and we might bear himself also into Troy. For the attendant of that man is slain, who is by far the bravest of the Greeks at the ships, and whose servants are close-fighting warriors. But thou, forsooth, hast not dared to stand against magnanimous Ajax, beholding his eyes in the battle of the enemy, nor to fight against him. For he is more brave than thou. But him sturdily regarding, crest-tossing Hector addressed, O Glaucus, why hast thou, being such as thou art, spoken haughtily? If faith, friend, I thought that thou didst excel in judgment the others, as many as inhabit fertile Lycia. But now I altogether blame thy understanding, since thou hast thus spoken, thou who sayest that I do not withstand mighty Ajax. Neither have I dreaded the battle, nor the tumult of steeds, but the counsel of aegis-bearing Jove is ever superior, who puts even the valiant man to flight, and easily takes away the victory. But at another time he himself impels him to fight. But come hither, my friend, stand by me, and behold my conduct. Truly I shall always be a coward, as thou sayest, or I will restrain even some of the Greeks, although very eager from keeping defence over dead Patroclus. Thus saying, he cheered on the Trojans, loudly shouting, Ye Trojans and Lycians, and close-fighting Dardanians, be men, my friends, and be mindful of impetual valour, whilst I put on the armour of illustrious Achilles, beautiful, of which I despoiled mighty Patroclus, having slain him. Thus having spoken, crest-tossing Hector departed from the glowing battle, and running very quickly overtook his companions not far off, following with swift feet those who were bearing towards the city the renowned arms of Achilles. Then standing apart from the mournful battle, he changed his armour. His own indeed he gave to the warlike Trojans to bear to sacred Ilium. But he put on the immortal arms of Achilles, the son of Peleus, which the heavenly gods had bestowed on his dear father. But he indeed, growing old, presented them to his son, but the son grew not old in the armour of his father. But when cloud-compelling Jove beheld him apart, accoutred in the armour of divine Pelides, then shaking his head, he said to his own soul, Ah, luckless one, nor is death at all in thy thoughts, which is now near thee, but thou puttest on the immortal armour of the bravest hero, at whom others also tremble, and thou hast slain his companion, both gentle and brave, and thou hast taken the armour from his head and shoulders, not according to propriety. But now will I give into thy hands a great victory, a compensation for this, that Andromache shall never receive from thee, having returned from the battle, the illustrious arms of the son of Peleus. The son of Saturn spoke, and moreover nodded with his sable brows. But the armour fitted the person of Hector, and Mars, the dreadful warrior, entered him, and his limbs were inwardly filled with the might and strength. And he went after the illustrious allies, exclaiming aloud, and glittering in his armour. To all of them he presented the appearance of the magnanimous son of Peleus. But going among them, he animated each with his words, Mestheles, Glaucus, Medon, and Thersilochus, Estropaeus, Disenor, and Hippothous, Phorcus, Chromius, and Ennemus, the augur. Exhorting these, he spoke winged words. Hear, ye countless troops of allies dwelling around, for I did not assemble you here, each from his own city, seeking or wanting a crowd, but that ye might willingly defend for me the wives and infant children of the Trojans from the warlike Greeks. Thinking these things, I wear away my people by gifts and provisions to you, and I satisfy the desire of each of you. Wherefore now let some one, being turned round straight, either perish or be saved, for these are the chances of war. Nevertheless, whoever will drag Patroclus, although dead, to the horse-breaking Trojans, and to whom Ajax shall yield to him, will I present 1/2 of the spoils. But I myself will keep the other half, and glory shall be to him as much as to me. Thus he spoke, but they, lifting up their spears, advanced with condensed might direct against the Greeks, and their mind eagerly hoped to draw away the dead body from Telamonian Ajax. Fools! Truly over it he took away the life from many. And then Ajax addressed Menelaus, good in the din of war. O my friend, O Jove-nurtured Menelaus, no longer do I expect that even we ourselves will return from battle, nor do I fear so much about the dead body of Patroclus, which will quickly satiate the dogs and birds of the Trojans, as much as I fear for my own head, lest it suffer anything, and for thine, for Hector, that cloud of war overshadows all things, whilst to us, on the other hand, utter destruction appears. But come, call the bravest of the Greeks, if any one will hear." Thus he spoke, nor did Menelaus good in the din of war disobey, but he shouted, crying with a loud voice to the Greeks, "O friends, leaders, and chieftains of the Greeks, ye who with Agamemnon the son of Atreus and Menelaus drink the public wine, and command each his forces, but honour and glory follows from Jove, difficult would it be for me to look to each of the leaders, for so great a strife of battle burns. But let some one advance, and let him be indignant in his mind, that Patroclus should become a sport to Trojan dogs." Thus he spoke. But quickly the swift Oilean Ajax heard, and first advanced opposite, running through the battle. After him Idomeneus and Meriones, the armour-bearer of Idomeneus, equal to men slaughtering Mars. But who in his mind could recount the names of the others, as many as afterwards aroused the battle of the Greeks? But the Trojans in close array first made the onset, and Hector led them on. But as when, at the mouths of a river, flowing from Jove, the great wave roars against the stream, while around the lofty shores resound the wave being ejected upon the beach, with so loud a clamour did the Trojans advance. But the Greeks stood round the son of Menoetius, having one spirit, protected by their brazen shields, whilst over their shining helmets the son of Saturn poured a thick haze. For he did not formerly hate the son of Menoetius, when being alive he was the attendant of Achilles. Therefore he was loath that he should become a prey to the Trojan dogs of the enemy, and so he excited his companions to defend him. The Trojans, however, first dislodged the dark-eyed Greeks, and they, leaving the body, retreated. Nor did the magnanimous Trojans slay any of them with their spears, although desirous, but drew off the body. But the Greeks were about to be absent from him a very short while, for very quickly did Ajax rally them, who, next to the renowned son of Peleus, excelled the other Greeks in beauty and in deeds. And he broke through the front ranks, resembling a wild boar in strength, which amongst the mountains easily disperses the dogs and the blooming youths through the woods, turning to bay. So the son of illustrious Telamon, noble Ajax, having made the attack, easily routed the phalanxes of the Trojans who had surrounded Patroclus, and mostly expected to drag him to their city, and bear away glory. Meanwhile Hippothous, the illustrious son of Pelasgian Lethus, was dragging him by the foot through the violent conflict, having bound him with a strap at the ankle round the tendons, gratifying Hector and the Trojans. But soon came evil upon him, which no one, even of those desiring it, averted from him. Him, the son of Telamon, rushing through the crowd, smote in close fight through the brazen-cheeked helmet. The horse-haired helmet was cleft by the point of the weapon, stricken by the great spear and strong hand, and the brain, bloody, gushed out of the wound at the cone of the helmet, and his strength was there relaxed. Then he let fall from his hands the foot of magnanimous Patroclus to lie upon the earth, and near him he himself fell, prone upon the dead body, far away from fertile Larissa. Nor did he repay the debt of nourishment to his beloved parents, for his life was short, subdued by the spear of magnanimous Ajax. But Hector again aimed at Ajax with his shining spear. He, however, seeing it opposite, avoided the brazen spear by a little. But he struck Schedius, the magnanimous son of Iphitus, by far the bravest of the Phocians, who inhabited the dwellings in renowned Panopeus, ruling over many men. Him he smote under the middle of the clavicle, and the brazen point of the weapon went quite through, near the extremity of the shoulder. Falling he made a crash, and his arms rang upon him. Then Ajax again smote warlike Phorcys, the son of Phaenops, in the middle of the belly, while defending Hippothous. And he broke the cavity of the corslet, and the brazen weapon drank his entrails through. And falling in the dust, he seized the earth with the palm of his hand. The foremost warriors and illustrious Hector retreated, but the Greeks shouted loudly, and drew off the bodies, both Phorcys and Hippothous, and they loosed the armour from their shoulders. Then again would the Trojans, routed by the warlike Greeks, have gone up to Ilium, subdued through cowardice. But the Argives on their part, by their valour and might, would have obtained glory, even contrary to the destined will of Jove, had not Apollo himself excited Æneas, in body like unto Periphas the herald, son of Iphitus, who, knowing prudent counsels in his mind, had grown old, as a herald, with his aged sire. Assimilating himself to him, Apollo the son of Jove addressed him. "O Æneas, how could ye preserve lofty Ilium against the deity, since I behold these other men relying on their bravery and might and valour, and their number, and possessing a dauntless host? Yet Jove wills the victory to us, rather than to the deny, yet ye greatly tremble nor fight." Thus he spoke, But Aeneas, seeing him before him, recognized far-darting Apollo, and loudly shouting, addressed Hector. "O Hector, and ye other leaders of the Trojans and allies, this now indeed is a shame, that we, subdued by cowardice, should go up to Ilium, driven by the warlike Achaeans. For already even now some one of the gods, having stood near to me, declared that Jove, the highest counsellor, is an ally of the battle to us. Wherefore let us go direct against the Greeks, nor let them quietly move the dead Patroclus to the ships." Thus he spoke, and then springing forth, stood far before the front ranks. But they rallied, and stood opposed to the Greeks. Then Aeneas wounded with his spear Leocritus, son of Erisbus, the brave companion of Lycomedes. Him falling, warlike Lycomedes pitied, and advancing very near, he stood, and hurled with his shining spear, and struck Apicion, the son of Hippasus, shepherd of the people, in the liver, beneath the diaphragm, and immediately relaxed his limbs. He had come from fertile Paeonia, and next to Asteropaeus was the bravest to fight. Warlike Asteropaeus pitied him fallen, and he rushed forward, willing to fight with the Greeks. But not yet could he do so, for those standing around Patroclus were fenced in on every side with shields, and held their spears before them, for Ajax went eagerly among all, greatly cheering them on. He suffered not any one either to retire from the body, nor any of the Greeks to fight in front, excelling the others, but vigorously to stalk around for defence, and to combat in close fight. Thus did mighty Ajax command, but the earth was moistened with purple gore, whilst upon each other fell the dead bodies of the Trojans and courageous allies, and of the Greeks. For neither did they fight bloodlessly, although far fewer perished, because they were ever mindful throughout the tumult to repel severe labour from each other. Thus indeed they fought like a fire, nor would you say that the sun was safe, or the moon, for they were wrapped in dark haze in the combat, as many of the bravest as stood around the dead son of Menœtius. The other Trojans and well-armed Greeks, however, fought at ease beneath the atmosphere. The piercing splendour of the sun was expanded over them, and the cloud did not appear over all the earth, nor the mountains. Resting at intervals they fought, avoiding the cruel weapons of each other, standing far asunder, whilst those in the middle suffered hardships from darkness and from war, and were afflicted by the ruthless brass, as many as were most brave. But two heroes, illustrious men, Thrasymedes and Antilochus, had not yet heard that blameless Patroclus was dead, but thought that, still alive, he was fighting with the Trojans in the foremost tumult. But these, watching the slaughter and the flight of their companions, fought apart, since Nestor had so ordered, urging them on to battle from the black ships. But to these all day a mighty contest of severe strife arose, and ever incessantly the knees, the legs, and the feet of each under him, the hands and the eyes of those fighting around the brave companion of swift-footed Achates, were defiled with fatigue and perspiration. And as when a man gives the hide of a huge ox, saturated with grease, to his people to stretch, but they, having received, stretch it, standing apart from each other in a circle, and straightway the moisture exudes, and the oily matter enters, many pulling it, till it is stretched in every direction, so they on both sides drag the body here and there in a small space. For the mind of the Trojans, on the one hand, eagerly hoped to draw him to Ilium, but of the Greeks, on the other, to the hollow ships. Around him arose a fierce tumult, nor could Mars, the exciter of troops, nor Minerva, having beheld it, have found fault, not even if wrath had particularly come upon her. Such an evil labour of men and horses did Jove extend over Patroclus that day. Nor as yet did noble Achilles at all know that Patroclus was dead, because they fought far from the swift ships, beneath the wall of the Trojans. He never thought in his mind that he was dead, but that alive, having approached the gates, he would return back, since he did not at all suppose that he could sack the city without him. For he had often heard this from his mother, hearing it apart, who used to tell him the design of mighty Jove. Yet his mother had not then told him so great an evil as had happened, that the companion by far most dear to him had perished. But they, ever around the dead body, holding their sharp spears, charged incessantly, and slaughtered one another. And thus would some of the brazen-mailed Greeks say, "O friends, surely it will not be honourable for us to retreat to the hollow ships, but rather let the black earth here gape for us all. This indeed would at once be better for us, than that we should permit the horse-breaking Trojans to drag him to their city, and obtain glory." And thus also would some one of the magnanimous Trojans say, "O friends, although it be our destiny that all be equally subdued beside this man, never let any one retire from the battle." Thus then some one said, and roused the spirit of each. Thus indeed were they fighting, and the iron clangour reached the brazen heaven through the unfruitful air. But the horses of Aeacides, being apart from the combat, wept when they first perceived that their charioteer had fallen in the dust beneath man-slaughtering Hector. Automedon, indeed, the brave son of Diores, frequently urged them on, beating them with a sharp lash, and frequently addressed them in mild terms and in threats. But they chose neither to go back to the ships towards the wild Hellespont, nor into the battle among the Greeks. But as a pillar remains firm, which stands at the tomb of a dead man or woman, so they remained, detaining the splendid chariot motionless, and drooping their heads to the earth. But warm tears flowed from their eyelids to the earth, complaining from desire of their charioteer, and their thick mane was defiled, flowing down on both sides from the collar at the yoke. But the son of Saturn, beholding them lamenting, felt compassion, and shaking his head, communed with his own mind. Ah, luckless pair! Why did we give you to King Peleus a mortal? For ye are free from old age and immortal. Was it that ye might endure griefs with unhappy men? For there is not anything at all more wretched than man, of all as many as breathe and move over the earth. But Hector the son of Priam shall not be borne by you, even in the curiously wrought chariot, for I will not permit it. Is it not enough that he possesses those arms, and vainly boasts? But into your knees and spirit will I cast vigour, that ye may safely bear Automedon from the battle to the hollow ships. For still will I give glory to the Trojans to slay, until they reach the well-benched ships, till the sun set, and sacred darkness come on. So saying, he breathed strong vigour into the steeds, and they, shaking the dust from their manes to the ground, quickly bore the rapid car amongst the Trojans and the Greeks. And against them fought Automedon, though grieved for his companion, rushing along in his chariot like a vulture among the geese. For he fled easily from the tumult of the Trojans, and easily did he rush on, pursuing through the dense throng. Yet did he not slay the men when he pressed onward to pursue, for it was by no means possible for him, being alone in the sacred car, to assault with the spear and to rein in the fleet steeds. At length, however, a companion, the hero Alcimedon, son of Lerceus, the son of Aemon, beheld him with his eyes, and stood behind his chariot, and addressed Automedon. Which of the gods, O Automedon, has placed a foolish counsel in thy bosom, and taken from thee sound judgment, inasmuch as alone thou fightest in the foremost ranks with the Trojans? Thy companion indeed is slain, and Hector himself vaunts, having upon his shoulders the armour of Aeacides. Him then Automedon, the son of Diores, addressed. Alcimedon, what other of the Greeks, then, is like thee, to subdue and restrain the spirit of immortal steeds, unless Patroclus, whilst alive, a counsellor equal to the gods? Now, however, death and fate possess him. Nevertheless do thou take the lash and beautiful reins, but I will descend from the chariot, that I may fight. Thus he spoke, but Alcimedon, ascending the chariot, swift in war, instantly took in his hands the lash and reins, whilst Automedon leaped down. But illustrious Hector perceived this, and immediately addressed Æneas, being near. Æneas, counsellor of the brazen-mailed Trojans, I have observed these two steeds of Achilles proceeding to the battle with unskilful charioteers. I therefore may hope to capture them, if thou at least desire it in thy mind. For standing opposite, they will not dare to withstand us, rushing on to fight in battle. Thus he spoke, nor did the brave son of Anchises disobey. Both advanced direct, covered as to their shoulders with bulls' hides, dry, thick, and upon them much brass was plated. But along with them went both Chromius and godlike Aretus, and their mind greatly hoped to slay them, and to drive away the long-necked steeds. Foolish, for they were not destined to return back bloodlessly from Automedon, for he, having prayed to Father Jove, was filled with fortitude and valour, as to his dark mind, and immediately addressed Alcimedon, his faithful comrade. O Alcimedon, do not now detain the steeds far from me, but keep them breathing closely at my back. For I do not think that Hector, the son of Priam, will abstain from violence, before that he has mounted the beautiful maned horses of Achilles, having slain both of us, and put to rout the ranks of Grecian heroes, or himself be slain among the first. Thus saying, he called upon the Ajaces and Menelaus. Ye Ajaces, leaders of the Greeks and Menelaus, leave then the dead body to those, as many as are bravest, to defend it on all sides, and to repulse the ranks of men. But from us who are alive, avert the merciless day. For hither violently rush through the lamentable fight Hector and Æneas, who are the best of the Trojans. But all these things rest upon the knees of the gods. For I also will hurl, and all these things will be a care to Jove. He said, and brandishing hurled his long-shadowed spear, and struck upon the shield of Aretus, equal on all sides. It however did not repel the spear, but the brass went entirely through, and passed through the belt into the bottom of his belly. And as when a man in youthful vigour, holding a sharp axe, cuts through the whole tendon, striking behind the horns of a wild bull, but it, leaping forward, falls, so he, springing forward, fell supine, and the sharp spear, quivering in his entrails, relaxed his limbs. Then Hector took aim at Automedon with his shining spear, but he, seeing it in front of him, avoided the brazen weapon, for he bent forward, but the long spear was fixed in the ground behind him, and moreover the nether end of the spear was shaken. But there then the strong weapon spent its force. Then truly they would have engaged hand to hand with their swords, had not the eager Ajaces, who came through the crowd, at the call of their companion, separated them. But Hector, Aeneas, and godlike Chromius, greatly dreading them, retired back again, and left Aretus lying there, lacerated as to his heart. But him Automedon, equal to swift Mars, despoiled of his armour, and boasting, uttered this speech: "Surely now I have a little relieved my heart of sorrow for the dead son of Menoetius, although having slain but an inferior man." Thus having spoken, seizing the gore-stained spoils, he placed them in the chariot, and mounted himself, bloody as to his feet and hands above, like some lion which has fed upon a bull. Again over Patroclus was the direful battle extended, grievous, lamentable, and Minerva excited the contention, descending from heaven, for far-sounding Jove sent her forth to encourage the Greeks, as his intention was now changed. As Jove extends a purple rainbow from heaven to mortals, to be a signal either of war or of a chilling storm, which causes men to cease from their works upon the earth, and afflicts the cattle, so she, having obscured herself in a purple cloud, entered the army of the Greeks, and aroused every man. First, however, she addressed the son of Atreus, gallant Menelaus, inciting him, for he was near her, assimilating herself, in her form and unwearied voice, to Phoenix. "Thine of a truth will shame and disgrace now be, O Menelaus, if the swift dogs tear the faithful companion of illustrious Achilles beneath the wall of the Trojans. Therefore bravely hold on, and urge on all the people." Whom in return Menelaus, good in the din of war, addressed: "Phoenix, father, old man, long since born, would that Minerva would give me strength, and ward off the force of the weapons. Then indeed would I be willing to stand by and defend Patroclus, for dying he greatly affected my mind with grief. But Hector has the dreadful force of fire, nor does he cease slaying with his spear, for to him Jove affords glory." Thus he spoke, but the azure-eyed goddess Minerva rejoiced, because to her he had prayed first of all the gods. But in his shoulders and knees she put strength, and placed in his bosom the boldness of a fly, which, although frequently driven away from a human body, persists in biting, and the blood of man is sweet to it. With such confidence she filled his dark soul, and he advanced towards Patroclus, and took aim with his splendid spear. Now there was among the Trojans one Podes, the son of Eetion, rich and brave, whom of his people Hector chiefly honoured, for he was his dear companion in the banquet. Him yellow-haired Menelaus smote upon the belt while hastening to flight, and drove the brazen weapon quite through. He, falling, gave a crash, and Menelaus, the son of Atreus, dragged away the body from the Trojans to the crowd of his companions. But Apollo, standing near, excited Hector in the likeness of Phaenops, son of Asius, who, inhabiting dwelling at Abydos, was most dear to him of all his guests. Assimilating himself to him, far-darting Apollo spoke: "Hector, what other of the Greeks will any more fear thee, since now thou dreadest Menelaus, who indeed before was but an effeminate warrior, but now departs done, bearing off the dead corse for the Trojans? He has slain in the front ranks Podes, the son of Eetion, thy comrade, faithful and brave." Thus he spoke, but him a dark cloud of grief overshadowed, and he went through the front ranks, armed in glittering brass. And then the son of Saturn took his aegis, fringed and splendid, and covered Ida with clouds. But having flashed his lightning, he thundered very loudly, and shook the mountain, and he gave victory to the Trojans, but put the Greeks to flight. Peneleus the Boeotian first was leader of the flight, for he was wounded slightly on the tip of the shoulder with a spear, being always turned frontwards. But the spear of Polydamas grazed even to the bone, for he, coming close, had wounded him. Next Hector wounded Leitus, son of magnanimous Electryon, on the hand at the wrist, and caused him to cease from battle. Then looking around him, he trembled, since he no longer hoped in his mind to be able to fight with the Trojans, holding his spear in his hand. But Idomeneus had struck on the corslet upon the breast near the pap, Hector rushing after Leitus. The long spear, however, was broken at the socket, and the Trojans shouted. But Hector discharged his javelin at Idomeneus, the son of Deucalion, as he was standing in his car. Him he missed by a little, but struck Coeranus, the attendant and charioteer of Meriones, who had followed him from well-situated Lyctus. For at first on foot, having left his equally plied ships, he came, and would have secured a decided victory to the Trojans, had not Coeranus quickly driven on his swift-footed steeds. To him then Coeranus came as a help, and warded off the merciless day. But he himself lost his life beneath manslaughtering Hector. Him he smote beneath the jawbone and ear, and the extremity of the spear forced out his teeth, and cut through the middle of his tongue. He fell from his chariot, and the reins dropped to the ground. And Meriones, stooping, lifted them from the plain in his own hands, and addressed Idomeneus. Lash on, now, until thou reach the swift ships, for even thou thyself perceivest that victory is no longer on the side of the Achaeans. Thus he spake, and Idomeneus lashed on the beautiful maned steeds to the hollow ships, for fear now seized his mind. Nor did Jove escape notice of magnanimous Ajax and Menelaus, when he for the present gave the dubious victory to the Trojans, but to them the mighty Ajax, son of Telamon, began to speak. Alas! Even who is very stupid might now know that Father Jove himself is aiding the Trojans, for the weapons of them all take effect, whoever may throw them, whether coward or brave man. Jove certainly directs them all, but the weapons of all of us fall to the earth in vain. Come, however, let us devise the best plan, both how we may drag off the course, and how we ourselves may be a source of joy to our beloved comrades, having returned home. They, of a truth, beholding us here, are grieved, and think that we shall no longer resist the might and invincible hands of manslaughtering Hector. But would there were some companion who would quickly bring word to Achilles, since I think he has not yet heard the mournful tidings that his dear comrade has died. But nowhere can I see such a person among the Greeks, for they and their steeds are together enveloped in darkness. O Father Jove, liberate at least the sons of the Greeks from darkness, make a clear atmosphere, and grant us to see with our eyes, then destroy us in the light, if thus it be pleasing to thee. Thus he spoke, but the sire felt compassion for him weeping, and immediately dissipated the haze, and removed the cloud. And the sun shone forth, and the whole battle was displayed. And then Ajax addressed Menelaus, good in the din of war. Look around now, O Jove-nurtured Menelaus, if anywhere thou canst perceive yet alive Antilochus, the son of magnanimous Nestor. Urge him going speedily, to tell warlike Achilles that the comrade by far most dear to him has perished. Thus he spoke, nor did Menelaus, good in the din of war, disobey, but he hastened to go, like some lion from a fold, which after that he is fatigued, harassing both dogs and men, who watching all night suffer him not to carry off the fat of the oxen. But he, desirous of flesh, rushes on, but nothing profits. For many javelins fly against him from daring hands, and blazing torches, which, eager as he is, he dreads. But early in the morning he goes apart with saddened mind. So, most unwilling, from Patroclus went Menelaus, brave in the din of war, because he greatly feared lest the Greeks, through grievous terror, should leave him a prey to the enemy. And much therefore he exhorted Meriones and the Ajaces. Ye Ajaces, leaders of the Greeks and Meriones, now let each one be mindful of the gentleness of wretched Patroclus, for when alive he knew how to be mild to all, but now indeed death and fate overtake him. Thus then, having spoken, yellow-haired Menelaus departed, gazing round in all directions, like an eagle, which they say sees most acutely of birds beneath the sky, and which, though being aloft, the swift-footed hare does not escape, when lying beneath a dense foliaged thicket. But he pounces upon it, and quickly seizing it, deprives it of life. Thus, O Jove-nurtured Menelaus, were thy shining eyes turned around in all directions through the band of thy numerous companions, if anywhere thou mightest behold the son of Nestor, yet living. But him he very soon perceived upon the left of all the battle, encouraging his companions and inciting them to fight, and standing near, yellow-haired Menelaus addressed him. Ho, hither come, Antilochus, Jove-nurtured, that thou mayest hear the sad message which, would that it had not happened. I think indeed that thou thyself looking perceivest that a god rolls disaster upon the Greeks, but that victory is on the side of the Trojans, for Patroclus the bravest of the Greeks is slain, and a great longing after him has befallen the Greeks. But do thou quickly tell it to Achilles, running to the ships of the Greeks, if perchance quickly he may bring in safety to his ships the unarmed body, for crest-tossing Hector possesses the armour. Thus he spoke, but Antilochus shuddered hearing the news, and long did a want of words possess him. and his eyes were filled with tears, and his liquid voice was interrupted. Yet not even thus did he neglect the command of Menelaus, but he hastened to run, and gave his armour to Laodocus, his blameless companion, who near him managed the solid-hoofed steeds. Him, however, his feet bore, weeping, from the battle, about to communicate the evil news to Achilles, son of Peleus. Nor, O Jove-nurtured Menelaus, was thy mind willing to aid the harassed comrades, in the place whence Antilochus had departed, and great longing after him was caused to the Pylians. But to them he sent noble Thrasymmedes, and he himself went again towards the hero Patroclus. But arriving, he stood beside the Ajaces, and immediately addressed them. Him indeed I have now dispatched to the swift ships, to go to swift-footed Achilles. Yet I do not think that he will come, although greatly enraged with noble Hector. For being unarmed, he could by no means fight with the Trojans. Let even us then ourselves deliberate upon the best plan, as well how we shall draw off the body, as also how we ourselves may escape death and fate from the clamour of the Trojans. But him mighty Telamonian Ajax then answered, All things correctly hast thou spoken, O illustrious Menelaus. But do thou and Meriones, stooping quickly under it, having lifted it up, bear the body from the fight, whilst we two of like name, possessing equal courage, will fight with the Trojans and with noble Hector, we who even formerly have sustained the sharp conflict, remaining by each other. Thus he spoke, but they with great exertion lifted up the body in their arms from the ground. But the Trojan army shouted in their rear when they saw the Greeks raising up the dead body, and rushed on like dogs, which spring upon a wounded boar, before the youthful hunters. One while indeed they run, eager to tear him asunder, but again, when he turns upon them, relying on his strength, then they retreat, and fly in different directions hither and thither. So the Trojans sometimes steadily pursued in a body, striking with their swords and two-edged spears, but when again the Ajaces turning round upon them stood, then was their colour changed, nor dared any one, rushing forward to combat for the corpse. Thus they with alacrity bore the body from the fight towards the hollow ships. But the fierce battle was extended to them like a flame, which assailing, and being suddenly excited, sets fire to a city of men, and the houses diminish in the mighty blaze, whilst the force of the wind roars through it. So a horrid tumult of steeds and warlike heroes followed them departing. But as mules, exerting vast strength, drag from a mountain along a rugged path either a beam or a large piece of timber for shipbuilding, but the spirit within them as they hasten is wearied equally with fatigue and perspiration, so they with alacrity bore away the body, whilst the Ajaces behind them checked the enemy, as a barrier of wood, stretched straight across a plain, restrains water, which checks the furious courses even of rapid rivers, and immediately turning them, directs the streams of all into the plain, nor can they at all burst through it, though flowing with violence. So the Ajaces in the rear always repulse the attack of the Trojans, who, however, following along with them, but two amongst them in particular, Æneas, son of Anchises, and illustrious Hector. And as a cloud of starlings or jackdaws, shrilly chattering, flies away when they perceive a hawk advancing, which brings death to small birds, so then from Æneas and Hector departed the sons of the Greeks, loudly clamouring, and were forgetful of the fight. And much beautiful armour of the flying Greeks fell both in and about the trench, but there was no cessation from the battle. End of Book the 17th, read by Stephen Carney. Section 18, Book the 18th of the Iliad of Homer. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Stephen Carney. The Iliad of Homer, by Homer, translated by Theodore Alois Buckley. Section 18, Book the 18th. Argument. Thetis comforts her son for the death of Patroclus, and promises to procure him new armour from Vulcan. At the command of Juno, Achilles comes forth and strikes terror into the enemy. The body of Patroclus is rescued and prepared for funeral rites, and Vulcan forges a suite of armour and a splendid shield for Achilles. Thus they, then, were fighting, like a blazing fire. But swift-footed Antilochus came as a messenger to Achilles. Him he found in front of his lofty prowed ships, revolving in his mind those things which had already been accomplished, and then groaning, he communed with his own mind. Ah me! Why are the long-haired Achaeans driven back in confusion to the ships, routed through the plain? I fear lest the gods have accomplished evil sorrows to my soul, as my mother once informed me, and told me that the bravest of the Myrmidons, I being yet alive, would leave the light of the sun by the hands of the Trojans. Too surely now the valiant son of Menoetius is dead, obstinate one. Certainly I desired him, having repelled the hostile fire, to return to the ships, nor to fight bravely with Hector. Whilst he was revolving these things in his mind and in his soul, in the meantime the son of illustrious Nestor drew near, shedding warm tears, and delivered his sad message. Alas, O son of warlike Peleus, surely thou wilt hear a very grievous message, which, would that it had not taken place. Patroclus lies low, and around his unarmed corse they are now fighting, whilst crest-tossing Hector possesses his armour. Thus he spoke, but him a black cloud of grief overshadowed, and taking the burnt ashes with both hands, he poured them on his head, and denied his comely countenance. But the dark ashes everywhere adhered to his rich tunic. But he, mighty, lay extended at great length in the dust, and tearing, he disordered his hair with his hands. The handmaids whom Achilles and Patroclus had taken, grieved in their souls, shrieked aloud, and ran out of the door round warlike Achilles, and all smote their breasts with their hands, and the limbs of each were relaxed. Antilochus on the other side lamented, shedding tears, holding the hands of Achilles, and he kept groaning within his generous heart, for he feared lest he should cut his throat with his sword. Then he moaned dreadfully, and his venerable mother heard him, sitting in the depths of the sea beside her aged father, and immediately lamented. And all the goddesses assembled around her, as many Nereids as were at the bottom of the sea. There were Glauce, Thalia, and Cymodece, Nisaea, Spio, Thoa, and large-eyed Halia, Cymothoe, Actaea, and Lemnoria, Melita, Aeria, Empithoi, and Agave, Doto, Proto, Pherusa, and Dynamene, Dexamene, Amphinomi, and Callianira, Doris, Panope, and distinguished Galatea, Nemertes, Apsuedes, and Callianassa. There were also Clymene, Ionira, and Ianassa, Maera, Orythia, and fair-haired Amathia, and other Nereids which were in the depths of the sea. But the resplendent cave was full of them, and all at once they beat their breasts. But Thetis began the lamentation. Hear, sister Nereids, that hearing ye may all well know what griefs are in my mind. Woe is me wretched! Woe is me, who have in an evil hour brought forth the bravest of men, I who, after having borne a son blameless and valiant, the chief of heroes, and he grew up like a young tree, having reared him like a sapling in a fruitful spot of a field, I afterwards sent him forth in the curved ships to Ilium, to fight against the Trojans, but I shall not receive him again, having returned home to the palace of Peleus. But whilst he lives, and beholds the light of the sun, he grieves, nor can I, going to him, avail him aught. Yet will I go, that I may see my beloved son, and hear what grief comes upon him remaining away from the battle. Thus having spoken, she left the cave, but they all went along with her, weeping, and the wave of the ocean was cleft around for them. But when they reached fertile Troy, they in order ascended the shore, where the fleet ships of the Myrmidons were drawn up round swift Achilles. Then his venerable mother, shrilly wailing, stood near to him deeply lamenting, and took the head of her son, and mourning, addressed to him winged words. O son, why weepest thou, and what sorrow has come upon thy mind? Speak out, nor conceal it. Those things indeed are fulfilled for thee from Jove, as thou didst formerly pray, lifting up thy hands, that all the sons of the Greeks wanting thee should be collected at the ships, and suffer disgraceful deeds. But her swift-footed Achilles addressed, deeply groaning, Mother mine, these things indeed the Olympian king hath accomplished for me. But what pleasure is there in them to me, since Patroclus my dear companion is dead, whom I honoured beyond all my companions, equally with my own head? Him have I lost, and Hector, having slain him, has stripped off his mighty armour, a wonder to be seen, beautiful, which the other gods gave to Peleus, splendid gifts on that day when they laid thee in the bed of a mortal man. Would that thou hadst dwelt there among the immortal marine inhabitants, and that Peleus had wedded a mortal spouse. But now thou hast been wedded to the end, that immeasurable grief may be upon thy mind for thy son slain, whom thou shalt not again receive, having returned home. since even my mind urges me not to live nor have intercourse with men, unless Hector first lose his life smitten by my spear, and pay the penalty for the slaughter of Patroclus, the son of Menœtius." But him Thetis in turn addressed, pouring forth tears. "Short-lived thou wilt be, O my son, as thou sayest, for fate is ready for thee immediately after Hector." Then, heavily sighing, swift-footed Achilles addressed her. "May I die then immediately, since it was not destined that I should aid my companion now slain. But he indeed hath perished far away from his native land, and longed for me to be an averter of his doom. But now, since I shall not return to my dear fatherland, nor have been a preservation to Patroclus, or to my other companions, who have been subdued in great numbers by noble Hector, but sit beside the ships, an useless weight on the earth, being such as is none of the brazen-mailed Achaeans in war, though in council there are others superior, would that therefore contention might be extinguished from gods and men, and anger which is wont to impel even the very wisest to be harsh, and which much sweeter than distilling honey, like smoke, rises in the breasts of men. So now did Agamemnon, king of men, enrage me. But although greatly grieved, let us leave these things to pass by as done, subduing, from necessity, our own spirit within our bosoms. But now will I go, that I may find Hector, the destroyer of my friend, and I will accept death whensoever Jove and the other immortal gods shall please to accomplish it. For not even the might of Hercules escaped death, who was very dear to King Jove, the son of Saturn, but fate subdued him, and the grievous wrath of Juno. So also shall I lie, when I am dead, if a similar fate be destined for me. But now may I bear away illustrious glory, and compel some one of the Trojan women and deep-robed Dardanians to sigh frequently, wiping away the tears from her tender cheeks with both hands, and may they know that I have long ceased from battle. Wherefore do not hinder me from the combat, although loving me, for thou wilt not persuade me." Him then the silver-footed goddess Thetis answered, "Certainly this is true, O son, nor is it an evil thing to avert utter destruction from our friends when afflicted. But thy beautiful arms, brazen and shining, are detained among the Trojans, which crest-tossing Hector himself, having on his shoulders, boasts of. Yet I suspect that he will not long glory in them, for death is near to him. But do thou by no means enter the slaughter of Mars before thou beholdest me with thine eyes coming hither. For at dawn I will return with the rising sun, bearing beautiful armour from King Vulcan." Thus having spoken, she turned round from her son, and being turned, addressed her marine sisters. "Enter ye now the broad bosom of the deep, about to behold the marine old man, and the mansions of my sire, and tell him all things. But I go to lofty Olympus, to Vulcan, the skilful artist, to try if he is willing to give my son illustrious glittering armour." Thus she spoke, but they immediately sank beneath the wave of the sea. But Thetis, the silver-footed goddess, again departed to Olympus, that she might bear the illustrious armour to her beloved son. Her on the one hand her feet bore towards Olympus, but the Greeks, flying with the heaven-sent uproar from manslaughtering Hector, reached the ships and the Hellespont. Nor had the well-grieved Greeks drawn off the dead body of Patroclus, the attendant of Achilles, out of the reach of weapons. For now again both infantry and cavalry pursued him, and Hector, the son of Priam, like unto a flame in violence. Thrice did illustrious Hector seize him behind the feet, eager to draw him away, and loudly shouted to the Trojans, and thrice did the two Ajaces, clad in impetuous might, forcibly repulse him from the course, whilst he, with steady purpose, ever relying on his might, sometimes charged through the crowd, and sometimes again stopped, loudly shouting, but never retreated altogether. But as night-watching shepherds are by no means able to drive away from a carcass a tawny lion, greatly hungering, so were the two warriors, the Ajaces, unable to drive away Hector, the son of Priam, from the body. And now indeed would he have dragged it off, and obtained great glory, had not fleet wind-footed Iris come as a messenger to the son of Peleus, running down from Olympus, that he should arm himself unknown to Jove and the other gods. For Juno sent her forth, and standing near, she addressed to him winged words. "Arise, son of Peleus, most terrible of all men, defend Patroclus, for whom a dire contest is maintained before the ships. But they are slaughtering each other, the one party fighting for the slain corpse, while the other, the Trojans, rush on, that they may drag him away to wind-swept Ilium. And above all, illustrious Hector desires to seize him, for his mind prompts him to fix his head upon stakes, having cut it from the tender neck. But up, nor lie longer, but let reverence touch thy soul, that Patroclus should be a source of delight to Trojan dogs. A disgrace would be to thee, if the dead body should come at all defiled." But her, noble, swift-footed Achilles then answered, "Which of the gods, O goddess Iris, sent thee as a messenger to me?" But him fleet, wind-footed Iris again addressed, "Juno sent me forth, the glorious spouse of Jove, nor does the lofty-throned son of Saturn know it, nor any of the immortals who inhabit snowy Olympus." But her, swift-footed Achilles answering addressed, "And how can I go to the slaughter? For they possess my armour. Besides, my dear mother does not permit me to be armed before that with my eyes I behold her coming, for she hath promised that she will bear me beautiful armour from Vulcan. But I indeed not know of another whose splendid armour I could put on, except the shield of Ajax, son of Telamon. But he, I hope, mingles in the front ranks, slaying with his spear round the head of Patroclus." But him swift-footed Iris again addressed, "Well too do we know that they possess thy distinguished armour. Yet even thus going towards the ditch, show thyself to the Trojans, if perchance the Trojans, terrified, may desist from battle, and the warlike, harassed sons of the Greeks may breathe again, and there be a short respite from fighting." Thus indeed, having spoken, swift-footed Iris departed. But Achilles, dear to Jove, arose, and around his strong shoulders Minerva threw her fringed aegis, and the divine one of goddesses crowned his head around with a golden cloud. And from it she kindled a shining flame, and as when smoke, ascending from a city, reaches the ether from an island afar off, which foes invest, who pouring out from their city contend all day in hateful fight, but with the setting sun torches blaze one after another, and the splendour arises, rushing upwards, for their neighbours to behold, if perchance they may come with ships as repellers of the war. Thus did the flame from the head of Achilles reach the sky. He stood, having advanced from the wall to the trench, nor mingled with the Greeks, for he reverenced the prudent advice of his mother. There standing he shouted, and Pallas Minerva on the other side vociferated, and stirred up immense tumult among the Trojans. And as the tone is very clear when a trumpet sounds, while deadly foes are investing a city, so distinct then was the voice of the descendant of Aeacus. But when they heard the brazen voice of Achilles, the soul was disturbed to all, whilst the beautiful maned steeds turned the chariots backwards, for they presaged sorrows in their mind. The charioteers were panic-struck when they beheld the terrific indefatigable flame blazing over the head of magnanimous Pelides, for the azure-eyed goddess Minerva lighted it. Thrice over the trench loudly shouted noble Achilles, and thrice were the Trojans and their illustrious allies thrown into confusion. There then perished 12 bravest heroes by their chariots and spears, whilst the Greeks, dragging Patroclus with joy out of the reach of weapons, stretched him on a bier. But his beloved companions stood round him mourning, and with them followed swift-footed Achilles, shedding warm tears, when he beheld his faithful comrade lying upon a bier, lacerated with the sharp brass, whom indeed he has sent forth with his horses and chariots to battle, but he did not receive him again, having returned. But the large-eyed venerable Juno sent the unwearied sun to return to the flowing of the ocean, against his inclination. The sun then set, and noble Greeks desisted from the violent conflict, and the equally destructive battle. The Trojans again on the other side, retiring from the violent combat, loosed their fleet steeds from their chariots. But they assembled in the council before they bethought them of their banquet. The assembly consisted of persons standing up, nor did any one dare to sit, for fear possessed all, because Achilles had appeared, who had long abstained for the direful combat. Among them prudent Polydamas, the son of Panthus, began to speak, for he alone saw both the future and the past. He was a companion of Hector, and they were born in one night, but the one excelled in counsel, and the other greatly in the spear. He, wisely counselling, harangued them, and spoke, "My friends, consider well on both sides, for I advise that we now return to the city, nor await the sacred morn in the plain near the ships, for we are far away from the wall. As long indeed as this man was wroth with noble Agamemnon, so long were the Greeks more easy to fight with. For even I was delighted, passing the night by with the swift barks, expecting that we should take the equally plied barks. But now greatly do I fear swift-footed Pelides. So violent is his soul, nor will he be content to remain in the plain, where usually the Trojans and Greeks in the intervening space divide the force of war. But he will combat for the city and our wives. We will go then towards the city. Be persuaded by me, for so it must be. Ambrosial night at present hath made swift-footed Pelides cease. But if rushing forth tomorrow with his arms he shall find us here, then will some one know him, for gladly will he reach sacred Ilium, whosoever shall escape. But dogs and vultures will devour many of the Trojans. Oh, that such tidings may be far from our ears! But if we be obedient to my words, although sad, we shall have protection in the assembly during the night, and the towers and lofty gates and the valves fitted to them, long, well-polished, fastened together, will protect the city. But tomorrow at early dawn we will stand on the towers, arrayed in armor, and it would be difficult for him, even if he should wish it, coming from the ships, to fight with us around the wall. Back again will he go to the ships, after he has satiated his high-necked steed with a varied course, driving beneath the city. But his mind will not permit him to rush within, nor will he ever lay it waste. Sooner shall the fleet dogs devour him. Him then, crest-tossing Hector sternly regarding, addressed, No longer, O Polydamas, dost thou speak these things agreeable to me, thou who advisest us, returning, to be cooped up in the city. Are ye not yet satiated with being shut up within the towers? Formerly, indeed, all articulately speaking men pronounced the city of Priam rich in gold and in brass. But now have the rich treasures of our houses perished, and many possessions have already departed to Phrygia and agreeable Moeonia, to be sold, since mighty Jove was enraged. But at this crisis, when the son of politic Saturn has granted me to obtain glory at the ships, and to hem in the Greeks by the sea, no longer, foolish man, disclose these counsels to the people, for none of the Trojans will obey, nor will I permit them. But come, let us all obey as I shall advise. At present take supper into your ranks throughout the army. Be mindful of the watch, and keep guard each of you. But whosoever of the Trojans is particularly anxious about his possessions, collecting them together, let him give to the people to be publicly consumed. It is better that any of them should enjoy them than the Greeks. But tomorrow, with the dawn, arrayed in armour, let us excite sharp conflict at the hollow ships. And if truly noble Achilles has arisen at the ships, it will be the worse for him, if he wishes to fight. I indeed will not fly him from the horrid-sounding battle, but will stand very obstinately against him, whether he bear away great glory, or I bear it away. Mars is common, and even slays the slayer. Thus Hector harangued, and the Trojans shouted in applause. Foolish men! For Pallas Minerva had taken away their senses from them. For they assented to Hector, advising destructive things, whilst no one assented to Polydamas, who advised prudent counsel. Then they took supper through the army. But the Greeks, lamenting all night, wept over Patroclus. But among them Pelides led a ceaseless lamentation, placing his man-slaying hands upon the breast of his companion, very frequently sighing, as the well-bearded lion, from whom the stag-hunter has stolen the cubs out of the thick forest, and he is grieved, coming afterwards. And through many valleys he goes, tracking the footsteps of the man, if anywhere he may find him, for very keen rage possesses him. So, deeply sighing, he addressed the Myrmidons. Alas! Vain indeed was the promise I uttered on that day, encouraging the hero Menœtius in our halls, for I said that I would bring back his illustrious son to Opus, having wasted Troy, and obtained a share of the spoil. But if Jove fulfills not for men all their intentions, for it is fated that we shall both stain with blood the same earth here in Troy, but neither shall aged horse-driving Peleus receive me in his palaces, returning, nor my mother Thetis, but the earth shall here hold me. Now, however, O Patroclus, since after thee I go beneath the earth, I shall not perform thy funeral rites before that I bring hither the arms and head of magnanimous Hector, thy murderer, and behead 12 illustrious sons of the Trojans before thy pile, enraged on account of thee slain. Meanwhile thou shalt lie thus at the crooked ships, and round thee Trojan dames and deep-bosomed Dardanians shall weep, and shed tears night and day, whom we ourselves have toiled to get by our valour and the long spear, laying waste the rich cities of articulate-speaking men. Thus having spoken, noble Achilles ordered his companions to surround a large tripod with fire, that as soon as possible they might wash away the bloody gore from Patroclus. They then placed a bathing tripod on the blazing fire, and poured water into it, and taking faggots, lighted them under it. The fire indeed encircled the belly of the tripod, and the water was warmed. But when the water boiled in the sonorous brass, then they both washed him, and anointed him with rich oil, and they filled up his wounds with ointment 9 years old, and laying him upon a bed, they covered him with fine linen from head to foot, and over all with a white mantle. All night then the Myrmidons, lamenting Patroclus, wept around swift-footed Achilles, but Jove addressed Juno, his sister and wife. And at length thou hast accomplished thy object, O large-eyed, venerable Juno, having aroused swift-fooled Achilles. Surely the waving-crested Greeks are born from thy very self. But him large-eyed, venerable Juno then answered, Most imperious son of Saturn, what a word hast thou spoken? Surely now any man who is mortal, and knows not so many designs, might accomplish this against a man. How therefore ought not I, who boast myself to be the chief of the goddesses, both from birth, and also because I am called thy wife, and thou rulest over all the immortals, being enraged with the Trojans, to be able to design evils against them?" Thus they indeed conversed with one another, but silver-footed Thetis reached the abode of Vulcan, incorruptible, starry, remarkable amongst the immortals, brazen, which the lame-footed himself had constructed. Him she found sweating, exerting himself at the bellows, earnestly working, for he was making full 20 tripods to stand around the wall of his well-built palace. Under the base of each he placed golden wheels, that of their own accord they might enter the heavenly council, and again return home, a wonder to be seen. So much finished had they, but he had not yet added the well-made handles which he was preparing, and he was forging the rivets. Whilst he was toiling at these things with skilful mind, meanwhile Thetis, the silver-footed goddess, came to him. But the beautiful and fair-veiled Charis, whom illustrious Vulcan had espoused, advancing beheld her, and hung upon her hand, and addressed her, and spoke. "Why, O long-robed Thetis, venerable, beloved, dost thou visit our abode? Formerly thou wast not in the habit of coming frequently. But follow farther onwards, that I may set before thee hospitable fare." Thus having spoken, the divine goddesses led on. Then indeed she placed her upon a silver-studded throne, beautiful, variously wrought, and there was a stool under her feet. But she called Vulcan, the distinguished artist, and spoke this word: "Come hither, Vulcan. Thetis now has need of thee." But her illustrious Vulcan then answered, "Assuredly, then, an awful and revered goddess is within, who saved me when distress came upon me, fallen down far by the contrivance of my shameless mother, who wished to conceal me, being lame. Then should I have suffered sorrows in my mind, had not Eurynome and Thetis received me in their bosoms. Eurynome, daughter of the refluent ocean. With them for 9 years wrought I in brass many ingenious works of art, buckles, twisted bracelets, and clasp tubes, in the hollow cave, whilst round us flowed the immense stream of ocean, murmuring with foam. Nor did any other either of gods or mortal men know it, but Thetis and Eurynome, who preserved me, knew it. She now comes to my house, wherefore there is need that I should repay all the rewards of my safety to fair-haired Thetis. But set now before her good hospitable fare, whilst I lay aside my bellows and all my tools." He spoke and rose, a wondrous bulk, from his anvil block, limping, and his weak legs moved actively beneath him. The bellows he laid apart from the fire, and all the tools with which he laboured he collected into a silver chest. With a sponge he wiped all over, his face, and both his hands, his strong neck, and shaggy breast, then put on his tunic and seized his stout sceptre. But he went out of the doors limping, and golden handmaids, like unto living maidens, moved briskly about the king. And in their bosoms was prudence with understanding, and within them was voice and strength. And they are instructed in works by the immortal gods. These were busily occupied by the king's side. But he, hobbling along, sat down upon a splendid throne near where Thetis was, and hung upon her hand, and spoke, and addressed her. "Why, long-robed Thetis, venerable and dear, hast thou come to our abode? For indeed thou didst not often come before. Make known what thou desirest, for my mind orders me to perform it, if in truth I can perform it, and if it is to be performed." Him then Thetis, pouring forth tears, answered, "O Vulcan, has any then, as many as are the goddesses in Olympus, endured so many bitter griefs in her mind, as to me above all, Jove, the son of Saturn, has given sorrows? Me, from among the other marine inhabitants, has he subjected to a man, to Peleus, son of Acus, and I have endured the couch of a man very much against my will. He indeed now lies in his palaces, afflicted with grievous old age, but now other woes are my lot. After he had granted me to bring forth and nurture a son, distinguished among heroes, and who grew up like a plant, him having reared as a plant in a fertile spot of the field, I sent forth in the crooked barks to Ilium to fight with the Trojans. But him I shall not receive again, having returned home to the mansion of Peleus. As long, however, as he lives to me, and beholds the light of the sun, he suffers sorrow, nor am I, going to him, able to avail him aught. The maid whom the sons of the Greeks selected as a reward for him,
Her hath King Agamemnon taken back again from his hands. Certainly, grieving for her, he has been wasting his soul, whilst the Trojans were hemming in the Greeks at the ships, nor suffered them to go beyond the gates. But the elders of the Greeks supplicated him, and named many distinguished presents. But then he refused to avert destruction. Yet he clad Patroclus in his own armour, and sent him forth to the battle, and he gave with him much people. All day they fought round the Scaean gates, and certainly on that day had overturned Troy, had not Apollo slain among the foremost warriors the gallant son of Menoetius, after having done much mischief, and given glory to Hector. On this account do I now approach thy knees, if thou wilt give to my short-lived son a shield and helmet, and beautiful greaves, joined with clasps, and a corslet, for what were his faithful companion has lost, subdued by the Trojans, and Achilles lies upon the ground, grieving in his soul."
Her then illustrious Vulcan answered, "Take courage, nor let these things be cause of uneasiness in thy mind, for would that I could so surely conceal him from dread-sounding death when grievous fate approaches him, as that beautiful armour shall be ready for him, such as any one of many men shall hereafter admire, whosoever may behold it." So saying, he left her there, and went towards the bellows, which he turned towards the fire, and commanded them to work. And full 20 bellows blew in the furnaces, exciting a varied well-regulated blast, to be ready for him, at one time busy, at another the reverse, as Vulcan pleased, and that the work might be complete. He cast into the fire impenetrable brass, and tin, precious gold, and silver. But next he placed a mighty anvil on the stock, and took in one hand his strong hammer, and with the other grasped the forceps. First of all he formed a shield, both large and solid, decorating it all over, and around it he threw a shining border, triple and glittering, and from it there hung a silver belt. Of the shield itself there were 5 folds, but on it he formed many curious works, with cunning skill. On it he wrought the earth, and the heaven, and the sea, the unwearied sun, and the full moon. On it also he represented all the constellations with which the heaven is crowned, the Pleiades, the Hyades, and the strength of Orion, and the Bear, which they also called the appellation of the Wain, which there revolves, and watches Orion, but it alone is free from the baths of the ocean. In it likewise he wrought 2 fair cities of articulate-speaking men. In the one indeed there were marriages and feasts, and they were conducting the brides from their chambers through the city with brilliant torches, and many a bridal song was raised. The youthful dancers were wheeling round, and amongst them pipes and lyres uttered a sound, and the women standing each at her portals admired. And people were crowded together in an assembly, and there a contest had arisen, for 2 men contended for the ransom money of a slain man. The one affirmed that he had paid all, appealing to the people, but the other denied, averring that he had received naught. And both wished to find an end of the dispute before a judge. The people were applauding both, supporters of either party, and the heralds were keeping back the people. But the elders sat upon polished stones, in a sacred circle, and the pleaders held in their hands the staves of the clear-voiced heralds. With these then they arose, and alternately pleaded their cause. Moreover, in the midst lay 2 talents of gold, to give to him who should best establish his claim among them. But round the other city sat 2 armies of people, glittering in arms, and one of 2 plans was agreeable to them, either to waste it, or to divide all things into 2 parts, the wealth, whatever the pleasant city contained within it. They, however, had not yet complied, but were secretly arming themselves for an ambuscade. Meanwhile their beloved wives and young children kept watch, standing above, and amongst them the men whom old age possessed. But the younger men advanced. But Mars was their leader, and Pallas Minerva, both golden and clad in golden dresses, beautiful and large, along with their armour, radiant all around, and indeed like gods. But the people were of humbler size. But when they now had reached a place where it appeared fit to lay an ambuscade, by a river, where there was a watering place for all sorts of cattle, there then they settled, clad in shining steel. There, apart from the people, sat 2 spies, watching when they might perceive the sheep and crooked-horned oxen. These, however, soon advanced, and 2 shepherds accompanied them, amusing themselves with their pipes, for they had not yet perceived the stratagem. Then they, discerning them, ran in upon them, and immediately slaughtered on all sides the herds of oxen, and the beautiful flocks of snow-white sheep, and slew the shepherds besides. But they, when they heard the great tumult amongst the oxen, previously sitting in front of the assembly, mounting their nimble-footed steeds, pursued, and soon came up with them. Then having marshalled themselves, they fought a battle on the banks of the river, and wounded one another with their brazen spears. Amongst them mingled discord and tumult, and destructive fate, holding one alive, recently wounded, another unwounded. But a third slain she drew by the feet through the battle, and had the garment around her shoulders crimsoned with the gore of men. But they turned about like living mortals, and fought, and drew away the slaughtered bodies of each other. On it he also placed a soft fallow field, rich glebe, wide, thrice ploughed, and in it many ploughmen drove hither and thither, turning round their teams. But when returning they reached the end of the field, then a man advancing gave into their hands a cup of very sweet wine. But they turned themselves in series, eager to reach the other end of the deep fallow. But it was all black behind, similar to ploughed land, which indeed was a marvel beyond all others. On it likewise he placed a field of deep corn, where reapers were cutting, having sharp sickles in their hands. Some handfuls fell one after the other upon the ground along the furrow, and the binders of sheaves tied others with bands. 3 binders followed the reapers, whilst behind them boys gathering the handfuls, and bearing them in their arms, continually supplied them, and amongst them the master stood by the swathed in silence, holding a sceptre, delighted in heart. But apart, beneath an oak, servants were preparing a banquet, and sacrificing a huge ox they ministered, whilst women sprinkled much white barley on the meat as a supper for the reapers. On it likewise he placed a vineyard, heavily laden with grapes, beautiful, golden, but the clusters throughout were black, and it was supported throughout by silver poles. Round it he drew an azure trench, and about it a hedge of tin, but there was only one path to it, by which the gatherers went when they collected the vintage. Young virgins and youths of tender minds bore the luscious fruit in woven baskets, in the midst of whom a boy played sweetly on a shrill harp, and with tender voice sang gracefully to the chord, whilst they, beating the ground in unison with dancing and shouts, followed, skipping with their feet. In it he also wrought a herd of oxen with horns erect, but the kine were made of gold and of tin, and rushed out with a lowing from the stall to the pasture, beside a murmuring stream along the breeze-waving reeds. 4 golden herdsmen accompanied the oxen, and 9 dogs swift of foot followed. But 2 terrible lions detained the bull, roaring among the foremost oxen, and he was dragged away, loudly bellowing, and the dogs and youths followed for a rescue. They indeed, having torn off the skin of the great ox, lapped up his entrails and black blood, and the shepherds vainly pressed upon them, urging on their fleet dogs. These, however, refused to bite the lions, but standing very near, barked and shunned them. On it illustrious Vulcan also formed a pasture in a beautiful grove full of white sheep and folds, and covered huts and cottages. Illustrious Vulcan likewise adorned it with a dance, like unto that which in wide Knossos Daedalus contrived for fair-haired Ariadne. There danced youths and alluring virgins, holding each other's hands at the wrist. These wore fine linen robes, but those were dressed in well-woven tunics, shining as with oil. These also had beautiful garlands, and those wore golden swords, hanging from silver belts. Sometimes with skilful feet they nimbly bounded round, as when a potter sitting shall make trial of a wheel fitted to his hands, whether it will run, and at other times again they ran back to their places through one another. But a great crowd surrounded the pleasing dance, amusing themselves, and amongst them 2 tumblers, beginning their song, spun round through the midst. But in it he also formed the vast strength of the river Oceanus, near the last border of the well-formed shield. But when he had finished the shield, large and solid, he next formed for him a corslet, brighter than a splendour of fire. He also made for him a strong helmet, fitted to his temples, beautiful and variously ornamented, and on it placed a golden crest, and made greaves for him of ductile tin. But when renowned Vulcan had with toil made all the armour, lifting it up, he laid it before the mother of Achilles. But she, like a hawk, darted down from snowy Olympus, bearing from Vulcan the shining armour. End of Book the 18th, read by Stephen Carney. Section 19, Book the 19th of the Iliad of Homer. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Stephen Carney. The Iliad of Homer, by Homer, translated by Theodore Alois Buckley. Section 19, Book the 19th. Argument. Thetis, having brought Achilles his new armour, and promised to preserve the body of Patroclus from corruption, he is reconciled to Agamemnon, and being miraculously invigorated by Minerva, goes forth to battle, regardless of the prediction of his fate by his horse Xanthus. Saffron-robed Morn was rising from the streams of ocean, that she might bear light to immortals and mortals. But Thetis came to the ships, bearing the gifts from the god. Her dear son she found lying upon Patroclus, bitterly lamenting, and his numerous companions were lamenting around him. But near to him stood the divine of goddesses, and hung upon his hand, and spoke, and addressed him.
My son, let us suffer him now to lie, grieved although we be, since first he has been laid low by the counsel of the gods. But do thou receive these distinguished arms from Vulcan, very beautiful, such as no man has ever worn upon his shoulders.
Having thus spoken, the goddess placed the armour before Achilles, and they, all curiously wrought, clashed aloud. Then tremor seized all the Myrmidons, nor did anyone dare to look directly at them, but they fled in fear. But when Achilles saw them, the more rage entered him, and his eyes shone terribly beneath his eyelids, like a flame, and he was delighted, holding in his hands the splendid gifts of the god. But after he had delighted his mind, beholding these artificial works, he immediately addressed to his mother winged words. Mother mine, the god hath indeed given arms, such as are fit to be works of immortals, nor that a mortal man could make. Truly now will I arm myself. But I very much fear, lest in the meantime the flies, having entered the gallant son of Menoetius by his spear-inflicted wounds, create maggots, and pollute the corse, for life in it is destroyed, and all the parts of the body grow putrid. But him the silver-footed goddess Thetis then answered, My child, let not these things be a care to thy mind. I will endeavour to drive away from him the fierce swarms, the flies which devour heroes slain in battle. For although he lie an entire year, his body shall always be uncorrupted, or even better. But do thou, having summoned the Grecian heroes to an assembly, having renounced thy wrath towards Agamemnon, the shepherd of the people, arm thyself quickly for war, and put on thy might. Thus therefore, having spoken, she infused into him the most daring courage, and then instilled into Patroclus, through the nostrils, ambrosia and ruby nectar, that his body might be uncorrupted. But noble Achilles went along the shore of the sea, shouting fearfully, and aroused the Grecian heroes, so that even those who used formerly to remain in the assemblage of the ships, both those who were pilots, and who held the rudders of the ships, and the pursuers who were at the ships, dispensers of food, even these men indeed went to the assembly, because Achilles appeared, for he had long abstained from the grievous battle, and 2 servants of Mars, the warlike son of Tydeus, and noble Ulysses went limping, leaning upon a spear, for they still had painful wounds, and advancing they sat in the front seats. But last came the king of men, Agamemnon, having a wound. For him also, in the sharp battle, Hoon, the son of Antenor, had wounded with his brazen spear. Then when all the Greeks were assembled, swift-footed Achilles, rising up amongst them, said, Son of Atreus, this would surely have been somewhat better for both thee and me, when we too, grieved at heart, raged with soul-devouring contention for the sake of a girl. Would that Diana had slain her with an arrow in the ships on that day, when wasting I took Lyrnessus. Then indeed so many Greeks had not seized the mighty ground in their teeth under the hands of the enemy, I being continually enraged. This, however, was better for Hector and the Trojans, but I think the Greeks will long remember the contention of you and me. But let us leave these things as past, although grieved, subduing from necessity the soul within our bosoms. And now I terminate my wrath, nor is it at all fit that I always obstinately be enraged. But come quickly, incite the long-haired Achaeans to battle, in order that still I may make trial of the Trojans, going against them, if they wish to pass the night at the ships. But of them I think that any will very gladly bend the knee, whoever shall escape out of the destructive fight from my spear. Thus he spoke, but the well-grieved Greeks rejoiced, the magnanimous son of Peleus renouncing his wrath. But them the king of men, Agamemnon, also addressed out of the same place, from his seat, nor advancing into the midst. O friends, heroes of the Greeks, servants of Mars, it is becoming indeed that ye should hearken to me, thus rising, nor is it convenient that thou shouldst interrupt, for it is difficult even for one being skilled. But in a great uproar of men, how can any one hear or speak? But he is interrupted, although being a clear-toned orator. I indeed will direct myself to the son of Peleus. But do ye, the other Greeks, understand, and carefully learn my meaning. Often already have the Greeks spoken this saying to me, and have rebuked me. But I am not to blame, but Jove and Fate and Erinus, roaming amid the shades, who during the assembly cast into my mind a sad injury, on that day when I myself took away the reward of Achilles. But what could I do? For the deity accomplishes all things. Pernicious Ate, the venerable daughter of Jove, who injures all, her feet are tender, for she does not approach the ground, but she walks over the heads of men, injuring mankind, and one at least she fetters. For at one time she injured even Jove, who they say is the most powerful of men and gods. But him Juno, being a female, deceived by her guile on that day when Alabene was about to bring forth mighty Hercules in well-walled Thebes. He indeed boasting had said among all the gods, Hear me, all ye gods and all ye goddesses, whilst I speak those things which the mind within my bosom urges. This day Ilithyia, presiding over births, shall bring into the light a certain man, who shall be ruler over all his neighbours, one of those men of the blood of my race. But him the august Juno addressed, devising guile. Thou shalt lie, nor shalt thou insure accomplishment to thy speech. But come, swear a firm oath to me, O Olympian, that he shall indeed be ruler over all his neighbours, who shall this day fall between the feet of a woman, among those men who are of the blood of thy family. Thus she spoke, but Jove perceived not her crafty design, but he swore the mighty oath, and afterwards was much befooled. Then Juno, springing forth, quitted the top of Olympus, and came speedily to Achaean Argus, where she knew the noble spouse of Sthenelus, the son of Perseus. And she indeed was pregnant of her beloved son, and the 7th month was at hand. And she brought him into light, being deficient the number of months, but kept back the delivery of Alemone, and restrained the Ilithyia. And herself bearing the message, addressed Jove, the son of Saturn. Father Jove, hurler of the red lightning, I will put a certain matter in thy mind. A noble man is now born, who shall rule the Argives, Eurystheus, the son of Perseus, thy offspring, nor is it unbecoming that he should govern the Argives.
Thus she spoke, but sharp grief smote him in his deep mind, and immediately he seized Ate by her head of shining curls, enraged in his mind, and swore a powerful oath, that Ate, who injures all, should never again return to Olympus and the starry heaven. Thus saying, he cast her from the starry heaven, whirling her round in his hand. But she quickly reached the works of men. On her account he always groaned, when he beheld his beloved son suffering unworthy toil under the labours of Eurystheus. So I also, when the great crest-tossing Hector was thus destroying the Greeks at the sterns of the ships, was not able to forget the wrong which I had formerly foolishly committed. But since I have suffered harm, and Jove has taken away my reason, I am willing again to appease thee, and to give infinite presents. But arise to the battle, and incite the other people, and I myself will pledge myself to furnish all the presents, as many as noble Ulysses yesterday going to thee promised in thy tents. Yet if thou wilt, wait a little, although hastening to battle, and my servants taking the presents from my ship, shall bring them, that thou mayest see that I will present thee with appeasing offerings.
But him swift-footed Achilles answering addressed, Most glorious son of Atreus, king of men, Agamemnon, whether thou wilt furnish gifts, as is meet, or keep them with me, will be seen. But now let us very quickly be mindful of the contest, for it is not fitting to waste time in idle talk, nor to delay, as a mighty work is yet undone. But as some one may again behold Achilles among the front ranks, destroying the phalanxes of the Trojans with his brazen spear, so also let some one of you, keeping this in mind, fight with his man. But him Ulysses, of many wiles, answering, addressed, Not thus, brave as thou art, O godlike Achilles, urge on the sons of the Greeks, fasting towards Ilium, about to fight with the Trojans. For the conflict will not be for a short time only, when once the phalanxes of men shall mingle, and the god breathe might into both. But command the Greeks to be fed at the ships with food and wine, for this is might and vigour. For a man unrefreshed by food would not be able to fight against the enemy all day to the setting sun. For although he might desire in his mind to fight, yet his limbs gradually grow languid, and thirst and hunger come upon him, and his knees fail him as he goes. The man, on the other hand, who is satiated with wine and food, fights all day with hostile men. The heart within his breast is daring, nor are his limbs at all fatigued before that all retire from battle.
And let the king of men Agamemnon bring the gifts into the midst of the assembly, that all the Greeks may see them with their eyes, and thou mayest be delighted in thy mind. Let him moreover swear an oath to thee, standing up among the Greeks, that he has never ascended her bed, nor has been mingled with her, as is the custom, O king, of men and wives. And to thee thyself also let the soul within thy breast be placid. Then let him next conciliate thee by a rich banquet within his tents, that thou mayest not have aught wanting of redress. And for the future, O son of Atreus, thou wilt be more just towards another, for it is by no means unworthy that a king should appease a man, when he may first have given offence. But him the king of men, Agamemnon, in return addressed: I rejoice, O son of Laertes, having heard thy speech, for with propriety hast thou gone through and enumerated all things. These things I am willing to swear, as my mind orders me, in presence of a god, nor will I perjure myself. But let Achilles remain here, at least for a little while, though hastening to battle, and do all ye others remain assembled, until they bring the gifts from my tents, and we strike faithful leagues. To thyself, however, O Ulysses, I give this charge, and order thee, selecting the principal youths of all the Greeks, to bear from my ship the gifts, as many as we yesterday promised, that we should give to Achilles, and to lead hither the women. But let Talthybius also quickly prepare for me through the wide army of the Greeks a boar to sacrifice to Jove and the sun. Him answering, swift-footed Achilles then addressed: Most glorious son of Atreus, king of men, Agamemnon, at some other time ought they rather to attend to these things, when any cessation of battle hereafter be, and so much ardour be not in my bosom. But at present those lie mangled, whom Hector son of Priam subdued, when Jove gave him the glory. But ye urge them to food. Now indeed I should excite the sons of the Greeks to fight, fasting, but with the setting sun, to prepare a large supper, after we have revenged our disgrace. Before that neither drink nor food shall pass down my throat, my companion being slain, who lies in my tent, torn with a sharp brass, turned towards the vestibule, whilst his comrades mourn around these things are not a care to my mind, but slaughter, and bloodshed, and the dreadful groans of heroes. But him much scheming Ulysses answering addressed: O Achilles, son of Peleus, by far the bravest of the Greeks, thou art superior indeed to me, and not a little more valiant with the spear, but I indeed excel thee much in prudence, because I was born before thee, and no more. Wherefore let thy mind be restrained by my words. Soon is there a satiety of contest to the men, a most abundant crop of whom the brass pours upon the earth, but the harvest is very small. When Jove, who is the umpire of the battle of men, inclines his scales, it is by no means fit that the Greeks should lament the dead with the stomach, for in great numbers, and one upon the other, are they every day falling. When, therefore, could any one respire from toil? But it is necessary to bury him whosoever may die, having a patient mind, weeping for a day. But as many as survive the hateful combat should be mindful of drinking and of food, in order that we may ever the more ceaselessly contend with our enemies, clad as to our bodies in impenetrable brass. Nor let any of the troops lie by awaiting another exhortation, for evilly will that exhortation come upon him, whoever may be left at the ships of the Greeks. But advancing in a body, let us stir up the keen battle against the horse-breaking Trojans. He said, and chose as his companions the son of glorious Nestor, the Meges, son of Phyleus, Thoas, and Meriones, Icomedes, son of Creon, and Menelaus, and they proceeded to go towards the tent of Agamemnon, son of Atreus. Immediately after the word was spoken, and the work was perfected, 7 tripods they bore from the tent, which he had promised him, and 20 splendid goblets, and 12 steeds, and straightway led forth 7 blameless women, skilled in works, but the 8th was fair-cheeked Briseis. But Ulysses, placing 10 whole talents of gold, led the way. And with him the other youths of the Greeks bore the presents, and placed them in the midst of the assembly. But Agamemnon rose up, and Talthybius, like unto a god in his voice, stood beside the shepherd of the people, holding a boar in his hands. Then the son of Atreus, drawing the knife with his hands, which always hung by the great scabbard of his sword, cutting off the forelock of the boar, prayed, lifting up his hands to Jove. But all the Greeks sat in silence in the same spot, listening in a becoming manner to the king. But praying, he spoke, looking towards the wide heaven. Now first let Jove be witness, and the most supreme and best of gods, and earth, and sun, and ye Furies, who beneath the earth chastise men, whoever may swear a falsehood,
Never have I laid hands upon the maid Briseis, needing her for the sake of the couch, or any other purpose, but inviolate has she remained in my tents. But if any of these things be false, may the gods inflict on me those very many distresses which they inflict when men sin in swearing." He said, and cut the throat of the boar with the ruthless brass, which Talthybius, whirling round, cast into the mighty water of the hoary sea, as food for fishes. But Achilles, rising, said among the war-loving Greeks, "O Father Jove, certainly thou givest great calamities to men, for never could Atrides have so thoroughly aroused the indignation in my bosom, nor foolish led away the girl, I being unwilling. But Jove for some intent wished death should happen to many Greeks. But now go to the repast, that we may join battle." Thus then he spoke, and dissolved the assembly in haste. They indeed were separated, each to his own ship, but the magnanimous Myrmidons were occupied about the gifts, and bearing them went to the ship of godlike Achilles. These they laid up in the tents, and placed the women in seats, but the illustrious attendants drove the horses to the stud. But afterwards Briseis, like unto golden Venus, when she beheld Patroclus lacerated with a sharp spear, throwing herself about him, wept aloud, and with her hands tore her breast and tender neck, and fair countenance. Then the woman, like unto the goddesses, weeping, said,
"O Patroclus, most dear to my wretched soul, I left thee indeed alive, departing from my tent, but now returning I find thee dead. O chieftain of the people, how in my case evil ever succeeds evil? The hero indeed to whom my father and venerable mother had given me, I saw pierced with a sharp brass before the city, and 3 beloved brothers whom the same mother had brought forth to me, all drew on the destructive day. Nevertheless thou didst not suffer me to weep, when swift Achilles slew my husband, and laid waste the city of divine Mines. But thou saidst thou wouldst render me the wedded wife of noble Achilles, lead me in the ships to Phthia, and prepare the nuptial feast amongst the Myrmidons. Therefore do I insatiably lament thee, dead, being ever gentle."
Thus she spoke, weeping, and the women lamented for Patroclus as a pretext, but really each for her own ills. And around him Achilles were collected the elders of the Greeks, entreating him to take refreshment, but he, moaning, refused. "I entreat you, if any of my beloved companions would be obedient to me, bid me not satiate my heart with food or drink, since heavy grief hath invaded me. But I will wait entirely till the setting sun, and will endure." So saying, he dismissed the other kings, but 2 sons of Atreus remained, and noble Ulysses, Nestor, Idomeneus, and the aged knight Phoenix, constantly endeavouring to delight him sorrowing, nor was he at all delighted, before he should enter the mouth of bloody war. But remembering Patroclus, he frequently heaved a sigh, and said, "Surely once thou too, O unhappy one, dearest of my companions, wouldst thyself have set before me a plentiful feast, within my tent, speedily and diligently, when the Greeks hastened to make tearful war upon the horse-breaking Trojans. But now thou liest mangled. But my heart is without drink and food, though they are within, from regret for thee. For I could not suffer anything worse, nor even if I were to hear of my father being dead, who now perhaps sheds the tender tear in Phthia from the want of such a son, while I and a foreign people wage war against the Trojans, for the sake of detested Helen, or him my beloved son who was nurtured for me at Scyros, if indeed he still lives, godlike Neoptolemus, for formerly the mind within my bosom hoped that I alone should perish here in Troy, far from steed-nourishing Argos, and that thou shouldst return to Phthia, that thou mightest lead back my son in thy black ship from Scyros, and mightest show him everything, my property, my servants, and my great lofty domed abode. For now I suppose that Peleus is either totally deceased, or that he barely alive suffers pain from hateful old age, and that he is continually expecting bad news respecting me, when he shall hear of my being dead." Thus he spoke, weeping, and the elders also groaned, remembering, each of them, the things which they had left in their dwellings. But the son of Saturn felt compassion, seeing them weeping, and immediately to Minerva addressed winged words. "O daughter mine, thou entirely now desertest thy valiant hero. Is Achilles then no longer at all a care to thee in thy mind? He himself is sitting before his lofty beaked ships, bewailing his dear companion, while the others have gone to a banquet, but he is unrefreshed and unfed. Go therefore, instil into his breast nectar and delightful ambrosia, that hunger may not come upon him." So saying, he urged on Minerva, who was before eager. But she, like unto a broad-winged, shrill-voiced harpy, leaped down from the heavens through the air. The Greeks, however, were then arming themselves throughout the camp, when she instilled into the bosom of Achilles nectar and delightful ambrosia, that unpleasant hunger might not come upon his limbs. Then she went to the solid mansion of her powerful sire, and they apart poured forth from the swift ships. And as when thick snowflakes fly down from Jove, beneath the force of the cold, air-clearing Boreas, so from the ships were borne out crowded helmets, shining brightly, and bossed shields, strong cavitied corslets, and ashen spears. But the sheen reached to heaven, and all the earth around smiled beneath the splendor of the brass, and the trampling of the feet of men arose beneath. In the midst noble Achilles was armed, and there was a gnashing of his teeth, and his eyes shone like a blaze of fire. But intolerable grief entered his heart within him, and enraged against the Trojans, he put on the gifts of the god, which Vulcan toiling had fabricated for him. First around his legs he placed the beautiful greaves, joined with silver clasps. Next he put on the corslet round his breast, and suspended from his shoulders the brazen, silver-studded sword. Then he seized the shield, large and solid, the sheen of which went to a great distance, as of the moon, and as when from the sea the blaze of a burning fire shines to mariners, which is lit aloft amongst the mountains in a solitary place, but the storm bears them against their inclination away from their friends over the fishy deep, so from the shield of Achilles, beautiful and skilfully made, the brightness reached the sky. But raising it, he placed the strong helmet upon his head, and the helmet crested with horsehair shone like a star, and the golden tufts which Vulcan had diffused thick around the cone were shaken. Then noble Achilles tried himself in his arms, if they would fit him, and if his fair limbs would move freely in them. But they were like wings to him, and lifted up the shepherd of the people. And from its sheath he drew forth his paternal spear, heavy, great, and stout, which no other of the Greeks was able to brandish, but Achilles alone knew how to hurl it, a Pelian ash, which Chiron had cut for his father from the top of Pelion, to be a destruction to heroes. But Automedon and Alcimus, harnessing the steeds, yoked them, and beautiful collars were upon them. They put the bridles into their jaws, and drew back the reins towards the well-glued car, when Automedon, seizing the shining lash, fitted to his hand, leaped into the car. Achilles, armed for battle, mounted behind him, glittering in his armour like the shining sun, and terribly he gave command to the horses of his sire. "Xanthus and Balius, illustrious offspring of Podargus, resolve now in a different manner to bring back your charioteer in safety to the body of the Greeks, after we are satiated with battle, nor leave him there dead, like Patroclus." But from beneath the yoke, Xanthus, his swift-footed steed, addressed him, and immediately hung down his head, and his whole mane, drooping from the ring which was near the yoke, reached the ground. But the white-armed goddess Juno gave him the power of speech. "Now at least we will bear thee safe, O impetuous Achilles, but the fatal day draws nigh to thee. Nor are we to blame, but a mighty deity and violent destiny. For not by our laziness or sloth have the Trojans stripped the armour from the shoulders of Patroclus, but the bravest of the gods, whom fair-haired Latona brought forth, slew him among the front ranks, and gave glory to Hector. And though we can run even with the blast of Zephyrus, which they say is the most fleet, yet to thyself it is fated that thou shouldst be violently subdued by a god and a man." Of him having thus spoken, the Furies restrained the voice, but him swift-footed Achilles, greatly indignant, addressed. "O Xanthus, why dost thou predict my death to me? For it is not at all necessary for thee. Well do I myself know that it is my fate to perish here, far away from my dear father and mother. Nevertheless, I will not cease before the Trojans are abundantly satiated with war." He spoke, and shouting amongst the front ranks, directed on his solid-hooved steeds. End of Book the 19th, read by Stephen Carney. Section 20, Book the 20th of the Iliad of Homer. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Stephen Carney. The Iliad of Homer, by Homer, translated by Theodore Alois Buckley. Section 20, Book the 20th. Argument. Jove permits the gods to join in the battle, and they take their respective places on either side. Aeneas engages Achilles, but is rescued by Neptune. Hector, in revenge for the death of his brother Polydorus, also attacks Achilles, and is only saved from death by the intervention of Apollo. Achilles then slays many Trojans. Thus around thee, O son of Peleus, were the Achaeans armed, insatiable in fight, beside their crooked ships, and the Trojans on the other side on the acclivity of the plain. But Jove ordered Themis to summon the gods to an assembly from the top of many-valleyed Olympus, and she, going round, ordered them to proceed to the palace of Jove. Nor was any one of the rivers absent, save Oceanus, nor of the nymphs who inhabit the pleasant groves and springs of rivers, and the grassy meads. Then, coming to the habitation of cloud-compelling Jove, they sat down upon shining, polished benches, which Vulcan with cunning skill had made for Father Jove. Thus were they assembled within the palace of Jove, nor did Neptune disobey the goddess, but he came to them from the sea. Then he sat in the midst, and inquired the design of Jove. Why again, O hurler of the glowing lightning, hast thou summoned the gods to an assembly? Dost thou deliberate anything respecting the Trojans and Greeks? For now their combat and the battle are on the point of being kindled. But him, cloud-compelling Jove, answering addressed, Thou knowest, O Earth-shaker, my design with my breast, and for whose sake I have assembled you, for though about to perish, they are a care to me. I will, however, remain sitting on the top of Olympus, whence looking, I shall delight my soul, but depart the rest of you, that ye may go to the Trojans and the Greeks. Give aid to both, according as is the inclination of each. For if Achilles alone shall fight against the Trojans, they will not even for a little sustain the swift-footed son of Peleus. Formerly, even beholding him, they fled terrified. But now, when he is grievously enraged in his mind on account of his companion, I fear lest he overthrow the wall, even contrary to fate. Thus spoke Saturnian Jove, and he stirred up the unyielding contest, and the gods hastened to proceed to the battle, having discordant minds. Juno, indeed, and Pallas Minerva went to the assemblage of the ships, as well as earth-shaking Neptune, and useful Mercury, who excelled in a prudent mind, with whom went Vulcan, looking savage in his might, limping, and under him his weak limbs moved with all their forces. But to the Trojans went crest-tossing Mars, and with him unshorn Phoebus, and Diana delighting in archery, Latona, Xanthus, and laughter-loving Venus. As long as the gods were apart from mortal men, so long the Greeks were greatly elated, because Achilles appeared, for he had long abstained from the dire battle, and a violent tremor came upon the Trojans, upon each of them as to their limbs, fearing because they beheld the swift-footed son of Peleus glittering in arms, equal to man-slaughtering Mars. But after the Olympians had come to the crowd of men, then arose fierce contention, the exciter of the people, and Minerva shouted, sometimes standing beside the trench, outside the wall, at other times she loudly shouted along the echoing shores. But Mars yelled aloud on the other side, like unto a dark whirlwind, keenly animating the Trojans from the lofty city, at other times running along the Simois, over Callicolone. Thus the blessed gods, inciting both sides, engaged, and among them made severe contention to break out. But dreadfully from above thundered the Father of gods and men, whilst beneath Neptune shook the boundless earth and the lofty summits of the mountains. The roots and all the summits of many rilled Ida were shaken, and the city of the Trojans and the ships of the Greeks. Pluto himself, king of the netherworld, trembled beneath, and leaped up from his throne, terrified, and shouted aloud, lest earth-shaking Neptune should rend asunder the earth over him, and disclose to mortals and immortals his mansions, terrible, squalid, which even the gods loathe. So great a tumult arose from the gods engaging in combat. Against King Neptune indeed stood Phoebus Apollo, having his winged shafts, and against Mars the azure-eyed goddess Minerva. Opposed to Juno stood the goddess of the golden bow, huntress Diana, rejoicing in archery, the sister of Apollo, and opposite Latona, the preserver, useful Mercury. Against Vulcan also was a great, deep-eddying river, which the gods called Xanthus, and men the Scamander. Thus indeed gods went against gods, but Achilles chiefly longed to penetrate through the crowd against Hector, the son of Priam, for with his blood his mind particularly ordered him to satiate Mars, the invincible warrior. But Apollo, exciter of troops, immediately aroused Aeneas against the son of Peleus, and infused into him strong courage. And he likened himself in voice to Lycaon, the son of Priam, and having likened himself to him, Apollo, the son of Jove, said, O Aeneas, counsellor of the Trojans, where are thy threats, which, whilst carousing, thou didst promise to the leaders of the Trojans, that thou wouldst fight against Achilles, the son of Peleus? But him Aeneas answering, addressed in turn, Son of Priam, why dost thou order me, not wishing it these things, to fight against magnanimous Pelides? For shall I not now for the first time stand against swift-footed Achilles? But already on another occasion he chased me with his spear from Ida, when he attacked our cattle, and laid waste Lyrnessus and Pedasus. But Jove preserved me, who excited my strength and nimble limbs. Certainly I should have been subdued beneath the hands of Achilles, and Minerva, who preceding gave him victory, and encouraged him to slay the Legions and Trojans with his brazen spear. Wherefore it is not possible that a man should fight against Achilles, because one of the gods is ever beside him, who averts destruction. Besides also his weapon flies direct, nor stops before it has pierced through human flesh. Though if the deity would extend an equal scale of victory, not very easily would he conquer me, although he boasts himself to be all brazen. But him again King Apollo, the son of Jove, addressed. But do thou also pray, O hero, to the immortal gods, for they say that thou too art sprung from Venus, the daughter of Jove, but he from an inferior goddess. For the one is from Jove, and the other from the aged sea god. But direct thy invincible brass right against him, nor let him at all avert thee by haughty words and threats. Thus saying, he breathed great courage into the shepherd of the people, and he advanced through the front ranks, accoutred in shining brass. Nor did the son of Anchises escape the notice of white-armed Juno, going against the son of Peleus through the ranks of men. But calling the gods together, she addressed them. Consider now, both Neptune and Minerva, in your minds, how these things shall be. This Aeneas, accoutred in shining brass, has advanced against the son of Peleus, and Phoebus Apollo has urged him on. But come, let us, however, turn him back again, or let some one of us stand by Achilles and give him great strength, nor let him at all be wanting in courage, that he may know that the mightiest of the immortals love him, and that those, on the contrary, are vain, who hitherto avert war and slaughter from the Trojans. But we have all come down from Olympus, about to participate in this battle, lest he should suffer anything among the Trojans today, but hereafter he shall suffer those things, as many as fate at his birth wove in his thread of destiny, to him what time his mother brought him forth. But if Achilles shall not learn these things from the voice of a god, he will afterwards be afraid when any god comes against him in battle, for the gods, when made manifest, are terrible to be seen manifestly. But her then, earth-shaking Neptune answered, Juno, be not beyond reason enraged, nor is it at all necessary. I indeed would not desire that we should engage the other gods in a battle, since we are much more powerful. Rather let us, going out of the way, sit down upon a place of observation, but the war shall be a care to mortals. But if Mars shall begin the combat, or Apollo, or shall restrain Achilles, and not suffer him to fight, then immediately shall the strife of contention there arise to us, and I think that they, having very speedily decided it, will return to Olympus, and mix with the assembly of other gods, violently subdued by necessity under our hands. Thus then, having spoken, the azure-haired god led the way to the lofty mound-raised wall of divine Hercules, which the Trojans and Pallas Minerva had made, that flying he might escape from the sea-monster when pursued from the shore to the plain. There then Neptune sat down, and the other gods, and drew an indissoluble cloud round their shoulders, whilst on the other side they sat upon the tops of Callicolone, around thee, O archer Apollo, and Mars, the sacker of cities. Thus they sat on both sides, planning designs, yet both were unwilling to commence grievous war. But Jove, sitting aloft, cheered them on. All the plain, however, was filled with them, and glittered with the brass of men and horses, and the earth echoed under the feet of them rushing together. But two heroes, by far the most valiant, advanced towards each other, into the midst of both armies, eager to fight, Aeneas, son of Anchises, and noble Achilles. And first Aeneas, threatening, advanced, nodding with his strong casque, and before his breast he held his impetuous shield, and shook his brazen spear. But on the other side, Pylades rushed against him like a destructive lion, which men assembled together, a whole village, are anxious to kill. He, however, at first despising them proceeds, but when some one of vigorous youths has wounded him with a dart, yawning he collects himself for a spring, and the foam arises round his teeth, and his valiant soul groans within his breast, and he lashes his sides and thighs on both sides with his tail, and rouses himself to battle. Then grimly glaring, he is borne straight on by his strength, if he can kill some of the men, or is himself destroyed in the first crowd. Thus did his might and noble soul urge Achilles to go against the magnanimous Aeneas. But when now advancing they approached each other, swift-footed noble Achilles first addressed the other. Why, O Aeneas, coming through so great a length of crowd, dost thou stand against me? Does then thy soul urge thee to fight with me, hoping that thou wilt govern the horse-breaking Trojans in the place of Priam? Yet even if thou shalt slay me, not thus will Priam place this reward in thy hand, for he has sons, and he is himself steady, nor inconstant. Or, if thou slayest me, have the Trojans cut off for thee an enclosure of soil surpassing others, suited to vines and the plough, that thou mayest cultivate it? Still I hope thou wilt effect it with difficulty, for I think I have at some other time put thee to flight with my spear. Dost thou not remember when I impetuously drove thee, when alone, from the oxen with rapid feet, down the Idaean mountains? Then indeed thou didst never turn round while flying, but didst escape thence into Lyrnessus. But I wasted it, having attacked it with the aid of Minerva and Father Jove. The women also I led away captives, having taken away their day of freedom, but Jove and the other gods preserved thee. However, I do not think they will protect thee now, as thou castest in thy mind. But I exhort thee, retiring, to go into the crowd, nor stand against me, before thou suffer some evil. But it is a fool who knows a thing only when it is done. But him Aeneas answered in turn, and said, Do not think, O son of Peleus, to affright me, like an infant boy, with words, since I also well know how to utter both threats and reproaches. But we know each other's race, and we know our parents, hearing the words of mortal men long since uttered, although by sight indeed neither dost thou know mine, nor I thine. They say indeed that thou art the offspring of renowned Peleus, and of thy mother Thetis, the fair-haired sea-nymph, whereas I boast myself to be sprung from magnanimous Anchises, and Venus is my mother. Of these the one or the other shall this day lament their beloved son, for I think we shall not return from the battle thus separated by childish words. But if thou desirest to be taught these matters, that thou mayest well know our race, for many men know it, cloud-compelling Jove indeed first begat Dardanus, and he built Dardania, for sacred Ilium, the city of articulate-speaking men, was not as yet built in the plain, and they still dwelt at the foot of many-rilled Ida. Dardanus again begat a son, King Erichthonius, who was then the richest of mortal men, whose 3,000 mares pastured through the marsh, rejoicing in their tender foals. Boreas, however, was enamored of some of these when pasturing, and having likened himself to an azure-maned steed, covered them, and they, becoming pregnant, brought forth 12 female foals, which when they bounded upon the fruitful earth, ran over the highest fruit of the stalks of corn, nor did they break them, but when they sported over the broad back of the ocean, they ran along the surface of the ridge of the hoary sea. But Erichthonius begat Tros, king of the Trojans. From Tros again were descended 3 illustrious sons, Ilus, Assaracus, and godlike Ganymede, who indeed was the handsomest of mortal men, and whom the gods caught up into heaven to pour out wine for Jove, that on account of his beauty he might be with the immortals. Ilus again begat his renowned son Laomedon, but Laomedon begat Tithonus and Priam, Lampus, Clytius, and Hicetaon, a branch of Mars, and Assaracus Capus, who also begat his son Anchises. But Anchises begat me, and Priam noble Hector. Of this race and blood do I boast myself to be. But Jove increases and diminishes valor to men as he pleases, for he is the most powerful of all. But come, let us no longer talk of these things like little boys, standing in the middle combat of the strife, for it is possible for both to utter very many reproaches, so that 100-oared galley would not contain the burthen. For the language of mortals is voluble, and the discourses in it numerous and varied, and vast is the distribution of words here and there. Whatsoever word thou mayest speak, such also wilt thou hear. But what need is there to us of disputes and railing, that we should quarrel with each other like women, who, being angry with a soul-destroying strife, proceeding into the middle of the way, chide each other with many things true and not true? For rage also suggests those things. With words, however, thou shalt not turn me courageous from my valor, before thou lightest against me with thy brass. But come quickly, let us make trial of each other with brazen spears. He spoke, and hurled his brazen spear against a dreadful shield, terrible to be seen, and the huge buckler resounded with the stroke of the javelin. But the son of Peleus, alarmed, held the shield from him with his strong hand, for he supposed that the long spear of great-hearted Aeneas would easily penetrate. Foolish! Nor did he reflect in his mind and soul that the glorious gifts of the gods are not easy to be subdued by mortal men, nor to yield. Nor then did the heavy spear of warlike Aeneas penetrate the shield, but the gold stopped it, the gift of the god. It penetrated, however, through 2 folds, but there were still 3, since Vulcan had drawn 5 folds over it, 2 brazen, 3 inside of tin, and 1 golden, in which the brazen spear was stopped. But Achilles next sent forth his long-shadowed spear, and struck against the shield of Aeneas, equal on all sides, at the outside edge, where the thinnest brass ran round it, and the ox-hide was thinnest upon it. But the Pelian ash broke through, and the shield was crushed by it. But Aeneas crouched, and being terrified, held the shield from him, whilst the spear, passing over his back, stuck in the earth, eager to go on, for it had burst through both orbs of the mighty shield. But he, having escaped the long spear, stood still, but a moderate sadness was poured over his eyes, terrified, because the weapon had stuck so near him. But Achilles eagerly sprang upon him, drawing his sharp sword, and shouting dreadfully. Then Aeneas seized in his hand a stone, a great weight, which not 2 men could bear, such as men now are, but he, though alone, easily wielded it. Then indeed had Aeneas smitten him, rushing on with the stone, either upon the helmet or the shield, which kept off grievous destruction from him. And Pelides in close fight had taken away his life with the sword, had not earth-shaking Neptune quickly perceived it, and immediately addressed this speech to the immortal gods. Ye gods, certainly there is now grief to me on account of magnanimous Aeneas, who will quickly descend to Hades, subdued by the son of Peleus, foolish, being persuaded by the words of far-darting Apollo, nor can he by any means avert sad destruction from him. But why now should this guiltless man suffer evils gratuitously on account of sorrows due to others? For he always presents gifts agreeable to the gods who inhabit the wide heaven. But come, let us withdraw from him death, lest even the son of Saturn be angry, if indeed Achilles slay this man. Moreover, it is fated that he should escape, that the race of Dardanus, whom Jove loved above all the children that were descended from him and mortal women, may not perish without offspring, and become extinct. For already hath the son of Saturn hated the race of Priam, and the might of Aeneas shall now rule over the Trojans, and the sons of his sons, who may be born in after times. But him, large-eyed venerable Juno then answered, O Earth-shaker, do thou thyself reflect within thy mind, with respect to Aeneas, whether thou wilt withdraw him, or suffer him, being brave, to be subdued by Achilles, the son of Peleus. For already we two, I and Pallas Minerva, have sworn many oaths amongst all the immortals, that we will never help to avert the evil day from the Trojans, not even when all Troy, fired, shall burn with consuming flame, and the warlike sons of the Greeks fire it. But when the earth-shaking Neptune heard this, he hastened to go through the battle and the clash of spears, and came where were Aeneas and renowned Achilles. And immediately he shed a darkness upon the eyes of Achilles, son of Peleus, and he drew out the ashen spear, well guarded with brass, from the shield of magnanimous Aeneas, and laid it before the feet of Achilles, and pushed on Aeneas, lifting him high up from the ground. But Aeneas leaped over many ranks of men and many of horses, impelled by the hand of the god, and came to the rear of the troubled fight, where the Caucones were arrayed for war. But very near him came earth-shaking Neptune, and addressing him spoke winged words. O Aeneas, which of the gods commanded thee thus mad to combat against Achilles, who was at once more valiant than thou, and more dear to the immortals? But retire whenever thou shalt be opposed to him, lest even contrary to fate thou arrive at the habitation of Pluto. But when Achilles shall have attained his death and destiny, then again being confident, fight among the front ranks, because no other of the Greeks shall slay thee. So saying, he left him there, when he had told him all, and immediately afterwards dissipated the thick darkness from the eyes of Achilles, and he then saw very clearly with his eyes, whereupon groaning he addressed his magnanimous soul. Ye gods, certainly I behold this, a great marvel with mine eyes. The spear indeed lies upon the ground, nor do I at all perceive the man at whom I hurled it, desiring to kill him. Undoubtedly Aeneas too was dear to the immortal gods, although I suppose that he boasted thus idly. Let him go. There will be no spirit in him hereafter to make trial of me, who even now rejoicing has escaped from death. But come, having encouraged the warlike Greeks, I will make trial of the other Trojans going against them. He spoke, and sprang into the ranks, and cheered on every man. No longer now stand off from the Trojans, O noble Greeks, but on! Let man advance against man, and let him be eager to engage. Difficult is it for me, although being valiant, to attack so many warriors, and to fight with them all. Not even Mars, who is an immortal god, nor yet Minerva could charge and toil against the force of such a conflict. Yet whatever I can do with hands, with feet, and with strength, I declare that I will no longer be remiss, not ever so little, but I will go right through their line. Nor do I think that any Trojan will rejoice, whoever may come near my javelin. Thus he spoke, encouraging them. But illustrious Hector, upbraiding, animated the Trojans, and said that he would go against Achilles. "Ye magnanimous Trojans, fear not the son of Peleus. I too could fight with words, even with the immortals, but with the spear it is difficult, for they are far more powerful. Nor shall Achilles give effect to all his words, but one part he shall fulfill, and the other leave half imperfect. Against him will I go, even though he were like to fire as to his hands, and to shining iron as to his might." Thus he spoke, inciting them, but the Trojans opposite quickly raised their spears. Their strength was mingled together, and a shout arose. Then also Phoebus Apollo, standing near, addressed Hector. "Hector, do not at all fight in the van with Achilles, but receive him in the crowd, and from the tumult, lest by any chance he hit thee, or strike thee with the sword in close combat." Thus he spoke, and Hector sunk back again into the thick body of men, dismayed when he heard the voice of the god speaking. But Achilles leaped among the Trojans, clad with courage as to his soul, shouting dreadfully, and first slew gallant Iphition, son of Otrynteus, the leader of many people, whom the nymph Naias, born to Otrynteus, the sacker of cities, under snowy Tmolus, in the rich district of Hyda. Him, eagerly rushing straight forward, noble Achilles struck with his javelin in the middle of the head, and it was entirely split in two. He gave a crash as he fell, and noble Achilles boasted over him. "O son of Otrynteus, most terrible of all men, thou liest. Death is here upon thee. Thy birth, however, is at the Gygaean lake, where is thy paternal land, beside fishy Hyllus and eddying Hermus." Thus he spoke boasting, but darkness covered Iphition's eyes. But the horses of the Greeks tore him with the tires of the wheels in the front ranks. After him Achilles smote Demoleon, son of Antenor, a brave repeller of the fight, in the temples through his brazen-cheeked helmet. Nor indeed did the brazen casque resist it, but through it the eager javelin broke the bone, and the whole brain within it was defiled, and he subdued him ardent. Next he wounded with his spear in the back Hippodamus as he was leaping down from his chariot, while flying before him. But he breathed out his soul and groaned, like as when a bull, dragged round the Heliconian king, bellows, as the youths drag him, and the earth-shaker is delighted with them. So as he moaned, his fierce soul left his bones. But he went with his spear against godlike Polydorus, the son of Priam. But him his father did not permit to fight, because he was the youngest among all, and dearest to him, and surpassed all in speed. Then indeed, through youthful folly, exhibiting the excellence of his speed, he ran among the front ranks till he lost his life. Him noble swift-footed Achilles smote rushing by, in the middle of the back, where the golden rings of his belt clasped together, and the double corslet met. Right through at the navel pierced the point of the spear, and uttering a groan, he fell upon his knees. A black cloud enveloped him, and stooping down, he gathered his intestines in his hands. But when Hector perceived his brother Polydorus holding his intestines in his hands, and rolled on the earth, a darkness was immediately poured over his eyes, nor could he any longer be employed afar off, but advanced towards Achilles, like unto a flame, brandishing his sharp spear. On the other hand, Achilles, as soon as he saw him, leaped up, and boasting spoke. "Near is the man who has most stung my soul, who has slain my cherished companion. No longer indeed let us dread each other through the bridges of war." He spoke, and sternly regarding him addressed noble Hector. "Come nearer, that thou mayest the sooner reach the end of death." But him, not daunted, crest-tossing Hector addressed. "O son of Peleus, do not expect to terrify me now like a little boy, at least with words, since I myself also well know how to speak both revilings and reproaches. I know that thou indeed art brave, and that I am inferior to thee. But these things indeed are placed at the knees of the gods, whether, although being inferior, I shall take away thy life, striking thee with my spear, since my weapon also is sharp at the point." He spoke, and brandishing sent forth his spear, and Minerva with a breath turned it back from glorious Achilles, having breathed very gently. But it came back to noble Hector and lay before his feet. But Achilles, eager to slay him, rushed furiously on, shouting dreadfully. But Apollo, as a god, very easily snatched him away, and covered him with abundant haze. Thrice indeed swift-footed noble Achilles rushed on with his brazen spear, and thrice he smote the deep haze. But when he rushed on the fourth time, like unto a god, he, dreadfully chiding, addressed to him winged words. "Dog, now again hast thou escaped death. Assuredly evil came very near thee, but Phoebus Apollo has now again preserved thee, to whom thou art wont to pray, when going into the clang of spears. Yet will I certainly finish thee, meeting thee hereafter, if indeed any of the gods be an ally to me also. At present, however, I will go after others of the Trojans, whomsoever I can." So saying, he struck Dryops with his spear in the middle of the neck, and he fell before his feet. Him then he left, and then detained Demuchus, son of Philotor, brave and great, wounding him in the knee with his spear, whom then striking with his great sword he deprived of life. But attacking both, he pushed Laogonus and Dardanus, the sons of Bias, from their chariot to the ground, wounding one with his spear, and striking the other in close combat with his sword. Also Tros, the son of Alastor, who came towards him, taking him by the knees, if on any terms he would spare him, and dismiss him alive, nor slay him, taking pity on their equal age, fool, who knew not that he would not be persuaded, for he was by no means a tender-minded nor gentle man, but very ferocious. Tros indeed clasped his knees with his hands, desiring to supplicate him, but Achilles wounded him in the liver with his sword, and his liver fell out, and the black blood from it filled his bosom, and darkness veiled his eyes, wanting life. But standing near Mulius, he smote him with his javelin on the ear, and immediately the brazen blade went through the other ear. Then with his large hilted sword he smote Echeclus, son of Antenor, in the center of the head, and the whole sword became tepid with blood. But purple death and violent fate seized his eyes. Then Deucalion, where the tendons of the elbow unite, there he pierced him through his hand with his brazen spear. But he, weighed down as to his hand, awaited him, perceiving death before him. But Achilles, smiting his neck with his sword, knocked the head off afar with its helmet, and the marrow sprang forth from the spine, and Deucalion lay extended on the ground. Then he hastened to go towards Rigmus, the renowned son of Piraeus, who had come from fertile Thrace, whom he smote in the middle with his javelin, and the brass was fixed in his stomach. And he fell from his chariot, and Achilles wounded in the back with his sharp javelin Areithus, the attendant, while turning back the steeds, and threw him from the chariot, and the horses were thrown into confusion. And as the blazing fire burns through the deep dells of a dry mountain, and the dense forest is consumed, and the wind agitating turns round the flame on all sides, thus he raged in every direction with his spear, like unto a deity, following those that were to be slain. And the black earth flowed with blood, as when anyone yokes broad, four-headed bulls to trample out white barley on the well-leveled floor, and it easily becomes small beneath the feet of the bellowing oxen, so the solid-hoofed horses, driven by magnanimous Achilles, trod down together both courses and shields, and the whole axle-tree beneath was polluted with gore, and the rings which were round the chariot seat, which the drops from the horses' hooves spattered, as well as from the felloes. But the son of Peleus was eager to bear away glory, and was polluted with gore as to his invincible hands. End of Book the 20th, read by Stephen Carney. Section 21, Book the 21st of the Iliad of Homer. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Stephen Carney. The Iliad of Homer by Homer, translated by Theodore Alois Buckley. Section 21, Book the 21st. Argument. Having divided the Trojan army, Achilles drives one part towards the city, and the other into Xanthus, where he takes 12 youths alive, in order to sacrifice them at the tomb of Patroclus. He then slays Lycaon, and Asteropaeus, deriding the river god Xanthus as unable to aid his friends. The river endeavors to overwhelm him by the aid of Simois, but Vulcan defends him from the danger. Single combats of the gods then follow, but they afterwards retire to Olympus. Apollo then leads Achilles away, assuming the form of Agenor, and the Trojans are thus enabled to regain the city. But when they at last reach the course of the fairly flowing river, the eddying Xanthus, which immortal Jove begat, there separating them, he pursued some, indeed, through the plain towards the city, by the same way that the Greeks on the preceding day, being astounded, had fled, when illustrious Hector raged. By that way were they poured forth terrified, but Juno expanded a dense cloud before them, to check them, but the other half were rolled into the deep-flowing river, with silver eddies. But they fell in with a great noise, and the deep streams resounded, and the banks around murmured. But they with clamour swam here and there, whirled about in the eddies, as when locusts, driven by the force of fire, fly into the air to escape to a river, but the indefatigable fire, suddenly kindled, blazes, and they fall through terror into the water. Thus by Achilles was the resounding river of deep eddied Xanthus filled promiscuously with horses and men. But the Jove-sprung hero left his spear upon the banks, leaning against a tamarisk, and he leaped in like unto a god, having only his sword, and meditated destructive deeds in his mind. And he smote on all sides, and a shocking lamentation arose of those who were stricken by the sword, and the water was reddened with blood. And as when the other fish, flying from a mighty dolphin, fill the inmost recesses of a safe anchoring harbour, frightened, for he totally devours whatever he can catch, so the Trojans hid themselves in caves along the streams of the terrible river. But he, when he was wearied as to his hands slaying, chose 12 youths alive out of the river, a penalty for dead Patroclus the son of Menoetius. These he led out of the river stupefied like fawns, and he bound their hands behind them with well-cut straps, which they themselves bore. upon their twisted tunics, and gave them to his companions to conduct to the hollow ships. But he rushed on again, desiring to slay. Then did he encounter the son of Dardanian Priam, Lycaon, escaping from the river, whom he himself had formerly led away, taking him unwilling from his father's farm, having come upon him by night. But he with a sharp brass was trimming a wild fig tree of its tender branches, that they might become the cinctures of a chariot. But upon him came noble Achilles' unexpected evil, and then conveying him in his ships, he sold him into well-inhabited Lemnos. But the son of Jason gave his price, and from thence his guest, Imbraean Eetion, ransomed him, and gave him many things, and sent him to noble Erisbe, whence, secretly escaping, he reached his father's house. Returning from Lemnos for 11 days, he was delighted in his soul, with his friends. But on the 12th day the deity again placed him in the hands of Achilles, who was about to send him into the habitation of Hades, although not willing to go. But when swift-footed noble Achilles perceived him naked, without helmet and shield, neither had he a spear, for all these indeed he had thrown to the ground, for the sweat overcame him, flying from the river, and fatigue subdued his limbs beneath. But Achilles, indignant, thus addressed his own great-hearted soul. O gods, surely I perceive this, a great marvel, with mine eyes. Doubtless the magnanimous Trojans, whom I have slain, will rise again from the murky darkness, as now this man has returned, escaping the merciless day, having been sold in sacred Lemnos. Nor has the depth of the sea restrained him, which restrains many against their will. But come now, he shall taste the point of my spear, that I may know in my mind, and learn whether he will in like manner return thence, or whether the fruitful earth will detain him, which detains even the mighty. Thus he pondered, remaining still, but near him came Lycaon in consternation, anxious to touch his knees, for he very much wished in his mind to escape evil death and black fate. Meanwhile noble Achilles raised his long spear, desiring to wound him, but he ran in under it, and stooping seized his knees, and the spear stuck fixed in the earth over his back, eager to be satiated with human flesh. But he, having grasped his knees with one hand, supplicated him, and with the other held the sharp spear, nor did he let it go, and supplicating addressed to him winged words. O Achilles, embracing thy knees, I supplicate thee, but do thou respect and pity me. I am to thee in place of a suppliant to be revered, O Jove-nurtured one. For with thee I first tasted the fruit of Ceres on that day, when thou tookest me in the well-cultivated field, and didst sell me, leading me away from my father and friends to sacred Lemnos, and I brought thee the price of 100 oxen. But now will I redeem myself, giving thrice as many. This is already the 12th morning to me since I came to Troy, having suffered much, and now again pernicious fate has placed me in thy hands. Certainly I must be hated by Father Jove, who has again given me to thee, for my mother Laothoe, the daughter of aged Altes, brought forth short-lived me of Altes, who rules over the warlike Lilagans, possessing lofty Pedasus near the Satnio. And Priam possessed his daughter, as well as many others, but from her we two were born, but thou wilt slay both. Him, godlike Polydorus, thou hast subdued already among the foremost infantry, when thou smotest him with the sharp spear, and now will evil be to me here, for I do not think that I shall escape thy hands, since a deity has brought me near thee. Yet another thing will I tell thee, and do thou store it in thy mind. Do not slay me, for I am not of the same womb with Hector, who killed thy companion, both gentle and brave. Thus then, indeed, the noble son of Priam addressed him, supplicating with words, but he heard a stern reply. Fool, talk not of me of ransom, nor indeed mention it. Before Patroclus fulfilled the fatal day, so long to me was it more agreeable in my mind to spare the Trojans, and many I took alive and sold. But now there is not one of all the Trojans whom the deity shall put into my hands before Ilium, who shall escape death, but above all of the sons of Priam. But die thou also, my friend. Why weepest thou thus? Patroclus likewise died, who was much better than thou. Seest thou not how great I am, both fair and great? And I am from a noble sire, and a goddess mother bore me. But death and violent fate will come upon thee and me, whether it be morning, evening, or midday, whenever any one shall take away my life with a weapon, either wounding me with a spear, or with an arrow from the string." Thus he spoke, but his knees and dear heart were relaxed. He let go the spear, indeed, and sat down, stretching out both hands. But Achilles, drawing his sharp sword, smote him at the clavicle, near the neck. The two-edged sword penetrated totally, and he, prone upon the ground, lay stretched out, but the black blood flowed out and moistened the earth. Then Achilles, seizing him by the foot, threw him into the river to be carried along, and boasting, spoke winged words. "Lie there now with the fishes, which, without concern, will lap the blood of thy wound, nor shall thy mother weep, placing thee upon the funeral couch, but the eddying Scamander shall bear thee into the wide bosom of the ocean. Some fish, bounding through the wave, will escape to the dark ripple, in order that he may devour the white fat of Lycaon. Perish, ye Trojans, till we attain to the city of sacred Ilium, you flying, and I slaughtering in the rear. Nor shall the wide-flowing, silver-eddying river profit you, to which ye have already sacrificed many bulls, and cast solid-hoofed steeds alive into its eddies. But even thus shall ye die an evil death, until ye all atone for the death of Patroclus, and the slaughter of the Greeks, whom ye have killed at the swift ships, I being absent." Thus he spoke. But the river was the more enraged at heart, and revolved in his mind how he might make noble Achilles cease from labour, and avert destruction from the Trojans. But meanwhile the son of Peleus, holding his long-shadowed spear, leaped upon Asteropaeus, son of Pelagon, desirous to kill him, whom the wide-flowing Axius begat, and Periboea, eldest of the daughters of Acesimaeus. For with her had the deep eddying river been mingled. Against him Achilles rushed, but he, emerging from the river, stood opposite, holding two spears, for Xanthus had placed courage in his mind, because he was enraged on account of the youths slain in battle, whom Achilles had slain in the stream, nor pitied them. But when they were now near, advancing towards each other, him first, swift-footed, noble Achilles addressed. "Who and whence art thou of men, thou who darest to come against me? Truly they are the sons of unhappy men who encounter my might." Him again the illustrious son of Pelagon addressed. "O magnanimous son of Peleus, why dost thou ask my race? I am from fruitful Paeonia, being far off, leading the long-speared Paeonian heroes, and this is now the 11th morning to me since I came to Troy. But my descent is from the wide-flowing Axius, who pours the fairest flood upon the earth, he who begat Pelagon, renowned for the spear, who men say begat me. But now, O illustrious Achilles, let us fight." Thus he spake threatening, but noble Achilles raised a Pelian ash. But the hero Asteropaeus took aim with both spears at the same time, for he was ambidexter. With the one spear he struck the shield, nor did it pierce the shield completely through, for the gold restrained it, the gift of a god, and the other slightly wounded him upon the elbow of the right arm, and the black blood gushed out. But the spear passing over him was fixed in the earth, longing to satiate itself with his body. But second Achilles hurled his straight, flying ashen spear at Asteropaeus, anxiously desiring to slay him. From him indeed he erred, and struck the lofty bank, and drove the ashen spear up to the middle in the bank. Then the son of Peleus, drawing his sharp sword from his thigh, eagerly leaped upon him, but he was not able to pluck out with his strong hand the ashen spear of Achilles from the bank. Thrice indeed he shook it, desiring to pluck it out, and thrice he failed in strength, and the fourth time he had determined in his mind, bending to snap the ashen spear of Achilles. But Achilles first, close at hand, took away his life with the sword, for he smote him upon the belly at the navel, and all his bowels were poured out upon the ground, and darkness veiled him, dying as to his eyes. Then Achilles, leaping upon his breast, despoiled him of his arms, and boasting spoke. "Lie so. It is a difficult thing for thee, though descended from a river, to contend with the sons of the most mighty Saturnian Jove. Thou saidst thou wert of the race of a wide-flowing river, but I boast myself to be of the race of mighty Jove. The hero ruling over many Myrmidons begat me, Peleus, son of Acus, but Acus was from Jove, wherefore Jove is more powerful than rivers flowing into the sea, and the race of Jove again is more powerful than that of a river. Besides, a very great river is at hand to thee, if it can aught defend thee. But it is not lawful to fight with Jove, the son of Saturn. With him neither does King Achilles vie, nor the mighty strength of deep-flowing Oceanus, from which flow all rivers, and every sea, and all fountains, and deep wells. And even he dreads the bolt of the great Jove, and the dreadful thunder when it bellows from heaven." He said, and plucked his brazen spear from the bank. But him he left there, after he had taken away his life, lying in the sand, and the dark water laved him. About him, indeed, the eels and fishes were busied, eating and nibbling the fat around his kidneys. But Achilles hastened to go against the Paeonian equestrian warriors, who were already turned to flight beside the eddying river, when they saw the bravest in the violent conflict bravely subdued by the hands and sword of the son of Peleus. Then he slew Thersilochus, Mydon, Astypulus, Menesus, Thracius, Aeneas, and Ophelestes. And now had swift Achilles slain even more Paeonians, had not the deep eddying river, enraged, addressed him, likening itself to a man, and uttered a voice from its deep vortex. "O Achilles, thou excellest, it is true, in strength, but thou doest unworthy acts above others, for the gods themselves always aid thee. If indeed the son of Saturn has granted to thee to destroy all the Trojans, at least having driven them from me, perform these arduous enterprises along the plain. For now are my agreeable streams full of dead bodies, nor can I any longer pour my tide into the vast sea, choked up by the dead, whilst thou slayest unsparingly. But come, even cease, a stupor seizes me, O chieftain of the people." But him swift-footed Achilles answering addressed, "These things shall be as thou desirest, O Jove-nurtured Scamander, but I will not cease slaughtering the treaty-breaking Trojans before that I enclose them in the city, and make trial of Hector face to face, whether he shall slay me or I him." Thus speaking, he rushed upon the Trojans like unto a god, and the deep eddying river then addressed Apollo. "Alas, O god of the silver bow, child of Jove, thou hast not observed the counsels of Jove, who very much enjoined thee to stand by and aid the Trojans, till the late setting evening sun should come, and overshadow the fruitful earth." He spoke, and spear-renowned Achilles leaped into the midst, rushing down from the bank. But the river rushed on, raging with a swollen flood, and turbid excited all his waves. And it pushed along the numerous corpses which were in him in abundance, whom Achilles had slain. These he cast out, roaring like a bull, upon the shore. But the living he preserved in his fair streams, concealing them among his mighty deep gulfs. And terrible around Achilles stood the disturbed wave, and the stream, falling upon his shield, oppressed him, nor could he stand steady on his feet, but he seized with his hands a thriving large elm, and it, falling from its roots, dislodged the whole bank, and interrupted the beautiful streams with its thick branches, and bridged over the river itself, falling completely in. Then leaping up from the gulf, he hastened to fly over the plain on his rapid feet, terrified. Nor yet did the mighty god desist, but rushed after him, blackening on the surface, that he might make noble Achilles cease from toil, and avert destruction from the Trojans. But the son of Peleus leaped back as far as is the cast of a spear, having the impetuosity of a dark eagle, a hunter, which is at once the strongest and the swiftest of birds. Like unto it he rushed, but the brass clanked dreadfully upon his breast. But he, inclining obliquely, fled from it, and it, flowing from behind, followed with a mighty noise. As when a ditch worker leads a stream of water from a black flowing fountain through the plantations and gardens, holding a spade in his hands, and throwing out the obstructions from the channel. All the pebbles beneath are agitated as it flows along, and rapidly descending it murmurs down a sloping declivity, and outstrips even him who directs it. So the water of the river always overtook Achilles, though being nimble. For the gods are more powerful than mortals. As often as swift-footed noble Achilles attempted to oppose it, and to know whether all the immortals who possess the wide heaven put him to flight, so often did a great billow of the river, flowing from Jove, lave his shoulders from above, whilst he leaped up with his feet, sad in mind, and the rapid stream subdued his knees under him, and withdrew the sand from beneath his feet. But Pelides groaned, looking toward the wide heaven. "O Father Jove, how does none of the gods undertake to save me miserable from the river? Hereafter indeed I would suffer anything, but no other of the heavenly inhabitants is so culpable to me as my mother, who soothed me with falsehoods, and said that I should perish by the fleet arrows of Apollo, under the wall of the armed Trojans. Would that Hector had slain me, who here was nurtured the bravest. Then a brave man would he have slain, and have despoiled a brave man. But now it is decreed that I be destroyed by an inglorious death, overwhelmed in a mighty river, like a swineherd's boy, whom, as he is fording it, the torrent overwhelms in wintry weather." Thus he spoke, but Neptune and Minerva, very quickly advancing, stood near him, but in body they had likened themselves to men, and taking his hands in their hands, strengthened him with words. But to them earth-shaking Neptune began discourse. "O son of Peleus, neither now greatly fear, nor yet be at all dismayed. So great allies from among the gods are we to thee, Jove approving it, I and Pallas Minerva, so that it is not decreed that thou shouldst be overcome by a river. It indeed shall soon cease, and thou thyself shalt see it. But let us prudently suggest, if thou be obedient, not to stop thy hands from equally destructive war, before thou shalt have enclosed the Trojan army within the renowned walls of Troy, whoever indeed can escape. But do thou, having taken away the life of Hector, return again to the ships, for we grant to thee to bear away glory." They indeed, having thus spoken, departed to the immortals, but he proceeded towards the plain, for the command of the gods strongly impelled him, and it was all filled with the overflowed water. Much beautiful armor and corpses of youths slain in battle floated along, but his knees bounded up against the course of it, rushing straight forward. For Minerva had put great strength into him, nor did Scamander remit his strength, but was the more enraged with the son of Peleus. And he swelled the wave of the stream, and shouting, animated Simois. "O dear brother, let us both at least restrain the force of the man, since he will quickly destroy the great city of King Priam, for the Trojans resist him not in battle. But aid me very quickly, and fill thy streams of water from thy fountains, and rouse all thy rivulets, raise a great wave, and stir up a mighty confusion of stems and stones, that we may restrain this furious man, who now already is victorious, and is bent on deeds equal to the gods. For I think that neither his strength will defend him, nor his beauty at all, nor those beautiful arms which shall lie everywhere in the bottom of my gulf, covered with mud. Himself also will I involve in sand, pouring vast abundant silt around him, nor shall the Greeks know where to gather his bones, so much slime will I spread over him, and there forthwith shall be his tomb, nor shall there be any want to him of entombing, when the Greeks perform his obsequies." He spoke, and raging aloft, turbid, he rushed upon Achilles, murmuring with foam, with blood, and with dead bodies. Immediately the purple water of the Jove-descended river being raised up stood, and seized the son of Peleus. But Juno cried aloud, fearing for Achilles, lest the mighty deep-eddying river should sweep him away, and immediately addressed Vulcan, her beloved son. "Arise, Vulcan, my son, for we supposed that eddying Xanthus was equally matched in battle against thee. But give aid with all haste, and exhibit thy abundant flame. But I will go excite a severe storm of Zephyrus, and rapid notice from the sea, which bearing a destructive conflagration, may consume the heads and armor of the Trojans. Do thou therefore burn the trees upon the banks of Xanthus, and hurl at himself with fire, nor let him at all avert thee by kind words or threats. Neither do thou previously restrain thy might, but when I shouting shall give the signal, then restrain thy indefatigable fire." Thus she spoke, but Vulcan darted forth his fierce burning fire. First indeed he kindled a fire in the plain, and burned many dead bodies, which were in abundance over it, whom Achilles had slain, so that the whole plain was dried up, and the clear water restrained. And as when an autumnal north wind immediately dries a newly watered garden, and gratifies him whoever cultivates it, so was the whole plain dried, and it consumed the dead, whereupon he turned his all-resplendent flame against the river. The elms were burned up, and the willows and tamarisks. The lotus was consumed, and the rushes and reeds, which grew in great abundance round the beautiful streams of the river. Harassed were the eels and the fishes, which through the whirlpools, and which through the fair streams dived here and there, exhausted by the breath of the various artificer Vulcan. The might of the river was burnt up, and he spake and addressed him. "None of the gods, O Vulcan, can oppose thee on equal terms, nor can I contend with thee, thus burning with fire. Cease from combat, and let noble Achilles instantly expel the Trojans from their city. What have I to do with contest and assistance?" He spoke, scorched, and his fair streams boiled up, as a cauldron pressed by much fire glows, bubbling up within on all sides, while melting the fat of a delicately fed sow, whilst the dry wood lies beneath it. So were his fair streams dried up with fire, and the water boiled, nor could he flow on, but was restrained, and the vapour raised by the might of crafty Vulcan harassed him. At length, supplicating much, he addressed to Juno winged words. "O Juno, why does thy son press upon my stream to annoy me beyond others? Nor truly am I so much to blame as all the others, as many as are assistants to the Trojans. But I will, however, desist if thou biddest, and let him also cease. And I moreover will swear this, that I never will avert the evil day from the Trojans, not even when all burning Troy shall be consumed with destructive fire, and the warlike sons of the Greeks shall burn it." But when the white-armed goddess Juno heard this, she straightway addressed her beloved son Vulcan. "Vulcan, my illustrious son, abstain, for it is not fitting thus to persecute an immortal for the sake of mortals." Thus she spoke, and Vulcan extinguished his glowing fire, and the refluent water immediately lowered its fair streams. But when the might of Xanthus was subdued, then indeed they rested, for Juno restrained herself, though enraged. Among the other gods, however, grievous, troublesome contention fell out, and the inclination in their minds was borne in opposite directions. They engaged with a great tumult, and the wide earth re-echoed, and the mighty heaven resounded around. And Jove heard it sitting upon Olympus, and his heart laughed with joy, when he beheld the gods engaging in contest. Then they did not long stand apart, for shield-piercing Mars began, and rushed first against Minerva, holding his brazen spear, and uttered an opprobrious speech. "Why thus, O most impudent, having boundless audacity, dost thou join the gods in battle? Has thy great soul incited thee? Dost thou not remember when thou didst urge Diomede, the son of Tydeus, to strike me? And taking the spear thyself, thou didst direct it right against me, and didst lacerate my fair flesh? Now, therefore, I think that I will chastise thee for all that thou hast done against me." So saying, he struck her on the fringed aegis, horrible, which not even the thunderbolt of Jove will subdue. On it gore-tainted Mars smote her with a long spear, but she, retiring, seized in her stout hand a stone lying in the plain, black, rugged, and great, which men of former days had set to be the boundary of a field. With this she struck fierce Mars upon the neck, and relaxed his knees. 7 acres he covered, falling. As to his hair, he was defiled with dust, and his armour rang round him. But Pallas Minerva laughed, and boasting over him, addressed to him winged words. "Fool, hast thou not yet perceived how much I boast myself to be superior, that thou opposest thy strength to me? Thus indeed dost thou expiate the erroneous of thy mother, who designs mischief against thee, enraged because thou hast deserted the Greeks, and dost aid the treaty-breaking Trojans?" Thus having spoken, she turned back her bright eyes, but Venus, the daughter of Jove, taking him by the hand, led him away, groaning very frequently. But he with difficulty collected his spirit. But when the white-armed goddess Juno perceived him, immediately to Minerva she addressed winged words. "Alas, O child of aegis-bearing Jove, invincible, see how again she, most impudent, leads manslaughtering Mars through the tumult from the glowing battle. But follow." Thus she spoke, but Minerva rushed after her, and rejoiced in her mind, and springing upon her, smote her with her stout hand on the breast, and dissolved her knees and dear heart. Then both of them lay upon the fruitful earth. But she, boasting over them, spoke winged words. "Would that all as many as are allies to the Trojans, when they fight against the armed Greeks, were so bold and daring, as Venus came an assistant to Mars, to oppose my strength. Then had we long since ceased from battle, having overthrown the well-built city of Ilium." Thus she spoke, but the white-armed goddess Juno smiled, and the earth-shaking king addressed Apollo. "Phoebus, why do we two stand apart? Nor is it becoming, since the others have begun. This would be disgraceful, if we return without fight to Olympus, and to the brazen-floored mansion of Jove. Commence, for thou art younger by birth, for it would not be proper for me, since I am elder, and know more things. Fool, since thou possessest a senseless heart, nor dost at all remember those things, how many evils we suffered round Ilium, when we alone of the gods, coming from Jove to haughty Laomedon, laboured for a year for a stipulated hire, and he commanding gave orders. I indeed built a city and wall for the Trojans, extensive and very beautiful, that the city might be impregnable. Whilst thou, O Phoebus, didst feed his stamping-footed, curved-horned oxen among the lawns of many-veiled, woody Ida. But when now the jocund hours had brought round the period of payment, then did violent Laomedon forcibly defraud us both of all reward, and having threatened, dismissed us, and defraud us, and beside he threatened that he would bind our feet and hands from above, and sell us into distant islands, and affirmed that he would cut off the ears of both with the brass. But we immediately returned back with indignant mind, enraged on account of the rewards which, having promised, he did not make good. Is it for this thou dost now gratify the people? Why dost thou not strive along with us, that the treaty-breaking Trojans may basely perish from the root, with their children and modest wives?" But him the far-darting king Apollo in turn addressed. O Neptune, wouldst thou not say that I am prudent, if I should now contend with thee for the sake of miserable mortals, who, like the leaves, are at one time very blooming, feeding on the fruit of the soil, and at another again perish without life? Rather let us cease from combat as soon as possible, and let them decide the matter themselves. Thus having spoken, he turned himself back, for he was afraid to come to strife of hands with his uncle. But him his sister, rustic Diana, the mistress of wild beasts, harshly rebuked, and uttered this upbraiding speech. Fliest thou, far darter, and hast thou yielded the whole victory to Neptune, and dost thou give easy glory to him? O fool, why in vain dost thou hold an useless bow? No longer now shall I hear thee boasting in the halls of our sire, as formerly amongst the immortal gods, that thou wouldst fight in opposition to Neptune. Thus she spoke, but her the far-darting Apollo by no means addressed, but the venerable spouse of Jove, enraged, rebuked her who rejoices in arrows with reproaching words. How darest thou now, fearless wretch, stand against me? A difficult match am I for thee to be opposed to my strength, although thou art a bow-bearer, for Jove has made thee a lioness among women, and suffered thee to kill whatever woman thou wilt. Certainly it is better to slay wild beasts among the mountains, or rustic stags, than to fight bravely with thy betters. But if thou desirest to have a knowledge of battle, come on, that thou mayest well know how much the better I am, since thou opposest strength to me. She spoke, and with her left hand seized both Diana's hands at the wrist, and with her right hand plucked the bow from her shoulders. Smiling, she beat her about the ears with it, while she writhed herself, and the fleet arrows fell out of her quiver as she moved. Then the goddess fled, weeping like a dove which flies from a hawk to a hollow rock, her hiding place, for neither was it fated that she should be taken by it. So she fled weeping, and left her arrows there. But the messenger Mercury, the slayer of Argos, addressed Latona. O Latona, I will by no means fight with thee, for difficult indeed would it be to combat with the wives of cloud-compelling Jove, but rather, very forward among the immortal god, boast that thou hast conquered me by violent force. Thus indeed he spoke, but Latona collected together the bent bow and the arrows which had fallen here and there amid the whirl of dust. She, having taken the arrows, followed her daughter. But the daughter had arrived at Olympus, and at the brazen-floored palace of Jove, and had sat down at the knees of her father, weeping, whilst her ambrosial robe trembled around, and her Saturnian father drew towards him, and sweetly smiling, interrogated her. Which now of the heavenly inhabitants, my dear child, has rashly done such things to thee, as of having done some evil openly? But him the fair-crowned mistress of the chase addressed in turn. Thy spouse, the white-armed Juno, has injured me, O father, from whom contention and strife await the immortals. Thus they indeed spoke with one another. But Phoebus Apollo came to sacred Ilium, for the wall of the well-built city was a care to him, lest the Greeks, contrary to fate, should overthrow it that day. The other ever-existing gods, however, repaired to Olympus, some indeed indignant, but others greatly boasting, and they sat down beside their father, the collector of dark clouds. But Achilles slew at once the Trojans themselves, and their solid-hoofed steeds, and as when a smoke ascending from a burning city reaches the wide heaven, but the wrath of the gods has excited it, it creates toil to all, and sends griefs upon many, so did Achilles cause toil and griefs to the Trojans. Meanwhile aged Priam stood upon a lofty tower, and observed huge Achilles, but by him the routed Trojans were easily thrown into confusion, nor was there any might in them. Then groaning, he descended from the tower to the ground, in order to direct the illustrious guards at the gates along the wall. Hold the gates open in your hands until the people flying come into the city, for Achilles is at hand routing them. Now I think that destructive deeds will be, but as soon as they revive, hemmed in within the wall, put to again the well-fitted doors, for I tremble lest this destructive man rush within the wall. Thus he spoke, but they opened the gates and pushed back the bolts, and they being opened afforded safety. But Apollo leaped out to meet them, that he might avert destruction from the Trojans. Then they, parched with thirst, and covered with dust, fled from the plain directly towards the city and the lofty wall. But he furiously pursued with his spear, for fierce madness constantly possessed his heart, and he burned to bear away glory. Then indeed the sons of the Greeks had taken lofty-gated Troy, had not Phoebus Apollo excited noble Agenor, a hero, the son of Antenor, both blameless and brave, and into his heart he threw courage, and he himself stood beside him, leaning against a beech tree, that he might avert the heavy hands of death. But he was overshadowed by much darkness. But he, when he perceived Achilles, the destroyer of cities, stood still, and much was his heart darkened, as he remained. And sighing, he thus addressed his own great soul. Alas me! If indeed I fly from terrible Achilles, in the way by which the others routed are flying, even thus will he seize me, and will slay me unwarlike. But if I suffer these to be thrown into confusion by Achilles, the son of Peleus, and fly in another direction on my feet from the wall through the Ilian plain, until I reach the lawns of Ida, and enter its thickets, then indeed, having bathed myself at evening in the river, I may return back to Troy cleansed from sweat. But why does my mind commune these things? Truly he may observe me departing from the city towards the plain, and quickly pursuing may overtake me on his swift feet. Then will it no longer be possible to escape death and fate, for he is very powerful beyond all men. But if I go against him in front of the city, where his body is also without doubt vulnerable by the sharp brass, there is one soul in it, and men say that he is mortal, although Jove the son of Saturn affords him glory. So saying, gathering himself up, he awaited Achilles, and his valiant heart within him burned to combat and to fight. As a panther advances from a deep thicket against a huntsman, nor is aught troubled in mind, nor put to flight, although it hears a yelling, and although anticipating it, he may have wounded or stricken it, nevertheless, although pierced with a spear, it desists not from the combat, till either it be engaged in close fight, or be subdued. Thus noble Agenor, the son of renowned Antenor, would not fly till he had made trial of Achilles, but on the contrary, held before him his shield equal on all sides, and took aim at him with his spear, and shouted aloud, "Certainly now thou art great in hopes in thy mind, O illustrious Achilles, that thou wilt this day devastate the city of the magnanimous Trojans. Fool, certainly many griefs will be effected over it, for in it we are numerous and valiant men, who will defend Ilium for our beloved parents, our wives, and our children. But thou shalt here fulfill thy destiny, although being so terrible and a daring warrior." He spoke, and hurled the sharp javelin from his heavy hand, and struck him in the shin below the knee, nor missed. But the greave of newly wrought tin around it horribly resounded, and the brazen weapon recoiled from it stricken, nor penetrated, for the gifts of the god prevented it. Then the son of Peleus next attacked godlike Agenor, nor did Apollo permit him to obtain glory, but snatched him away, and covered him with much haze, and sent him to return peacefully from the battle. But he, by a stratagem, averted the son of Peleus from the people, for the Far-darter, having likened himself in every respect to Agenor, stood before his feet, and he hastened to pursue him with his feet, whilst he was pursuing, running before at a small interval over the corn-bearing plain, turning towards the deep eddying river Scamander. For Apollo beguiled him by deceit, so that he always expected to overtake him on his feet. Meanwhile the other Trojans, being routed, came delighted in a crowd to the city, and the city was full of them shut in, nor did they any longer dare to wait for each other without the city and the wall, and to inquire who had escaped, and who had fallen in the battle. But gladly they were poured into the city, whomsoever of them the feet and knees preserved. End of Book the 21st, read by Stephen Carney. Section 22, Book the 22nd of the Iliad of Homer. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Stephen Carney. The Iliad of Homer, by Homer, translated by Theodore Alois Buckley. Section 22, Book the 22nd. Argument. Hector persists in remaining outside the walls, despite the entreaties of his father. He flies thrice round Troy, fights, and is slain by Achilles, who drags his body to the fleet at the wheels of his chariot. The lamentations of his wife and parents follow. Thus they indeed, driven by fright through the city like fawns, were refreshing themselves from sweat, and were drinking and allaying their thirst, leaning against the handsome battlements. But the Greeks were coming near the wall, resting their shields upon their shoulders. But Hector his destructive fate fettered to remain there, before Ilium and the Scaean gates, and Phoebus Apollo thus addressed the son of Peleus. Why, O son of Peleus, dost thou pursue me, an immortal god, with swift feet, thyself being immortal? Nor yet hast thou at all discovered that I am a god, but thou incessantly ragest. For certainly the labour of the Trojans is not now a care to thee, whom thou hast routed, and who are now enclosed within their city, while thou art turned aside hither. Neither canst thou slay me, since I am not mortal. But him swift-footed Achilles, greatly indignant, addressed. Thou hast injured me, O far darter, most destructive of all gods, having now turned me away hither from the wall. Certainly many had now seized the earth with their teeth, before they had arrived at Ilium. But now hast thou deprived me of great glory, and hast preserved them easily. For thou didst not at all dread vengeance after. Certainly I would punish thee, if the power at least were mine. Thus saying, he went towards the city, greatly elate, hastening like a steed which bears away the prize, with his chariot, which striving hard, runs swiftly over the plain. So Achilles briskly moved his feet and his knees. But him aged Priam first beheld with his eyes, rushing over the plain, all shining like a star which rises in autumn, and its resplendent rays shine among many stars in the depth of the night, which by name they call the dog of Orion. Very bright indeed is this, but it is a baleful sign, and brings violent heat upon miserable mortals. So shone the brass round the breast of him running. But the old man groaned, and smote his head with his hands, raising them on high. And groaning he cried out greatly, supplicating his dear son. But he stood before the Scaean gates, insatiably eager to fight with Achilles. But the old man piteously addressed him, stretching out his hands. O Hector, do not, my beloved son, await this man alone, without others, lest that thou shouldst speedily draw on fate, subdued by the son of Peleus, since he is much more powerful. Cruel would that he were only as dear to the gods as he is to me. Quickly then would the dogs and vultures devour him lying low. Surely sad grief would then depart from my heart. He who has made me deprived of many and brave sons, slaying and selling them into far distant islands. For even now the Trojans, being shut up in the city, I cannot see my two sons, Lycaon and Polydorus, whom Theothe bore to me, queen among women. But if indeed they live at the camp, surely we will afterwards redeem them with brass and with gold, for it is within. For aged Altes, renowned by fame, gave many things to his daughter. But if they are already dead, and in the mansion of Hades, grief will be to my soul, and to their mother, we who gave them birth. But to the other people the grief will be shorter, if thou shouldst not die, subdued by Achilles. But come inside the wall, O my son, that thou mayest save the Trojan men and women, nor afford great glory to the son of Peleus, and thou thyself be deprived of thy dear life. Moreover, pity me, wretched, yet still preserving my senses, unhappy, whom the Saturnian sire will destroy by grievous fate upon the threshold of old age, having seen many evils, my sons slain, my daughters dragged captives, their chambers plundered, and my infant children dashed upon the earth in dire hostility, and my daughters-in-law torn away by the pernicious hands of the Greeks, and myself perhaps the last, the raw-devouring dogs, whom I have nourished in my palaces, the attendants of my table, the guards of my portals, will tear at the entrance of the gates, after someone, having stricken or wounded me with a sharp brass, shall take away my soul from my limbs, and who drinking my blood will lie in the porch, infuriated in mind. To a young man indeed, slain in battle, lacerated with a sharp brass, it is altogether becoming to lie, for all things are honourable to him dead, whatever may appear. But when dogs dishonour the grey head, the hoary beard, and privy members of an old man slain, that is indeed most pitiable among wretched mortals. The old man spoke, and tore out the hoary locks with his hands, plucking them from his head, nor did he persuade the mind of Hector. But his mother then on the other side, wailing, shed tears, laying bare her bosom, whilst with the other hand she laid forth her breast, and shedding tears, addressed to him winged words. O Hector, my son, reverence these things, and pity me myself. If ever I afforded thee the grief-lulling breast, remember these things, O dear son, and being within the wall, repel this hostile man, nor stand a foremost adversary to him. Wretched one! For if he shall slay thee, neither shall I mourn thee on thy couch, my dear offspring, whom I myself brought forth, nor will thy rich dowered wife. But far away from us both, the swift dogs will devour thee at the ships of the Greeks. Thus weeping, they twain addressed their dear son, supplicating him much. Nor did they persuade the mind of Hector, but he awaited huge Achilles coming near. And as a fierce serpent at its den, fed on evil poisons, awaits a man, but direful rage enters it, and it glares horribly, coiling itself around its den, so Hector, possessing inextinguishable courage, retired not, leaning his splendid shield against a projecting tower. But indignant, he thus addressed his own great-hearted soul.
Ah me, if indeed I enter the gates and the wall, Polydamas will first cast reproach upon me, he who advised me to lead the Trojans towards the city in this disastrous night, when noble Achilles arose to battle, but I did not obey. Certainly it would have been much better. And now, since by my injurious obstinacy I have destroyed the people, I fear the Trojan men, and the long-robed Trojan women, lest some one inferior to me should say, Hector, relying on his own strength, hath destroyed the people. Thus will they say, but it would have been far better for me, slaying Achilles in the encounter, to return, or gloriously to be slain by him for the city. But if now I shall lay down my bossed shield and stout helmet, and resting my spear against the wall, I myself going shall come before renowned Achilles, and promise that we will give to the Atrides to lead away Helen, and all the numerous possessions along with her, whatever Paris brought to Troy in his hollow barks, and who was the origin of the contention, and at the same time that we will divide others, as many as this city contains, among the Greeks. But again I should exact an oath from the elders of the Trojans, that they would conceal nothing, but divide all things into 2 portions, whatever treasure this delightful city contains within it. Yet why does my soul discuss such things? I dread lest I, going, should reach him, but he pity me not, nor at all respect me, but slay me, being thus naked as a woman, after I have put off my armour. Nor indeed is it now allowed to converse with him from an oak, or from a rock, as a virgin and a youth. A virgin and youth converse with one another. But it is better to engage him in strife, that as soon as possible we may know to which indeed the Olympian Jove will give glory.
Thus he pondered, remaining. But near him came Achilles, like unto the helmet-shaking warrior Mars, brandishing upon his right shoulder the dreadful Pelian ash. But the brass shone around, like unto the splendor either of a blazing fire, or of the rising sun. Then as tremor seized Hector, he perceived him, nor could he remain there any longer, but he left the gates behind him, and fled affrighted. But the son of Peleus rushed on, trusting to his swift feet, as a falcon in the mountains, the swiftest of birds, easily dashes after a timid pigeon, she indeed flying away. She indeed flies away obliquely, but he, close at hand, shrilly screaming, frequently assails, and his spirit orders him to seize her. Thus eager he flew right on, but Hector fled in terror under the wall of the Trojans, and moved his fleet limbs. Then they rushed by the prospect ground, and the wind-waving fig tree, always under the wall, along the public way, and reached the two fair flowing springs, where the 2 springs of the eddying Scamander rise. The one indeed flows with tepid water, and a steam arises from it around, as of burning fire, whilst the other flows forth in the summer time, like unto hail, or cold snow, or ice from water. There, at them, are the wide, handsome stone basins, where the wives and fair daughters of the Trojans used to wash their splendid garments formerly in time of peace, before the sons of the Greeks arrived. In this direction they ran past, the one flying, but the other pursuing, from behind. A brave man indeed fled before, but a much braver swiftly pursued him, since they did not seek to obtain a victim's or bull's hide, such as are the rewards of men for speed, but they ran for the life of horse-breaking Hector. And as when prize-winning solid-hoofed steeds ran very swiftly round the course, and a great reward is proposed, either a tripod or a woman in honor of a deceased hero, so they thrice made the circuit of the city of Priam with their swift feet, and all the gods beheld. Then to them the father of men and gods commenced an address. Alas, certainly I behold with mine eyes a beloved hero pursued round the wall, and my heart is grieved on account of Hector, who has sacrificed many thighs of oxen to me, upon the tops of many veiled Ida, and at other times again in the highest places of the city. But now indeed noble Achilles pursues him on swift feet around the city of Priam. But come, deliberate, O ye gods, and consider whether we shall preserve him from death, or shall subdue him now, being brave at the hands of Achilles, the son of Peleus. But him the blue-eyed goddess Minerva then addressed. O father, hurler of the white thunder, collector of dark clouds, what a word hast thou spoken? Dost thou wish to liberate from sad death a man, being mortal, long ago destined to fate? Do it, but all we, the other gods, will not assent to thee. Her then the cloud-compelling Jupiter answering addressed. Take courage, Tritonia, beloved child. I by no means speak with serious mind, but I wish to be mild to thee. Do as is the inclination, nor delay at all.
Thus speaking, he incited Minerva, already prepared, and springing forth, she descended down from the heights of Olympus. But swift Achilles pursued Hector, incessantly pressing upon him, and as when a dog pursues the fawn of a deer in the mountains, having roused it from its lair, through both glens and thicket, and although panic-stricken it crouches down beneath a brake, yet tracking it he runs continually on until he finds it, so Hector eluded not the swift-footed son of Peleus, as often as he would rush against the Dardanian gates, towards under the well-built towers, if perchance they might aid him with missile weapons from above, so often, previously anticipating him, he turned him away towards the plain, whilst he himself always flew on the side of the city. And as in a dream one cannot pursue a fugitive, neither can the one escape the other, nor the other pursue, so the one could not overtake the other in his speed, nor the other escape him. But how then could Hector have escaped the fates of death, if Apollo had not for the very last time met him, who aroused for him his courage and swift knees? But noble Achilles nodded to the people with his head, nor permitted them to cast their bitter weapons at Hector, lest someone, wounding him, should obtain the glory, and he himself come second. But when for the fourth time they arrived at the fountains, then indeed the sire raised aloft his golden scales, and placed in them the two fates of death, bearing long sleep, this of Achilles, but that of horse-breaking Hector. Holding them by the middle, he poised them, and the fatal day of Hector inclined, and sunk to Hades. But Phoebus Apollo left him. Then the blue-eyed goddess Minerva approached the son of Peleus, and standing near, addressed to him winged words.
Now, O illustrious Achilles, dear to Jove, I hope that we too shall bear back great glory to the Greeks at the ships, having slain Hector, although being insatiate of war. Now certainly it is no longer possible for him to escape us, not even if far-darting Apollo should toil much, throwing himself at the feet of the Aegis-bearing father Jove. But do thou now stand and revive, but I, approaching with thee, will persuade him to engage thee face to face.
Thus spoke Minerva, but he obeyed, and rejoiced in his mind, and stood leaning upon his ashen, brass-pointed spear. But she then left him, and overtook noble Hector, likening herself to Deiphobus, unwearied in her body and voice. And standing near, she addressed to him winged words.
O brother dear, certainly swift Achilles now greatly presses on thee, pursuing thee with rapid feet round the city of Priam. But come now, let us stand and awaiting repulse him.
But her mighty crest-tossing Hector in turn addressed. Deiphobus, certainly thou wert ever before by far the dearest to me of my brothers, the sons whom Hecuba and Priam produced. But now I think in my mind that I honour thee still more, since thou hast dared for my sake, when thou dost behold me with thine eyes, to come out of the city, while others remain within. But him the azure-eyed goddess Minerva in turn addressed.
My brother dear, my father and venerable mother indeed greatly supplicated me, by turn embracing my knees and my companions around, to remain there, so much do all tremble with fear. But my mind within was harassed with sad grief. But now let us forthwith eagerly engage, nor let there any longer be a sparing of our spears, that we may know whether Achilles, having slain us both, shall bear our bloody spoils to the hollow barks, or be subdued by thy spear.
Thus having spoken, Minerva also with deception led on. But when they were near, advancing towards each other, him mighty crest-tossing Hector first addressed. No longer, O son of Peleus, will I fly as thee before. Thrice have I fled round the great city of Priam, nor ever dared to await thee coming on. But now my mind urges me to stand against thee. Certainly I shall slay or be slain. But come, let us attest the gods, for they will be the best witnesses and observers of agreements. For neither will I cruelly insult thee, if indeed Jove shall give me the victory, and I take away thy life. But after I shall despoil thy beautiful armour, O Achilles, I will give back thy body to the Greeks, and so also do thou. But him swift-footed Achilles, sternly regarding, addressed. Talk not to me of covenants, O most cursed Hector, as there are not faithful leagues between lions and men, nor yet have wolves and lambs an according mind, but ever meditate evils against each other. So it is not possible for thee and me to contract a friendship, nor shall there at all be leagues between us. First shall one falling satiate the invincible warrior Mars with his blood, call to mind all thy valour. Now it is very necessary for thee to be born a spearman and a daring warrior. Nor is there any longer any escape for thee, for Pallas Minerva at once subdues thee beneath my spear, and thou shalt now pay for all the accumulated sorrows of my companions, whom thou hast slain, raging with the spear. He spoke, and brandishing it, sent forth his long-shadowed spear, and illustrious Hector, seeing it opposite, avoided it.
For looking before him, he sunk down, and the brazen spear passed over him, and was fixed in the earth. But Pallas Minerva plucked it out, and gave it back to Achilles, and escaped the notice of Hector, the shepherd of the people. Then Hector addressed the illustrious son of Peleus.
Thou hast erred, O godlike Achilles, nor art thou yet acquainted with my fate from Jove. Certainly thou didst say so, but thou art a prater, and very subtle in words, in order that, dreading thee, I may be forgetful of my strength and courage. But not in my back, whilst flying, shalt thou thrust thy spear, but shalt drive it through my breast, rushing right on, if God grants this to thee. But now in turn avoid my brazen spear, Would that thou mightest now receive it all in thy body. Then truly would the war become lighter to the Trojans, thou being slain, for thou art the greatest bane to them.
He spoke, and brandishing sent forth his long-shadowed spear, and struck the centre of Pelides' shield, nor missed, but the spear was repelled far away from the shield. But Hector was enraged because his swift weapon had fled in vain from his hand, and stood dejected, for he had not another ashen spear. Then he called upon the white-shielded Deiphobus, greatly shouting, and he asked him for a long spear. But he was not near him, and Hector perceived in his mind, and said,
Alas, without doubt now the gods have summoned me to death, for I indeed thought the hero Deiphobus was by my side, but he is within the wall, and Minerva has deceived me. But now is evil death near me, nor far away, neither is there escape. Certainly this long since was more agreeable to Jove, and to the far-darting son of Jove, who formerly propitious preserved me. But now, on the contrary, fate overtakes me. Nevertheless I will not perish cowardly, and ingloriously at least, but having done some great deed to be heard of even by posterity. Thus having spoken, he drew his sharp sword, which hung below his loins, both huge and strong, and with collected might rushed forward like a lofty soaring eagle, which swoops to the plain through the gloomy clouds, about to snatch either a tender lamb or a timid hare. Thus Hector rushed forward, brandishing his sharp sword. Achilles also rushed on, and filled his soul with fierce rage. He sheltered his breast in front with his shield, beautiful, curiously wrought, and nodded with his shining helmet, four-coned. But the beautiful golden tufts, which Vulcan had diffused in great abundance round the cone, were shaken. As the star Hesperus, which is placed the brightest star in heaven, proceeds amongst the other stars in the unseasonable time of night, so it shone from the well-sharpened spear, which Achilles, designing mischief to noble Hector, eyeing his fair person where it would best yield. But the beautiful brazen armour, of which he had despoiled great Patroclus, having slain him, covered the rest of his body so much, yet did there appear a part where the collar bones separated the neck from the shoulders, and where the destruction of life is most speedy. There noble Achilles, eager, drove into him with the spear, and the point went out quite through his tender neck. However, the ash, heavy with brass, did not cut away the windpipe, so that answering in words he could address him. But he fell in the dust, and noble Achilles vaunted over him. Hector, thou didst once suppose, when spoiling Patroclus, that thou be safe, nor dreaded me being absent. Fool, for I apart, a much braver avenger of him, was left behind at the hollow ships, I, who have relaxed thy knees. The dogs indeed and birds shall dishonourably tear thee, but the Greeks shall perform his funeral rites. But him, crest-tossing Hector, growing languid, then addressed, I supplicate thee by thy soul, thy knees, thy parents, suffer not the dogs to tear me at the ships of the Greeks, but do thou indeed receive brass in abundance, and gold which my father and venerable mother will give thee, and send my body home, that the Trojans and wives of the Trojans may make me, dead, partaker of a funeral pyre.
But him swift-footed Achilles sternly regarding addressed, Dog, supplicate me not by my knees, nor by my parents, for would that my might and mind in any manner urged me myself, tearing thy raw flesh to pieces, to devour it, such things hast thou done to me, so that there is not any one who could drive away the dogs from thy head, not even if they should place 10-fold and 20 times such ransoms, bringing them hither, and even promise others. Not even if Dardanian Priam should wish to compensate for thee with gold, not even thus shall thy venerable mother lament thee, whom she has borne, having laid thee upon a bier, but dogs and fowls shall entirely tear thee in pieces. But him, crest-tossing Hector, dying, addressed,
Surely well knowing thee, I foresaw this, nor was I destined to persuade thee. For truly within thee there is an iron soul. Reflect now, lest to thee I be some cause of the wrath of the gods, on that day when Paris and Phoebus Apollo shall kill thee, though being brave, at the Scaean gates. As he spoke thus, the end of death overshadowed him, and his soul, flying from his limbs, descended to Hades, bewailing its destiny, relinquishing vigor and youth. But him, although dead, noble Achilles addressed, "Die, but I will then receive my fate whensoever Jove may please to accomplish it, and the other immortal gods." He spoke, and plucked the spear from the corpse, and then laid it aside, but he spoiled the bloody armour from his shoulders. But the other sons of the Greeks ran round, who also admired the stature and wondrous form of Hector, nor did any stand by without inflicting a wound. And thus would some one say, looking to his neighbour, "Oh, strange! Surely Hector is now much more gentle to be touched, than when he burned the ships with glowing fire." Thus would some one say, and standing by would wound him. But swift-footed Achilles, after he had despoiled him, standing amongst the Greeks, spoke winged words. "O friends, leaders, and princes of the Greeks, since the gods have granted us to subdue this hero, he who did as many mischiefs as did not all the others together, come, let us make trial round the city with our arms, that we may learn concerning the Trojans what mind they have, whether they are about to desert the citadel, he being slain, or intend to remain, Hector being no more. But why does my mind within me deliberate these things? Patroclus lies at the ships, an unwept, unburied corpse, and him I shall never forget as long as I am amongst the living, and my dear knees move for me. And though they forget the dead in Hades, yet will I remember my beloved comrade even there. But come now, ye youths of the Greeks, singing a paean, let us return to the hollow ships, and let us bring him. We bear back great glory. We have slain noble Hector, whom the Trojans throughout the city worshipped as a god." He spoke, and was meditating unseemly deeds against noble Hector. He perforated the tendons of both his feet behind, from the heel to the instep, and fastened in them leather thongs, and bound him from the chariot, but left his head to be trailed along. Then ascending his chariot, and taking up the splendid armour, he lashed the horses to go on, and they, not unwilling, flew. But the dust arose from him, while trailed along, and his azure locks around approached the ground, and his entire head, once graceful, lay in the dust. For Jupiter had then granted to his enemies to dishonour him in his own fatherland. Thus indeed his whole head was denied with dust, but his mother plucked out her hair, and cast away her shining veil, and wept very loudly, having beheld her son. And his dear father groaned piteously, and all the people around were occupied in wailing and lamentation through the city, and it was very like to this, as if all Ilium from its summit were smouldering in fire. With difficulty indeed did the people detain the old man, indignant with grief, anxious to rush out from the Dardanian gate. For rolling in the mud, he was supplicating all, addressing each by name. "Desist, my friends, and permit me alone, grieved as I am, going out of the city to approach the ships of the Greeks. I will supplicate this reckless, violent man, if perchance he may respect my time of life, and have compassion on my old age. For such is his father Peleus to him, he who begat and nurtured him a destruction to the Trojans, but particularly to me above all has he caused sorrows. For so many blooming youths has he slain, to me, for all of whom I do not lament so much, although grieved, as for this one, Hector, keen grief for whom will bear me down even to Hades. Would that he had died in my hands, for thus we should have been satisfied, weeping and lamenting, both his unhappy mother who bore him, and I myself." Thus he spoke, weeping, but the citizens also groaned. But among the Trojan dames, Hecuba began her continued lamentation. "O my son, why do wretched I live, having suffered grievous things, thou being dead? Thou who by night and day wast my boast throughout the town, and an advantage to the Trojan men and women throughout the city, who received thee as a god. For assuredly thou wast a very great glory to them when alive. Now, on the contrary, death and fate possess thee." Thus she spoke, weeping. But the wife of Hector had not yet learned anything. No certain messenger going informed her that her husband had remained without the gates. But she was weaving a web in a retired part of her lofty house, double, splendid, and was spreading on it various painted works. And she had ordered her fair-haired attendants through the palace to place a large tripod on the fire, that there might be a warm bath for Hector returning from the battle. Foolish, nor knew she that far away from baths, azure-eyed Minerva had subdued him by the hands of Achilles. But she heard the shriek and wailing from the tower, and her limbs were shaken, and the shuttle fell from her to the ground. And immediately she addressed her fair-haired attendants. "Come hither, let two follow me, that I may see what deeds have been done. I heard the voice of my venerable mother-in-law, and to myself the heart within my breast leaps up to my mouth, and the limbs under me are benumbed.
Surely some evil is now near the sons of Priam. Oh, that the word may be far from my ear! I dread lest brave Achilles, having already cut off noble Hector alone from the city, may drive him towards the plain, and even now have made him desist from the fatal valour which possessed him. For he never remained among the throng of warriors, but leaped out far before, yielding in his valour to none.
Thus having spoken, she rushed through the palace like unto one deranged, greatly palpitating in heart, and her attendants went along with her. But when she reached the tower and the crowd of men, she stood looking round over the wall, and beheld him dragged before the city. But the fleet steeds drew him ruthlessly toward the ships of the Greeks. Then gloomy night veiled her over her eyes, and she fell backwards, and breathed out her soul in a swoon. But from her head fell the beautiful headgear, the garland, the net, and the twisted fillet, and the veil which golden Venus had given to her on that day when crest-tossing Hector led her from the palace of Aetion, after he had presented many marriage gifts. Around her in great numbers stood her sisters-in-law, and sisters who supported her amongst them, seized with stupor unto death. But when she again revived, and her soul was collected in her breast, sobbing at intervals, she spoke among the Trojan dames.
Hector, O wretched me! Then we were both born to a like fate, thou indeed in Troy, in the mansions of Priam, but I in Thebe, beneath woody Placus, in the palace of Aetion, who himself ill-fated reared me, ill-fated being yet a little child. Would that he had not begotten me! Now, however, thou goest to the mansions of Hades beneath the recesses of the earth, but leavest me in hateful grief, a widow in the dwelling, and thy boy yet such an infant, to whom thou and I unfortunate gave birth. Nor wilt thou be an advantage to him, O Hector, for thou art dead, nor he to thee. For even if he shall escape the mournful war of the Greeks, still will labour and hardship ever be to him hereafter, for others will deprive him of his fields by changing the landmarks. But the bereaving day renders a boy destitute of his contemporaries. He is ever dejected, and his cheeks are bedewed with tears. The boy in want shall go to the companions of his father, pulling one by the cloak, another by the tunic, and some of these pitying shall present him with a very small cup, and he shall moisten his lips, but not wet his palate. Him also some one, enjoying both parents, shall push away from the banquet, striking him with his hands, and reviling him with reproaches. A murrain on thee! Even thy father feasts not with us. Then shall the boy Astyanax return weeping to his widowed mother, he who formerly indeed upon the knees of his own father ate marrow alone, and the rich fat of sheep. But when sleep came upon him, and he ceased childishly crying, used to sleep on couches in the arms of a nurse, in a soft bed, full as to his heart with delicacies. But now indeed Astyanax, whom the Trojans call by surname, because thou alone didst defend their gates and lofty walls for them, shall suffer many things, missing his dear father. But now shall the crawling worms devour thee naked at the curved ships, far away from thy parents, after the dogs shall have satiated themselves. By thy robes the fine and graceful, woven by the hands of women, lie in thy palaces. Truly all these things will I consume with burning fire, being of no use to me, for thou wilt not lie on them. But let them be a glory to thee before the Trojans and the Trojan dames.
Thus she spoke, weeping, and the females also mourned. End of Book the 22nd, read by Stephen Carney. Section 23, Book the 23rd of the Iliad of Homer. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Stephen Carney. The Iliad of Homer by Homer, translated by Theodore Alois Buckley. Section 23, Book the 23rd. Argument. Achilles, admonished in a dream by the ghost of his friend, celebrates the funeral of Patroclus. Thus they indeed were mourning through the city, but the Greeks, as soon as they reached the ships and the Hellespont, were separated each to his own ship. But Achilles did not permit the Myrmidons to be dispersed, but he spoke amongst his warlike companions thus. Ye swift-horsed Myrmidons, comrades dear to me, let us not yet loose the solid-hoofed steeds from under our chariots, but with the very horses and chariots going near, let us bewail Patroclus, for this is the honour of the dead. But when we have indulged sad lamentation, unyoking our steeds, we will all sup here. Thus he spoke, but they mourned in a body, and Achilles led the way.
Thrice they drove their fair-maned steeds around the body, grieving, and among them Thetis kindled a longing for lamentation. Moistened were the sands, and moistened were the arms of the men with tears, for so brave a master of the flight they longed. But among them the son of Peleus led the abundant lamentation, laying his manslaughtering hands upon the breast of his companion. Hail, O Patroclus, even in the dwelling of Hades, for now shall I accomplish all those things which formerly I promised, that having dragged Hector hither, I would give him to the dogs to be devoured raw, and that they before thy pile I would cut the necks of 12 illustrious sons of the Trojans, enraged on account of thee slain. He spoke, and meditated unworthy deeds against noble Hector, having stretched him prone in the dust before the bier of Menœtiades. But they each stripped off his brazen, glittering armour, and unyoked their high-sounding steeds. They sat also in crowds at the ship of swift-footed Æachides, but he afforded to them an agreeable funeral feast. Many white bulls were stretched around by the axe, having their throats cut, and many sheep and bleating goats. Many white-tusked swine also, abounding in fat, were extended for roasting in the flame of Vulcan, and on every side around the dead body flowed abundant blood. But the chiefs of the Greeks led the king, the swift-footed son of Peleus, to noble Agamemnon, hardly persuading him, enraged at heart on account of his companion. But when advancing they reached the tent of Agamemnon, he straightway ordered the clear-voiced heralds to place a large tripod on the fire, if he could persuade the son of Peleus to wash away the bloody gore. But he sternly refused, and besides swore an oath. No, by Jove, who is both the supreme and the best of gods, it is not lawful that ablution should come near my head before I place Patroclus on the pile, and have thrown up a mound, and shorn my hair. For not to such a degree will sorrow a second time invade my heart, whilst I am among the living. But nevertheless, let us now yield to the loathsome banquet. But on the morrow, O king of men, Agamemnon, give orders to bring wood, and dispose it so as is proper that a dead body enjoying it should descend beneath the obscure darkness, so that the indefatigable fire may consume him very quickly from our eyes, and the people may return to their occupations. Thus he spoke, but they indeed readily listened to him and obeyed. Then they, each sedulously preparing supper, feasted, nor did their mind lack aught of an equal feast. But when they had dismissed the desire of food and drink, some departed in order to lie down, each to his tent. But the son of Peleus, on the contrary, amid his many myrmidons, lay near the shore of the far-sounding sea, heavily moaning, in a clear spot where the waves splashed against the shore. When sweet sleep, diffused around, took possession of him, relaxing the care of his mind. For he was very much fatigued as to his fair knees, chasing Hector at wind-swept Ilium. But to him came the spirit of wretched Patroclus, like unto him in all things, as to bulk, and beautiful eyes, and his voice. And like garments also were around his body, and he stood over his head, and addressed him. Sleepest thou, O Achilles, and art thou forgetful of me? Thou didst not indeed neglect me when alive, but now that I am dead. Bury me, that I may as soon as possible pass the gates of Hades. The spirits, the images of the deceased, drive me far away, nor by any means permit me to be mingled with them beyond the river. But thus I do wander round the ample-gated dwelling of Hades. But give me thy hand, I beseech thee, for I shall not again return from Hades after thou hast made me a partaker of the fire. For by no means shall we, being alive, sitting apart from our dear companions, deliberate counsels. But the hateful fate which befell me when born has snatched me away, and to thyself also, O god like Achilles, thy fate is to perish beneath the wall of the noble Trojans. But another thing I bid, and will command, O Achilles, if thou wilt obey, not to lay my bones apart from thine. But as we were nurtured together in thy palaces, when Menœtius led me from Opus, a little boy, to thy home on account of a melancholy homicide, on that day when, imprudent, I slew the son of Amphidamas, not wishing it, and raged about the dice. Then Peleus received me in his abode, carefully reared me, and named me thy attendant. So may the same tomb contain our bones, the golden vase which thy venerable mother gave thee. But him swift-footed Achilles answering addressed, Why, O venerable friend, hast thou come to me, and commandest each of these things to me? Yet will I readily accomplish all these things for thee, and obey as thou commandest. But stand nearer to me, that embracing each other even for a little while we may indulge in sad lamentation. Thus then having spoken, he stretched out with his friendly arms, nor caught him, for the spirit went gibbering beneath the earth like smoke. Then Achilles sprang up astonished, and clapped together his hands, and spoke this doleful speech. Alas! There is indeed then even in the dwellings of Hades a certain spirit and image, but there is no body in it at all. For all night the spirit of miserable Patroclus stood by me, groaning and lamenting, and enjoined to me each particular, and was wonderfully like unto himself. Thus he spoke, and excited among them all a longing for lamentation, and rosy-fingered morn appeared to them while weeping around the miserable corpse. But King Agamemnon incited everywhere from the tents both mules and men to bring wood, and for this a brave man was roused, Meriones, the servant of valour-loving Idomeneus. And they went, holding in their hands wood-lopping axes and well-twisted ropes, and before them went the mules. They passed over many ascents, descents, and straightways, and crossways, but when they reached the forest of many-rilled Ida, hastening, they cut down the towering oaks with a keen-edged brass. These, greatly resounding, fell, and the Greeks then splitting them, tied them upon the mules. But they pained the ground with their hoofs, eager to reach the plain through the close thickets. But all the woodcutters carried trunks of trees, for so Meriones, the servant of valour-loving Idomeneus, ordered, and afterwards threw them in order upon the shore, where Achilles designed a mighty tomb for Patroclus and for himself. But when they had thrown on all sides immense quantities of wood, remaining there in a body, they sat down. But Achilles immediately ordered the warlike Myrmidons to gird on the brass, and to yoke each his horses to his chariot. But they arose and were arrayed in their armour. And both the combatants and the charioteers ascended their chariots, the cavalry indeed first, but a cloud of infantry followed after in myriads. And in the midst his companions bore Patroclus. They covered all the dead body over with hair, which cutting off they threw upon it. But noble Achilles held his head behind, grieving, for he was sending a blameless companion to Hades. But they, when they reached the place where Achilles pointed out to them, laid him down, and immediately heaped on abundant wood for him. Then again swift-footed Achilles remembered another thing. Standing apart from the pile, he cut off his yellow hair, which he had nurtured, blooming, for the river Spercheius, and moaning he spake, looking upon the dark sea. In vain, O Spercheius, did my father Peleus vow to thee, that I, returning to my dear native land, should there cut off my hair for thee, and offer a sacred hecatomb. And besides, that I would in the same place sacrifice 50 male sheep at the fountains, where are a grove, and fragrant altar to thee. Thus the old man spake, but thou hast not fulfilled his will. And now, since I return not to my dear fatherland, I will give my hair to the hero Patroclus to be born with him. Thus saying, he placed his hair in the hands of his dear companion, and excited amongst them all a longing for weeping. And the light of the sun had certainly set upon them, mourning, had not Achilles, standing beside, straightway addressed Agamemnon. O son of Atreus, for to thy words the people of the Greeks most especially hearken. It is possible to satiate oneself even with weeping. But now do thou dismiss them from the pile, and order them to prepare supper. O son of Atreus, for to thy words the people of the Greeks most especially hearken. It is possible to satiate oneself even with weeping. But now do thou dismiss them from the pile, and order them to prepare supper. We, to whom the corpse is chiefly a care, will labour concerning these things, but let the chiefs remain with us. But when the king of men Agamemnon heard this, he immediately dispersed the people among the equal ships. But the mourners remained there, and heaped up the wood. They formed a pile 100 feet this way and that, and laid the body upon the summit of the pile, grieving at heart. Many fat sheep and stamping-footed, bent-horned oxen they skinned and dressed before the pile, from all of which magnanimous Achilles, taking the fat, covered over the dead body with it from head to feet, and heaped around the skinned carcasses. Leaning towards the bier, he likewise placed vessels of honey and oil, and sighing deeply, hastily threw upon the pyre 4 high-necked steeds. There were 9 dogs, companions at the table of the departed king, and slaying 2 of them, he cast them upon the pile. Also 12 gallant sons of the magnanimous Trojans, slaying them with the brass, and he designed evil deeds in his mind. Next he applied to it the iron strength of fire, that it might feed upon it. Then he groaned aloud, and addressed his beloved companion by name. Hail, O Patroclus, even in the dwellings of Hades, for I now fulfill all things which I firmly promised thee. 12 brave sons of the magnanimous Trojans, all these along with thee shall the fire consume. But I will not suffer Hector, the son of Priam, to be devoured by fire, but by the dogs. Thus he spoke, threatening, But about him the dogs were not busied, for Venus, the daughter of Jove, drove off the dogs both days and nights, and anointed him with a rosy unguent ambrosial, that he might not lacerate him, dragging him along. Over him also Phoebus Apollo drew a dark cloud from heaven to the plain, and overshadowed the whole space, as much as a dead body occupied, lest the influence of the sun should previously dry the body all around, with the nerves and limbs. Yet the pile of dead Patroclus burned not. Then again noble Achilles meditated other things. Standing apart from the pile, he prayed to two winds, Boreas and Zephyrus, and promised fair sacrifices, and pouring out many libations with a golden goblet, he supplicated them to come, that they might burn the body with fire as soon as possible, and the wood might hasten to be burned. But swift Iris, hearing his prayers, went as a messenger to the winds. They indeed together at home with fierce-breathing Zephyrus were celebrating a feast, when Iris hastening stood upon the stone threshold. But when they beheld her with their eyes, they rose up and invited her to him, each of them. But she, on the contrary, refused to sit down, and spoke this speech. "No seat for me, for I return again to the flowings of the ocean, to the land of the Ethiopians, where they sacrifice hecatombs to the immortals, that now I too may have a share in their offerings. But Achilles now supplicates Boreas and sonorous Zephyrus to come, that ye may kindle the pile to be consumed, on which lies Patroclus, whom all the Greeks bewail." She indeed, thus having spoken, departed, but they hastened to go with a great tumult, driving on the clouds before them. Immediately they reached the sea, blowing, and the billow was raised up beneath their sonorous blast. But they reached the very fertile Troad, and fell upon the pile, and mightily resounded the fiercely burning fire. All night indeed did they together toss about the blaze of the pyre, shrilly blowing, and all night swift Achilles, holding a double cup, poured wine upon the ground, drawing it from a golden goblet, and moistened the earth, invoking the manes of wretched Patroclus. And as a father mourns, consuming the bones of his son, a bridegroom who dying has afflicted his unhappy parents, so mourned Achilles, burning the bones of his companion, pacing pensively beside the pile, groaning continually. But when Lucifer arrived, proclaiming light over the earth, after whom saffron-vested morn is diffused over the sea, then the pyre grew languid, and the flame decayed, and the winds departed again, to return home through the Thracian sea. But the sea groaned indeed, raging with swelling billow. But Pelides, going apart from the pile, reclined fatigued, and upon him fell sweet sleep. The others, however, were assembling in crowds round the son of Atreus, the noise and tumult of whom, approaching, awoke him, and being raised up, he sat, and addressed them. "O son of Atreus, and ye other chiefs of the Greeks, first indeed extinguish the whole pile, as much as the fire has seized, with dark wine, and then let us collect the bones of Patroclus, the son of Menœtius, well discriminating them, for they are readily distinguished, for he lay in the centre of the pyre. But the others, both horses and men, were burned promiscuously at the extremity. And let us place them in a golden vessel, and with a double layer of fat, till I myself be hidden in Hades. And I wish that a tomb should be made, not very large, but of such a size as is becoming. But do ye, O Achaeans, hereafter make it both broad and lofty, you who may be left behind me at the many-benched barks." Thus he spoke, and they obeyed the swift-footed son of Peleus. First of all, indeed, they totally extinguished the pyre with dark wine, as much as the fire had invaded, and the deep ashes fell in, and weeping they collected the white bones of their mild companion into a golden vessel, and a double layer of fat. Then laying them in the tent, they covered them with soft linen. Next they marked out the area for the tomb, and laid the foundations around the pile, and immediately upraised a mound of earth, and heaping up the tomb returned. But Achilles detained the people there, and made the wide assembly sit down. But from the ships he brought forth prizes, goblets, tripods, horses, mules, and sturdy heads of oxen, and slender-waisted women, and hoary iron. First he staked as prizes for swift-footed steeds a woman to be borne away, faultless, skilled in works, as well as a handled tripod of 22 measures for the first. But for the second he staked a mare 6 years old, unbroken, pregnant with a young mule. For the third he staked a fireless tripod, beautiful, containing 4 measures, yet quite untarnished. For the fourth he staked 2 talents of gold, and for the fifth he staked a double vessel, untouched by the fire. Erect he stood, and spoke this speech to the Greeks. "O son of Atreus, and ye other well-grieved Greeks, these prizes lie in the circus, awaiting the charioteers. If now, indeed, in honour of another, we Grecians were contending, then truly would I, receiving, bear the first prizes to my tent. For ye know how much my steeds surpass in excellence, for they are both immortal, and Neptune gave them to my father Peleus, who again delivered them to me. But nevertheless, I and my solid-hoofed steeds will remain apart from the contest, because they have lost the excellent might of such a charioteer, who very often poured the moist oil over their manes, having washed them with limpid water. They indeed standing lament him, but their manes hang down upon the ground, and they stand grieved at heart. However do ye others through the army prepare, whoever of the Greeks confides in his steeds, and well-fastened chariots. Thus spoke the son of Peleus, but the swift charioteers arose. But far the first arose Eumelus, king of men, the dear son of Admetus, who surpassed in equestrian skill. After him arose the son of Tydeus, valiant Diomede, and led under the yoke of the horses of Tros, which he formerly took from Aeneas. But Apollo preserved himself alive, next to whom arose the most noble son of yellow-haired Atreus, Menelaus, and led beneath the yoke-fleet steeds Agamemnon's mare Aethe, and his own stallion Podargus. Her Echepolus, the son of Anchises, had presented as a gift to Agamemnon, that he need not follow him to wind-swept Ilium, but staying there might be delighted, for Jove had given him great wealth, and he dwelt in wise Sicyon. Her persevering in the race, he led under the yoke. But Antilochus the fourth harnessed his beautiful maned steeds, the illustrious son of the magnanimous king Nestor, the son of Neleus, and swift-footed Pelion-born steeds drew his chariot for him. But his father standing near, spoke for his good, advising him, though himself prudent. O Antilochus, assuredly indeed both Jove and Neptune have loved thee, although being young, and have taught thee all kinds of equestrian exercise, wherefore there is no great need to instruct thee, for thou knowest how to turn the goals with safety, but thy horses are very slow to run, wherefore I think that disasters may happen. Their horses indeed are more fleet, but they themselves know not how to maneuver better than thyself. But come now, beloved one, contrive every manner of contrivance in thy mind, lest surprises by any chance escape thee. By skill is a woodcutter much better than by strength, and again by skill the pilot directs upon the dark sea the swift ship, tossed about by the winds, and by skill charioteer excels charioteer. One man who is confident in his steeds and chariot turns imprudently hither and thither over much ground, and his steeds wander through the course, nor does he rein them in. But he, on the contrary, who is acquainted with stratagem, though driving inferior steeds, always looking at the goal, turns it close, nor does it escape him in what manner he may first turn the course with his leathern reins. But he holds on steadily, and watches the one who is before him. But I will show thee the goal, easily distinguished, nor shall it escape thy notice. A piece of dry wood as much as a cubit stands over the ground, either of oak or of larch, which is not rotted by rain, and 2 white stones are placed on either side, in the narrow part of the way. But the racecourse around is level. Either it is the monument of some man long since dead, or perhaps it has been a goal in the time of former men, and now swift-footed noble Achilles has appointed it the goal. Approaching this very closely, drive thy chariot and horses near, but incline thyself gently towards the left of the steeds, in the well-joined chariot seat, and cheering on the right-hand horse, apply the whip, and give the rein with thy hands. Let thy left-hand horse, however, be moved close to the goal, so that the nave of the well-made wheel may appear to touch the top of the post. But avoid to touch upon the stone, lest thou both wound thy horses, and break thy chariot in pieces, and be a joy to the others, and a disgrace to thyself. But, my beloved son, mind to be on thy guard, for if at the goal thou couldst pass by in the course, there will not be one who could overtake thee in pursuit, nor pass thee by. Not if behind he drives noble Arion, the swift steed of Adrastus, which was from a god in race, or those of Laomedon, which, excellent, have here been reared. Thus speaking, Nelean Nestor sat down again in his own place, when he had mentioned the most important points of each matter to his son, and Meriones fifth harnessed his beautiful maned steeds. Then they ascended their chariots, and cast lots into the helmet. Achilles shook, and the lot of Antilochus, son of Nestor, leaped forth. After him King Eumelus was allotted, but after him spear-renowned Menelaus, son of Atreus, and Meriones was allotted to drive after him. But the son of Tydeus, by far the bravest, was allotted to drive his coursers last. Then they stood in order, and Achilles pointed out the goals afar off in the level plain. and near it placed godlike Phoenix as an umpire, the armor-bearer of his own sire, that he might attend to the race and report the truth. Then they all at once raised their lashes over their steeds, and struck them with the reins, and cheered them on with words incessantly. But they rapidly flew over the plain, far away from the ships, swiftly, and beneath their breasts the excited dust stood up, raised like a cloud or a whirlwind, whilst their manes were tossed about by the breath of the wind. Sometimes indeed the chariots approached the fruitful earth, and at others bounded aloft, but the drivers stood erect in their chariots, and the heart of each of them, eager for victory, palpitated, and each animated his own steeds, but they flew along, stirring up dust from the plain. But when now the fleet steeds were performing the last course, back towards the hoary deep, then appeared the excellence of each, and the course was immediately extended to the horses, and then the swift-footed steeds of the son of Phares swiftly bore him away. The male Trojan steeds of Diomede, however, bore themselves next to them, nor were they at all far distant, but very near, for they always seemed as if about to mount into the chariot, and with their breathing the back and broad shoulders of Eumelus were warmed, for they flew along, leaning their heads over him. And certainly he had either passed or made the victory doubtful, had not Phoebus Apollo been enraged with the son of Tydeus, and accordingly shaken out of his hands the shining lash. Then from the eyes of him indignant tears poured, because indeed he beheld the others now going much swifter, whilst his steeds were injured, running without a goad. Neither did Apollo, fraudulently injuring Tydides, escape the notice of Minerva, but she very quickly overtook the shepherd of the people, and gave him his lash, and put vigour into his steeds. And to the son of Admetus, the goddess indignant advanced, and broke for him his horse yoke, and so his mares ran on both sides out of the way, and the pole was dashed upon the ground. He himself was thrown from the driving seat close by the wheel, and was lacerated all round in his arms, his mouth, and nostrils, and his forehead was bruised near the eyebrows. But his eyes were filled with tears, and his liquid voice was clogged. Then Diomede passing by directed his hollow-hoofed steeds, bounding far before the others, for Minerva had put vigour into his steeds, and given him glory. But after him, however, the son of Atreus, yellow-haired Menelaus drove, but Antilochus cheered on the steeds of his father. "Push on, and exert yourselves, both of you, as fast as possible. I indeed did not order you to contend with the steeds of warlike Diomede, to which Minerva has now given speed, and given glory to him, but quickly overtake the horses of Atrides, nor be left behind, lest Aethe, being a mere, shed disgrace upon you both. Why should ye be left inferior, O best of steeds? For thus I tell you, and it shall surely be accomplished, attention will not be paid to you by Nestor, the shepherd of the people, but he will immediately slay you with the sharp brass if we, remiss, bear off the less worthy prize. But follow and hasten as fast as possible. These things will I myself manage and look to pass him by in the narrow way, nor shall it escape me." Thus he spoke, but they, dreading the threat of their master, ran faster for a short time. But immediately then warlike Antilochus perceived the narrow of the hollow way. It was a fissure of the earth, where the wintry torrent collected, had broken away part of the road, and gullied the whole place. Thither drove Menelaus, avoiding the clash of wheels, but Antilochus, deviating, guided his solid-hoofed horses out of the way, and turning aside, pursued him a little. But the son of Atreus feared, and shouted to Antilochus, "Antilochus, rashly art thou driving thy horses, but check thy steed, for the road is narrow, and thou wilt soon drive past in a wider, lest thou damage both of us, running foul of my chariot." Thus he spoke, but Antilochus drove even much faster, urging them on with the lash, like unto one not hearing, as far as is the cast of a quoit, hurled from the shoulder, which a vigorous youth has thrown, making experiment of his youthful strength. So far they ran abreast, but those of Atrides fell back, for he himself voluntarily ceased to drive, lest a solid-hoofed steed should clash in the road, and overturn the well-joined chariots, and they themselves should fall in the dust while contending for the victory. And him yellow-haired Menelaus chiding addressed, "O Antilochus, no other mortal is more pernicious than thou. Avaunt, for we Greeks untruly said that thou wast prudent. Yet not even thus shalt thou bear away the prize without an oath." Thus saying, he cheered on his steeds, and spoke to them, "Be not kept back, nor stand grieving in your hearts. Sooner will the feet and knees grow weary to them than to you, for they are both deprived of vigour." Thus he spoke, but they, dreading the exhortation of their master, ran more fleetly, and became very near the others. But the Greeks sitting in assembly beheld the steeds, and they flew along, raising dust over the plain. Then first Idomeneus, leader of the Cretans, distinguished the horses, for he sat outside the circus very high up on an observatory, and hearing him being far off, encouraging his steeds, knew him. He also perceived a remarkable steed outstripping, which in every other part indeed was chestnut, but in its forehead was a white round spot like the moon, and he stood erect, and delivered this speech amongst the Greeks. O friends, leaders and chieftains of the Greeks, do I alone recognize the horses, or do ye also? Different steeds indeed appear to me to be foremost, and there seems a different charioteer, but those mares which hitherto were successful are probably hurt upon the plain somewhere, for surely I first saw them turning round the goal. But now I can no longer see them, although my eyes survey the Trojan plain as I gaze around. Surely the reins have fled the charioteer, and he could not rein well round the goal, and did not succeed in turning. There I imagine he fell out, and at the same time broke his chariot, whilst the mares bolted, when fury seized their mind. But do ye also standing up look, for I cannot well distinguish. It appears to me to be the Aetolian hero by birth, and who rules amongst the Argives, the son of horse-breaking Tydeus, gallant Diomede. But him swift Ajax, the son of Oileus, bitterly reproached. Idomeneus, why dost thou prate endlessly? Those high-prancing mares run over the vast plain afar. Neither art thou so much the youngest amongst the Greeks, nor do thine eyes see most sharply from thy head. But thou art always prating with words. Nor is it at all necessary for thee to be a prater, for others better than thou are present. For the mares of Eumelus are still foremost, which were so before, and he himself is advancing, holding the reins. But him the leader of the Cretans, indignant, answered in turn. Ajax, best at abuse, reviler, but in all other things thou art inferior to the Greeks, because thy temper is morose. Come now, let us stake a tripod or a goblet, and let us both appoint Agamemnon, the son of Atreus, arbiter, which horses are foremost, that paying thou mayest learn. Thus he spoke, but swift Ajax, son of Oileus, immediately rose to reply in harsh words. And now, doubtless, the strife would have proceeded farther to both, had not Achilles himself risen up and spoke. No longer now, O Ajax and Idomeneus, hold altercation and evil, angry words, for it is not fitting. And ye also would blame another, whoever should do such things, but sitting down in the circus, look towards the steeds, which themselves will soon arrive, contending for victory, and then will ye know each of you the horses of the Greeks, which are second and which first. Thus he spoke, but the son of Tydeus came very near, pursuing, and always drove on his horses with the lash across the shoulders, whilst the steeds were raised up aloft into the air, quickly completing their course, and the drops of dust kept always bespattering their charioteer. The chariot, adorned with gold and tin, rolled on close to the swift-footed steeds, nor was there a deep trace of the tires behind in the fine dust, but they, hastening, flew. But he stood in the midst of the circus, and much perspiration exuded from the steeds, from their necks and chests to the ground. But he himself leaped to the ground from his all-shining chariot, and rested his scourge against the yoke. Nor was gallant Sthenelus dilatory, but he eagerly seized the prize, and gave the woman to his magnanimous companions to escort, and handled tripod to bear away, whilst he himself unyoked the steeds. Next to him Nelcian Antilochus drove his steeds, outstripping Menelaus by stratagem, not indeed by speed. Yet even thus Menelaus drove his swift horses near, but as far as a horse is distant from the wheel, which exerting its speed with the chariot draws its master through the plain, and the extreme hairs of its tail touch the wheel tire, but it rolls very near, nor is there much space between, while it runs over the vast plain. So far was illustrious Menelaus left behind by Antilochus, although at first he was left behind as much as a cast of a quoit, yet he quickly overtook him, for the doughty strength of Agamemnon's mare, the beautiful maned Aethe, was increased. And if the course had been still longer to both, he would surely have passed him by, nor left it doubtful. Meriones again, the good attendant of Idomeneus, was left behind a spear's throw by the illustrious Menelaus, for his fair-maned steeds were the slowest, and he himself least skilful in driving a chariot in the contest. But the son of Admetus came last of others, dragging his beauteous chariot, driving his steeds before him. But him swift-footed noble Achilles, seeing, pitied, and standing amongst the Greeks, spoke to him winged words. The best man drives his solid-hoofed steeds the last. But come, let us give him, as is right, the second prize, and let the son of Tydeus bear away the first. Thus he spoke, and all approved as he ordered. And now truly he had given the mare to him, for the Greeks approved it, had not Antilochus, the son of magnanimous Nestor, rising up, replied to Achilles, the son of Peleus, on the question of justice. O Achilles, I shall be very indignant with thee if thou fulfillest this promise, for thou art about to deprive me of my reward, considering these things that his chariot and fleet steeds were injured, he himself being skilful, but he should have prayed to the immortals, then would he by no means have come up driving the last. But if thou pitiest him, and it be agreeable to thy mind, thou hast much gold and brass in thy tent, and cattle and maidens, and solid-hoofed steeds are thine. Taking from these, give him afterwards even a greater reward, or even now forthwith, that the Greeks may applaud thee. This, however, I will not resign, but let him of the warriors strive for her, whoever wishes to contend with me in strength of hands. Thus he spoke, and swift-footed, noble Achilles smiled, favouring Antilochus, for he was a dear companion to him, and answering, addressed to him winged words. O Antilochus, since thou now biddest me give something else to Eumelus for my house, this will I indeed accomplish. I will give him the corslet which I took from Asteropaeus, brazen, around which there is entwined a rim of shining tin, and it is of great value. He spoke, and ordered his dear comrade Automedon to bear it from the tent, and he went and brought it to him. Then he placed it in the hands of Eumelus, and he received it rejoicing. But Menelaus also arose amongst them, grieving in his mind, vehemently enraged with Antilochus. Then a herald placed a scepter in his hands, and ordered the Greeks to be silent. And then the godlike hero spoke. O Antilochus, hitherto prudent, what hast thou done? Thou hast disgraced my skill, and injured my steeds, driving thine before them, which indeed are greatly inferior. But come, ye leaders and chiefs of the Greeks, judge between us both, and not for favour, lest some one of the brazen-mailed Greeks should say, Menelaus, having overcome Antilochus by falsehoods, came off, leading the mare as a prize, for his steeds were very inferior, but he himself superior in skill and strength. But come, I myself will decide, and I think that no other of the Greeks will blame me, for it will be just. O Antilochus, nurtured of Jove, come hither, I pray, as it is just, standing before thy horses and chariot, and holding in thy hands the pliant lash with which thou didst formerly drive, touching thy steeds. Swear by earth encompassing Neptune, that thou didst not willingly impede my chariot by stratagem. But him prudent Antilochus in turn answered, Have patience now, since I am much younger than thou, O King Menelaus, and thou art older and superior. Thou knowest of what sort are the errors of a youth, for his mind is indeed more volatile, and his counsel weak. Therefore let thy heart endure, and I myself will give thee the steed which I have received, and if indeed thou demandest anything else greater from my house, I should be willing to give it immediately, rather than fall forever, O Jove-nurtured, from thy good opinion, and be sinful towards the gods. He spoke, and the son of magnanimous Nestor, leading the mare, placed it in the hands of Menelaus. But his mind was cheered as the dew is diffused over the ears of growing corn, when the fields are bristling. Thus indeed, O Menelaus, was thy soul in thy breast cheered, and speaking he addressed to him winged words. Antilochus, now indeed will I cease being enraged with thee, for formerly thou wert neither foolish nor volatile, though now youth has subdued reason. Avoid a second time overreaching thy superiors, for not another man of the Greeks would have easily appeased me. But thou hast already suffered much, and accomplished many deeds, as well as thy good father and brother, for my sake. Therefore will I be persuaded by thee, supplicating, and will give the mare also, although being mine, that these too may perceive that my soul is never overbearing or unrelenting. He spoke, and gave the steed to Noëmon, the comrade of Antilochus, to lead away, and then he received the shining goblet himself. But Meriones the fourth took up the 2 talents of gold, in which order he drove. But the 5th prize was left, which Achilles, bearing through the assembly of the Greeks, gave to Nestor, and standing by him said, Receive now, and let this be a keepsake to thee, a memorial of the burial of Patroclus, for never more shalt thou behold him among the Greeks. I give this prize to thee even thus, for thou indeed wilt not fight with Acestus, nor wrestle, nor engage in the contest of hurling the javelin, nor run on the feet, for grievous old age now oppresses thee. Thus speaking, he placed it in his hands, but he, rejoicing, accepted it, and addressing him, spoke in winged words. Assuredly, O my son, thou hast spoken all these things aright, for no longer are my limbs firm, my friend, nor my feet, nor yet do my hands move pliant on each side from my shoulders. Would that I were as young, and my strength was firm to me, as when the Epeans buried King Amarnesus at Bypresium, and his sons staked the prizes of the king. There no man was equal to me, neither of the Epeans, nor the Palians themselves, nor the magnanimous Aetolians. In Acestus I conquered Clytomedes, the son of Enops, and in wrestling Ancaeus the Pluronian, who rose up against me, and on foot I outstripped Iphiclus, though being excellent. And with the spear hurled beyond Phyleus and Polydorus, the two sons of Actor drove by me by their steeds only, exceeding me in number, envying me the victory. For the greatest rewards were left for that contest, but they were two. The one indeed steadily directed the reins, whilst the other urged on with the lass. Thus I formerly was, but now let younger men undertake such deeds, as it becomes me to obey sad old age, though I then excelled amongst heroes. But go and celebrate thy comrades' obsequies with games. This indeed I willingly accept, and my soul rejoices that thou art ever mindful of me. Nor am I forgotten by thee, with what honour it becomes me to be honoured among the Greeks, and for these things may the gods give thee a proper return. Thus he spoke, but the son of Peleus went through the great assemblage of the Greeks, when he had heard all the praise of Nestor. Then he proposed prizes for a laborious boxing match, leading a mule, patient of toil, 6 years old, unbroken, which is most difficult to be tamed. He tied it in the circus, and for the conquered again he staked a two-handled cup. Then he stood up and spoke amongst the Greeks. O ye sons of Atreus, and other well-grieved Greeks, we invite 2 men who are very expert, raising their hands aloft, to strike for these with the fist, but to whom Apollo indeed may give victory, and all the Greeks approve, leading away the mule, patient of labour. Let him conduct it to his tent, but the vanquished shall bear away a double cup. Thus he spoke, and immediately arose a man brave and great, skilled in the art of boxing, Epeius, son of Panopeus, and grasping the patient toiling mule, said, Let him draw near, whosoever will bear away the double cup. But I think that no other of the Greeks, having conquered in boxing, will lead away the mule, for I boast myself to be the best man. Is it not enough that I am inferior in battle? For it is by no means possible for a man to be skilled in every work. For thus I tell you, and it shall be accomplished, I will utterly fracture his body, and also break his bones, and let his friends remain here assembled, who may carry him away vanquished by my hands. Thus he spoke, but they were all mute in silence. But Euryalus alone stood up against him, a godlike hero, son of King Mecisteus, a descendant of Teleon, who formerly came to Thebes, to the funeral of the deceased Oedipus, and there vanquished all the Cadmeans. About him the spear-renowned son of Tydeus was busied, encouraging him with words, for he greatly wished victory to him. And first he threw around him his girdle, and then gave him the well-cut thongs made of the hide of a rustic ox. But they twain, having girded themselves, proceeded into the middle of the circus, and both at the same time engaged, with their strong hands opposite, raising them up, and their heavy hands were mingled. Then a horrid crashing of jaws ensued, and the sweat flowed on all sides from their limbs. Then noble Epeius rushed in, and smote him upon the cheek while looking round, nor could he stand any longer, but his fair limbs tottered under him. And as when from beneath the surface rippled by the north wind a fish leaps out upon the weedy shore, and the dark billows covers it, so he, stricken, sprang up. But magnanimous Epeius, taking him in his hands, lifted him up, and his dear comrades stood around, who conducted him through the circus on tottering feet, spitting out clotted gore, and drooping his head on each side, and then leading, placed him among them, insensible, while they departing received the double cup. But the son of Peleus quickly staked other third prizes for laborious wrestling, exhibiting them to the Greeks, for the conqueror indeed a large tripod ready for the fire, which the Greeks estimated amongst themselves at 12 oxen, and for the conquered person he placed a female in the midst. She understood various works, and they reckoned her at 4 oxen. But he stood up, and spoke this speech among the Greeks. Arise, ye who will make trial of this contest. Thus he spoke. But then arose mighty Telamonian Ajax, and wise Ulysses stood up, skilled in stratagems. But these two, having girded themselves, advanced into the midst of the circus, and grasped each other's arms with their strong hands, like the rafters of a lofty dome, which a renowned architect has fitted, guarding off the violence of the winds. Then their backs creaked, forcibly dragged by their powerful hands, and the copious sweat poured down, and thick welds, purple with blood, arose upon their sides and shoulders. Yet always eagerly they desired victory, for the sake of the well-made tripod. Neither could Ulysses trip, nor throw him to the ground, nor could Ajax him, for the valiant might of Ulysses hindered him. But when at length they were wearying the well-grieved Greeks, then mighty Telamonian Ajax addressed him, O most noble son of Laertes, Ulysses of many wiles, either lift up me or I thee, and all these things will be a care to Jove. So saying, he lifted him up, but yet was not Ulysses mindful of a stratagem. Aiming at his ham, he struck him behind, and relaxed his limbs, and threw him on his back. But Ulysses fell upon his breast. Then the people admiring gazed, and were stupefied. Next noble much-enduring Ulysses lifted him in turn, and moved him a little from the ground, nor did he lift him up completely, but he bent his knee, and both fell upon the ground near to each other, and were defiled with dust. And getting up, they had surely wrestled for the third time, had not Achilles himself stood up and restrained them. No longer contend, nor exhaust yourselves with evils, for there is victory to both. So depart, receiving equal rewards, in order that the other Greeks may also contend. Thus he spoke, but they indeed heard him willingly, and obeyed, and wiping off the dust, put on their tunics. But the son of Peleus immediately staked other rewards of swiftness, a wrought silver cup, which contained indeed 6 measures, but in beauty much excelled all upon the whole earth, for the ingenious Sidonians had wrought it cunningly, and Phoenician men had carried it over the shadowy sea, and exposed it for sale in the harbours, and presented it as a gift to Thoas. Euneus, son of Jason, however, had given it to the hero Patroclus as a ransom for Lycaon, son of Priam. This also Achilles offered as a new prize to be contended for in honour of his companion, whoever should be the nimblest on swift feet. For the second again he proposed an ox, large and luxuriant in fat, and for the last he staked 1/2 talent of gold. But he stood upright and spoke amongst the Greeks. Arise, ye who will make trial of this contest also. Thus he spoke, and immediately swift Ajax, son of Oileus, arose, and much-enduring Ulysses, and after them Antilochus, son of Nestor, for he indeed excelled all the youths in fleetness. But they stood in order, and Achilles pointed out the goal, and their course was stretched out from the goal. Then swiftly leaped forth the son of Oileus, but very close after him rushed noble Ulysses, as when a shuttle is at the breast of a well-girdled dame, which she throws very skilfully with her hands, drawing out the woof and inserting them into the warp, and holds it near her breast. So ran Ulysses near him, and with his feet trod on his footsteps behind, before the dust was shed over them. But noble Ulysses, constantly running swiftly, exhaled his breath upon his head, and all the Greeks shouted to him, eager for victory, and encouraged him, hastening rapidly. But when they were now completing their last course, Ulysses forthwith prayed in his mind to azure-haired Minerva, Hear, O goddess, come a propitious assistant to my feet. Thus he spoke, praying. But Pallas Minerva heard him, and she made his limbs nimble, his feet and his hands above. But when they were just about to fly in upon the prize, then Ajax slipped while running, for Minerva did the mischief, where the dung of the deep lowing slaughtered oxen was around, which swift-footed Achilles had slain in honour of Patroclus. Then much-enduring noble Ulysses took up the goblet, as he came running the first, and illustrious Ajax received the ox. But he stood holding the horn of the rustic ox in his hand, and spitting out the dung, spoke amongst the Greeks. Alas! Surely a goddess injured my feet, whoever of old stands by Ulysses as a mother, and assists him. Thus he spoke, and they all then laughed heartily at him. But Antilochus next bore away the last prize, smiling, and spoke among the Greeks. I will tell you all, my friends, though now knowing it, that even still the immortals honour the aged, for Ajax indeed is a little older than I am, but he is of a former generation and former men, and they say that he is of crude old age, and it is difficult for the Greeks to contend in swiftness with him, except for Achilles. Thus he spoke, and praised the swift-footed son of Peleus, but Achilles answering addressed him with winged words. Thy praise, O Antilochus, shall not be spoken in vain, but for thee I will add 1/2 talent of gold. So saying, he placed it in his hands, and he, rejoicing, received it. But the son of Peleus, bearing it into the circus, laid down a long spear, and a shield and helmet and arms of Sarpedon, which Patroclus had stripped him of, and stood upright and spoke amongst the Greeks. We invite 2 warriors, whoever are bravest, having put on these arms, and seizing the flesh-rending brass, to make trial of each other before the host for these. Whoever shall be the first to wound the fair flesh, and touch the entrails through the armour and black blood, to him indeed will I give this silver-studded beautiful Thracian sword, which I formerly took from Asteropaeus. But let both bear away these arms in common, and before them I will place a splendid banquet in my tents. Thus he spoke, but then arose mighty Telamonian Ajax, and the son of Tydeus, valiant Diomede, rose up. But they, after they had armed apart on either side from the ground, both came together into the midst, eager to fight, looking dreadfully, and stupor possessed all the Greeks. But when approaching each other they were near, thrice indeed they rushed on, and thrice made the attack hand to hand. Then Ajax indeed pierced through his shield, equal on all sides, nor reached the flesh, for the corslet inside protected him. But next the son of Tydeus, with the point of his shining spear, endeavoured to reach the neck over his great shield. And then indeed the Greeks, fearing for Ajax, desired them, ceasing to take up equal rewards. The hero, however, gave the great sword to Diomede, bearing it both the sheath and the well-cut belt. Then the son of Peleus deposited a rudely molten mass of iron, which the great might of Aetion used formerly to hurl. But when swift-footed noble Achilles slew him, he brought this also, with other possessions, in his ships. Then he stood up and spoke amongst the Greeks. Arise, you who will make trial of this contest also. Even if his rich fields be of very far and wide extent, using this he will have it even for 5 revolving years. For indeed neither will his shepherd nor his ploughman go into the city wanting iron, but this will furnish it. Thus he spoke. Then up arose warlike Polypoetes, and the valiant might of godlike Leonteus arose. Also Telamonian Ajax and noble Epeius arose. Then they stood in order, but noble Epeius seized the mass, and whirling it round, threw it, but all the Greeks laughed at him. Next Leonteus, a branch of Mars, threw second, but third mighty Telamonian Ajax hurled with his strong hand, and cast beyond the marks of all. But when now warlike Polypoetes had seized the mass, as far as a cow herdsman throws his crook, which whirled around flies through the herds of oxen, so far through the whole stadium did he cast beyond. But they shouted aloud, and the companions of brave Polypoetes, rising up, bore away the prize of the king to the hollow ships. Next for the archers he staked iron, fit for making arrows, and laid down 10 battle-axes, and also 10 demi-axes. He also set upright the mast of an azure-prowed vessel, afar upon the sands. From this he fastened a timid dove by a slender cord, by the foot, at which he ordered them to shoot. Whosoever indeed shall strike the timid dove, taking up all the battle-axes, may bear them to his tent. But whosoever shall hit the cord, missing the bird, for he is inferior, let him bear off the demi-axes. Thus he spoke. But then uprose the might of King Teucer, and uprose Meriones, the active attendant of Idomeneus, and taking the lots, they shook them in a brazen helmet. But Teucer was appointed first by lot, and straightway he shot an arrow strenuously, nor did he vow to sacrifice a celebrated hecatomb of firstling lambs to King Apollo. He missed the bird indeed, because Apollo envied him thus, but he hit the string with which the bird was fastened close to its foot, and the bitter arrow cut the cord quite through. Then indeed the bird ascended towards heaven, but the cord was sent down towards the earth. And the Greeks shouted applause, but Meriones, hastening, snatched the bow from his hand, and now held the arrow for a long time, as he had directed it, and immediately vowed to sacrifice to far-darting Apollo a noble hecatomb of firstling lambs. But he saw the timid dove on high beneath the clouds, which, as she was turning round, he hit in the middle under the wing, and the arrow pierced quite through, and it indeed again was fixed in the ground at the foot of Meriones. But the bird, alighting upon the mast of the azure-beaked galley, drooped its neck, and its close wings were at the same time expanded, and swift its soul flitted from its members, and it fell far from the mast. But the people wondering beheld, and were stupefied. Then Meriones took up all the 10 battle-axes, and Teucer carried off the demi-axes to the hollow barks. Then the son of Peleus indeed, bearing it into the circus, staked a long spear, and also a cauldron, untouched by fire, worth an ox, adorned with flowers. And immediately the spearmen arose. The son of Atreus rose up, wide-ruling Agamemnon, and Meriones, the expert attendant of Idomeneus, whom also swift-footed noble Achilles addressed. O son of Atreus, for we know how much thou dost surpass all, as well as how much thou excellest in strength and in the javelin. Wherefore thou indeed mayest repair to the hollow barks, possessing this reward. But let us give the spear to the hero Meriones, if truly thou dost thus wish it in thy mind, for I on my part advise it. Thus he spoke, nor did the king of men Agamemnon disobey, but he gave the brazen spear to Meriones, and the hero himself gave the very splendid prize to the herald Talthybius. End of Book the 23rd, read by Stephen Carney.
Section 24, Book the 24th of the Iliad of Homer. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Stephen Carney. The Iliad of Homer by Homer, translated by Theodore Alois Buckley. Section 24, Book the 24th. Argument. Jove orders Thetis to go to Achilles and demand the restoration of Hector's body. Mercury is also sent to Priam, whom he guides in safety through the Grecian camp to the tent of Achilles. A pathetic interview follows, and Priam ransoms the body of his son and obtains a 12 days' truce, during which he performs his funeral obsequies. The assembly was dissolved, and the people were dispersed to go each to their hollow barks. They indeed took care to indulge in the banquet and sweet slumber, but Achilles wept, remembering his dear companion, nor did all subduing sleep possess him, but he was rolled here and there, longing for the vigor and valiant might of Patroclus, and whatever things he had accomplished with him, and hardships he had suffered, both encountering the battles of heroes, and measuring the grievous waves, remembering these things, he shed the warm tear, lying at one time upon his sides, at others again on his back, and at other times on his face. But again starting up, he wandered about in sadness along the shore of the sea, nor did morn appearing over the sea and the shores escape his notice. But he, when he had harnessed his fleet steeds to his chariot, bound Hector to be dragged after his chariot, and having drawn him thrice around the tomb of the dead son of Menoetius, again rested in his tent, and left him there, having stretched him on his face in the dust. But Apollo kept off all pollution from his body, pitying the hero, although dead, and encircled him with the golden aegis, lest that dragging he might lacerate him. Thus he indeed raging was insulting noble Hector, but the blessed gods, looking towards him, commiserated, and incited the watchful slayer of Argus to steal him away. Now to all the rest it was certainly pleasing, but by no means so to Juno, to Neptune, nor to the azure-eyed maid. But they were obstinate, for sacred Ilium was odious to them from the first, and Priam and his people on account of the infatuation of Paris, who had insulted the goddesses when they came to his cottage, and preferred her who gratified his destructive lust. But when the 12th morning from that had arisen, then indeed Phoebus Apollo spoke amongst the immortals. Cruel ye are, O gods, and injurious. Has not Hector indeed formerly burned for you the thighs of bulls and chosen goats, whom now, although being dead, ye will not venture to take away for his wife and mother, his son, and his father Priam, and the people to behold? Who would quickly burn him with fire, and perform his funeral rites. But ye wish to bestow favor, O gods, upon destructive Achilles, to whom there is neither just disposition nor flexible feelings in his breast, who is skilled in savage deeds, as a lion which, yielding to the impulse of his mighty strength and haughty soul, attacks the flocks of men, that he may take a repast. Thus has Achilles lost all compassion, nor in him is there sense of shame, which greatly hurts and profits men. For perhaps some one will lose another more dear, either a brother or a son. Yet does he cease weeping and lamenting, for the destinies have placed in men an enduring mind. But this man drags godlike Hector around the tomb of his dear companion, binding him to his chariot after he has taken away his dear life. Yet truly this is neither more honorable nor better for him. Let him beware lest we be indignant with him, brave as he is, because raging he insults even the senseless clay. But him, the white-armed Juno indignant addressed, This truly might be our language, O god of the silver bow, if now thou assignest equal honor to Achilles and to Hector. Hector indeed is a mortal, and sucked a woman's breast, but Achilles is the offspring of a goddess, whom I myself both nurtured and educated, and gave as a wife to the hero Peleus, who is dear to the immortals in their heart. And ye were all present at the nuptials, O gods, and thou didst feast amongst them, holding thy lyre, O companion of the evil, ever faithless. But her cloud-compelling Jove answering addressed, O Juno, be not now completely enraged with the gods, for their honor shall not be at all equal. But Hector also was the dearest of mortals to the gods, of those who were in Ilium. For thus was he to me, for never did he amiss offering pleasing gifts. For never did my altar lack the fitting banquet or incense or odor. For this honor are we allotted. Yet let us forego to steal away bold Hector, nor is it at all practicable without the knowledge of Achilles, for he is ever by him both by night and day, like as a mother. But let some of the gods call Thetis near me, that to her I may tell prudent advice, in order that Achilles may receive gifts from Priam, and ransom Hector. Thus he spoke, but Iris, swift as the whirlwind, rose up, about to bear his message.
Halfway between Samos and rugged Imbrus, she plunged into the dark sea, and the ocean groaned. She sank to the bottom like unto a leaden ball, which placed along the horn of a wild bull, entering, descends, bearing death to the raw-devouring fishes. But she found Thetis in her hollow cave, and the other sea goddesses sat around her assembled together. She indeed in the midst lamented the fate of her own blameless son, who was about to perish in fertile Troy, far away from his native land. But her swift-footed Iris, standing near, addressed,
"Rise, O Thetis! Jove, skilled in imperishable counsel, calls thee."
Her then the silver-footed goddess Thetis answered,
"Why does that mighty god call me? I am ashamed to mix with the immortals, for I have innumerable griefs in my soul. Yet must I go, for the word which he utters will not be in vain."
Thus having spoken, the divine one of goddesses took her dark robe, than which no garment is blacker, and she set out to go, whilst wind-footed, fleet Iris led the way, and the water of the sea retired on each side of them. Next ascending the shore, they were impelled up to heaven. They found the far-sounding son of Saturn, and all the other blessed immortal gods sat assembled around him. But she then sat down beside Father Jove, and Minerva gave place to her. Then Juno placed a beautiful golden goblet in her hand, and consoled her with words, and Thetis having drunk, returned it. But to them the father of men and gods began discourse. "Thou hast come to Olympus, although sad, O goddess Thetis, having in thy mind a grief not to be forgotten, and I know it. Yet even thus will I speak, and on this account have I called thee hither. 9 days has a contest already been excited amongst the immortals respecting the body of Hector, and Achilles the destroyer of cities, and they have urged the watchful slayer of Argus to steal him. But I bestow this glory on Achilles, securing for the future thy respect and love. Descend very speedily to the camp, and give orders to thy son. Tell him that the gods are offended, and that I am angry above all the immortals, because with infuriated mind he detains Hector at the crooked barks, nor has released him, if perchance he will revere me, and restore Hector. Meanwhile I will dispatch Iris to magnanimous Priam, that going to the ships of the Greeks he may ransom his beloved son, and carry offerings to Achilles, which may melt his soul." Thus he spoke, nor did the silver-footed goddess Thetis disobey, but rushing impetuously, she descended down from the tops of Olympus. Then she came to the tent of her son, and found him within, moaning continually, whilst around him his dear comrades were busily occupied, and preparing a feast, for a great thick-fleeced sheep had been slaughtered by them in the tent. But his venerable mother sat down very near him, and caressed him with her hand, and spoke, and addressed him.
"O my son, how long grieving and bewailing wilt thou afflict thine heart, being not at all mindful of either food or bed? But it is good to be mingled in love with a woman, for thou shalt not live long for me, but death and stern fate already stand near thee. But quickly attend to me, for I am a messenger to thee from Jove. He says that the gods are angry with thee, and that he himself above all the immortals is enraged, because with furious mind thou detainest Hector at the hollow ships, nor dost release him. But come, release him, and receive ransoms for the dead body."
But her swift-footed Achilles answering addressed, "Let him approach hither, who may bear the ransoms, and bear away the body, if indeed the Olympian himself now commands it with a serious mind." Thus they indeed, the mother and the son, amongst the assemblage of the ships, spoke many winged words to each other. But the son of Saturn impelled Iris towards sacred Ilium. "Go quickly, fleet Iris, having left the seat of Olympus, order magnanimous Priam to ransom his dear son to Ilium, going to the ships of the Greeks, and to carry gifts to Achilles, which may appease his mind, alone, nor let another man of the Trojans go with him. Let some aged herald accompany him, who may guide his mules and well-wheeled chariot, and may bear back to the city the dead body which noble Achilles has slain. Nor let death at all be a cause of anxiety to his mind, nor at all a terror. Such a conductor, the slayer of Argus, will we give to him, who shall lead him until, directing, he shall place him beside Achilles. But when he shall have conducted him into the tent of Achilles, he will not kill him himself, and he will ward off all others. For he is neither imprudent, nor rash, nor profane, but will very humanely spare a suppliant man." Thus he spoke, but wind-footed Iris rushed on, about to carry her message. She came to the palace of Priam, and found wailing and lamentation. His sons, sitting around their father within the hall, were drenching their robes with tears, whilst the old man sat in the midst covered entirely with a cloak. But much filth was around upon the head and neck of the aged man,
which, while rolling on the ground, he had abundantly collected with his own hands. But his daughters and daughters-in-law throughout the dwelling lamented, remembering those who, many and brave, lay, having lost their lives by the hands of the Greeks. Then the ambassadress of Jove stood beside Priam, and addressed him in an undertone, and tremor seized him as to his limbs.
Take courage, O Dardanian Priam, in thy mind, nor fear at all, for indeed I come not hither bonding evil to thee, but meditating good. For I am an ambassadress from Jove to thee, who, though being far off, greatly cares for and pities thee. The Olympian bids thee ransom noble Hector, and bear presents to Achilles, which may melt his soul. Thee alone, nor let another man of the Trojans go with thee. But let some aged herald accompany thee, who may guide thy mules and well-wheeled chariot, and bring back to the city the dead which noble Achilles has slain. Nor let death be a cause of anxiety to thy mind, nor fear at all such a conductor. The slayer of Argus shall attend thee, who shall lead thee until, guiding, he shall bring thee near Achilles. But when he shall have led thee into the tent of Achilles, he will not slay thee himself, and he will ward off all others, for he is neither imprudent, nor rash, nor profane, but will very humanely spare a suppliant man.
Thus having spoken, swift-footed Iris departed, but he ordered his sons to prepare his well-wheeled mule-drawn chariot, and to tie a chest upon it. But he descended into an odoriferous chamber of cedar, lofty-roofed, which contained many rarities, and called in his wife Hecuba, and said, Unhappy one, an Olympian messenger has come to me from Jove, that I should ransom my dear son, going to the ships of the Greeks, and should bear gifts to Achilles, which may melt his soul. But come, tell this to me, what does it appear to thee in thy mind? For my strength and courage vehemently urge me myself to go thither to the ships, and to the wide army of the Greeks. Thus he spoke, but his spouse wept, and answered him in words,
O me, where now is thy prudence gone, for which thou wast formerly distinguished among foreigners, and among those whom thou dost govern? Why dost thou wish to go alone to the ships of the Greeks, before the eyes of the man who slew thy many and brave sons? Certainly an iron heart is thine. For if this cruel and perfidious man shall take and behold thee with his eyes, he will not pity thee, nor will he at all respect thee. But let us now lament him apart, sitting in the hall. But let it be as formerly to him at his birth violent fate spun his thread, when I brought him forth, that he should satiate the swift-footed dogs at a distance from his own parents, with that fierce man, the very middle of whose liver I wish that I had hold of, that clinging to it I might devour it. Then would the deeds done against my son be repaid, for he did not slay him behaving as a coward, but standing forth in defence of the Trojan men and deep-bosomed Trojan dames, neither mindful of flight nor of receding.
But her again the aged godlike Priam addressed, Do not detain me, desirous to go, nor be thou thyself an evil-omened bird in my palaces, nor shalt thou persuade me. For if indeed any other of earthly beings had ordered me, whether they be prophets, soothsayers, or priests, we might have pronounced it a falsehood, and been the more averse. But now, since I myself have heard it from a deity, and have beheld her face to face, I will go, nor shall this word be vain. And if it be my fate to die at the ships of the brazen-mailed Greeks, I am willing. For Achilles will forthwith slay me, embracing my son in my arms, after I have taken away the desire of weeping. He spoke, and opened the beautiful lids of the chests, and took out thence 12 beautiful mantles, 12 single cloaks, as many tapestried rugs, and in addition to these, as many tunics. And having weighed it, he took out 10 whole talents of gold. He took out beside 2 glittering tripods, and 4 goblets, and a very beautiful cup, which the Thracian men had given him when going on an embassy, a mighty possession. Nor now did the old man spare even this in his palaces, for he greatly wished in his mind to ransom his dear son, and he drove away all the Trojans from his porch, chiding them with reproachful words. Depart, wretched, reproachful creatures! Is there not indeed grief to you at home, that ye should come fretting me? Or do ye esteem it of little consequence that Jove, the son of Saturn, has sent sorrows upon me, that I should have lost my bravest son? But ye too shall receive it, for ye will be much more easy for the Greeks to destroy now, he being dead.
But I will descend even to the abodes of Hades before I behold with mine eyes the city sacked and plundered." He spoke, and chased away the men with his staff. But they went out, the old man driving them. He indeed rebuked his own sons, reviling Helenus, Paris, and godlike Agathon, Pammon, Antiphanus, and Polites, brave in the din of battle, Deiphobus, Hippothus, and renowned Dius. To these 9 the old man, reproaching, gave orders. "Haste for me, O slothful children, disgraceful! Would that you had all been slain at the swift ships instead of Hector. Ah me, the most unhappy of all, since I have begotten the bravest sons in wide Troy, but none of whom I think is left, godlike Mestor, and Troulus, who fought from his chariot, and Hector, who was a god among men. For he did not appear to be the son of a mortal man, but of a god. These indeed has Mars destroyed to me. But all these disgraces remain, liars, dancers, most skilled in the choirs, and public robbers of lambs and kids. Will ye not with all haste get ready my chariot, and place all these things upon it, that we may perform our journey?" Thus he spoke, but they, dreading the reproach of their father, lifted out the well-wheeled mule-drawn chariot, beautiful, newly built, and tied the chest upon it. Then they took down the yoke for the mules from the pin, made of boxwood, and embossed, well fitted with rings. And then they brought out the yoke band, 9 cubits in length, along with the yoke. And this indeed they adjusted carefully to the pole, at its extremity, and threw the ring over the bolt. Thrice they lapped it on either side to the boss, and when they had fastened, they turned it evenly under the bend. Then, bearing the inestimable ransoms of Hector's head from the chamber, they piled them upon the well-polished car. Then they yoked the strong-hoofed mules, patient in labor, which the Mysians formerly gave to Priam, splendid gifts. They also led under the yoke for Priam the horses which the old man himself had fed at the well-polished manger. These indeed the herald and Priam yoked in the lofty palace, having prudent counsels in their mind. But near them came Hecuba with sad mind, bearing sweet wine in her right hand, in a golden goblet, in order that having made libations they might depart. But she stood before the steeds, and spoke, and addressed them.
"Take, offer a libation to Father Jove, and pray that thou mayest return home again from the hostile men, since indeed thy mind urges thee to the ships, I at least not being willing. But do thou pray now to the dark cloud-compelling Idaean son of Saturn, who looks down upon all Troy. But seek the fleet bird, his messenger, which to him is the most pleasing of birds, and whose strength is very great, and on thy right hand, so that marking him thyself with thine eyes, thou mayest go, relying on him, to the ships of the fleet-horsed Greeks. But if wide-viewing Jove will not give thee his own messenger, I would not at all then, urging, advise thee to go to the ships of the Greeks, though very eager."
But her godlike Priam, answering, addressed, "O spouse, certainly I will not disobey thee, advising this, for it is good to raise one's hands to Jove, if perchance he may compassionate me." The old man spoke, and bade the attending servant pour pure water upon his hands, for a handmaid stood by, holding in her hands a basin, and also a ewer. And having washed himself, he took the goblet from his wife. Then he prayed, standing in the midst of the enclosure, and poured out the libation of wine, looking towards heaven, and raising his voice, spoke. "O Father Jove, ruling from Ida, most glorious, most great, grant me to come acceptable and pity to the tent of Achilles, and send the swift bird thy messenger, which is the most agreeable of birds to thee, and whose strength is very great, on my right hand, that I myself, perceiving him with my eyes, may go, relying on him, to the ships of the fleet-horsed Greeks." Thus he spoke, praying. But to him provident Jove hearkened, and immediately sent an eagle, the black hunter, the most certain augury of birds, which they also called Percnos, as large as the well-bolted, closely fitted door of the lofty-roofed chamber of a wealthy man, so great were its wings on each side, and it appeared to them, rushing on the right hand over the city. But they, having seen it, rejoiced, and the soul was overjoyed in their bosoms. Then the old man, hastening, mounted his polished car, and drove out of the vestibule and much echoing porch. Before, indeed, the mules drew the four-wheeled car, which prudent Idaeus drove, but after came the horses, which the old man cheered on, driving briskly through the city with his lash. But all his friends accompanied, greatly weeping for him, as of going to death. But when they had descended from the city, and reached the plain, his sons and sons-in-law then returned to Ilium, nor did these two advancing on the plain escape the notice of far-seeing Jove. But seeing the old man, he pitied him, and straightway addressed his beloved son. O Mercury, for to thee it is peculiarly grateful to associate with man, and thou hearest whomsoever thou art willing. Go now, and so convey Priam to the hollow ships of the Greeks, that neither any one may see him, nor indeed any of the other Greeks perceive him until he reach the son of Peleus. Thus he spoke, nor did the messenger, the son of Argus, disobey. Immediately then he fastened under his feet his beautiful sandals, ambrosial, golden, which carry him as well over the city as over the boundless earth, with the blasts of the wind. He also took his rod, with which he soothes the eyes of those men whom he wishes, and again excites others who are asleep. Holding this in his hands, the powerful slayer of Argus flew along. But he immediately reached the Troad and the Hellespont, and hastened to go, like unto a princely youth, first springing into youth, whose youth is very graceful. And they, when they had driven by the great tomb of Ilus, stopped their mules and horses, that they might drink in the river, for even now twilight had come over the earth. But the herald spying observed Mercury near, and addressed Priam, and said, Beware, O descendant of Dardanus! This is matter for prudent thought. I perceive a warrior, and I think that he will soon destroy us. But come, let us fly upon our steeds, or let us now, grasping his knees, entreat him, if he would pity us. Thus he spoke, but the mind of the old man was confounded, and he greatly feared, but the hair stood upright on his bending limbs. And he stood stupefied, but Mercury himself coming near, taking the old man's hand, interrogated, and addressed him. Whither, O father, dost thou this way direct thy horses and mules during the ambrosial night, when other mortals are asleep? Dost thou not fear the valour-breathing Greeks, who, enemies and hostile to thee, are at hand? If any one of these should see thee in the dark and dangerous night, bearing off so many valuables, what intention would then be towards thee? Neither art thou young thyself, and this is an old man who accompanies thee, to repel a warrior when first any may molest thee. But I will not do thee injury, but will avert another from thee, for I think thee like my dear father. But him Priam, the godlike old man, then answered, Surely these things are as thou sayest, my dear son, but hitherto some one of the gods has protected me with his hand, who has sent such a favourable conductor to meet me. So beautiful art thou in form and appearance, and thou art also prudent in mind, and of blessed parents. But him again the messenger, the slayer of Argus, addressed, Old man, thou hast certainly spoken all these things with propriety. But come, tell me this, and relate it truly. Whither now dost thou send so many and such valuable treasures amongst foreigners? Whether that these at least may remain safe to thee? Or do ye all, now fearing, desert sacred Ilium? For so brave a hero was he who died, thy son. He was not in aught inferior to the Greeks in battle. But him Priam, the godlike old man, then addressed, But who art thou, O best one, and of what parents art thou, who speakest so honourably to me of the death of my luckless son? But him again the messenger, the slayer of Argus, addressed, Thou triest me, old man, and inquirest concerning noble Hector, whom I indeed have very often beheld with mine eyes in the glorious fight, when routing the Greeks he slew them at their ships, destroying them with his sharp spear. But we, standing, marvelled. For Achilles, enraged with the son of Atreus, did not permit us to fight. But I am his attendant, and the same well-made vessel brought us. I am one of the Myrmidons. Polyator is my father, who indeed is rich, but now old as thou. To him there are 6 sons, but I am his 7th, with whom casting lots the lot occurred to me to follow Achilles hither, and I came to the plain from the ships, for at dawn the rolling-eyed Greeks will raise a fight around the city. For they are indignant, sitting quiet, nor can the chiefs of the Greeks restrain them, longing for war. But him then, Priam, the godlike old man, answered, If indeed thou art one of the servants of Achilles, the son of Peleus, come now, tell all the truth to me, whether is my son still at the ships, or has Achilles, tearing him limb from limb, cast him to the dogs? But him the messenger, the slayer of Argus, again addressed, O old man, neither have the dogs yet devoured him, nor the birds, but he still lies at the ship of Achilles, in the same plight as before, at his tents. And it is now the 12th morning, him lying, yet his body is not at all putrid, nor do the worms devour him, which consume men slain in battle. Doubtless he will drag him cruelly around the tomb of his dear companion when divine morn appears, but he does not defile him. Approaching, thou indeed thyself wouldst wonder how fresh he lies, while the blood is washed away from around, nor is he polluted in any part, but all his wounds are closed, whatever were inflicted. for many thrust a spear into him. Thus do the happy gods regard thy son, though dead, for he was dear to them in their heart." Thus he spoke, but the old man rejoiced, and answered in words, "O son, surely it is good to give due gifts to the immortals, for my son, while he was yet in being, never neglected the gods, who possessed Olympus in his palace. Therefore are they mindful of him, although in the fate of death. But come now, accept from me this beautiful goblet, protect thyself, and with the favour of the gods conduct me until I come into the tent of the son of Peleus." But him the slayer of Argus again addressed, "Old man, thou triest me, being younger, nor wilt thou now persuade me, thou who orderest me to accept thy gifts unknown to Achilles, whom indeed I dread, and scruple in my heart to plunder, lest some evil should afterwards come upon me. Yet would I go as a conductor to thee even to renowned Argus, sedulously in a swift ship, or accompanying thee on foot, nor indeed would any one contend with thee, despising thy guide." Mercury spoke, and, leaping upon the chariot and horses, quickly took the scourge and the reins in his hands, and breathed bold vigour into the horses and mules. But when they had now reached the rampart and trench of the ships, then the guards were just employed about their feast. And the messenger, the slayer of Argus, poured sleep upon them all, and immediately he opened the gates and pushed back the bars, and led in Priam and the splendid gifts upon the car. But when they reached the lofty tent of Achilles, which the Myrmidons had reared for their king, lopping fir timbers, and they roofed it over with a thatched roof, mowing it from the mead, and made a great fence around it with thick-set stakes for their king. One bar only of fir held the door, which indeed 3 Greeks used to fasten, and 3 used to open the great fastening of the gates, but Achilles even alone used to shoot it. Then indeed profitable Mercury opened it for the old man, and led in the splendid presents to swift-footed Achilles. Then he descended to the ground from the chariot, and said, "O old man, I indeed come, an immortal god, Mercury, to thee. For to thee my father sent me as companion. Yet shall I return indeed, nor be present before the eyes of Achilles. For it would indeed be invidious for an immortal god so openly to aid mortals. But do thou, entering, clasp the knees of the son of Peleus, and supplicate him by his father, and fair-haired mother, and his son, that thou mayest affect his mind." Thus indeed, having spoken, Mercury went to lofty Olympus, and Priam leaped from his chariot to the ground, and left Idaeus there. But he remained, guarding the steeds and mules, while the old man went straight into the tent where Achilles, dear to Jove, was sitting. Himself he found within, but his companions sat apart. But 2 alone, the hero Automedon, and Alcimus, a branch of Mars, standing near, were ministering to him, for eating and drinking he had just ceased from food, and the table still remained. But great Priam entering, escaped his notice, and standing near he clasped the knees of Achilles with his hands, and kissed his dreadful manslaughtering hands, which had slain many sons to him. And as when a dread sense of guilt has seized a man, who, having killed a man in his own country, comes to another people, to the abode of some wealthy man, and stupor possesses the spectators, so Achilles wondered, seeing godlike Priam, and the others also wondered, and looked at one another. And Priam supplicating spoke this speech: "Remember thy own father, O Achilles, like unto the gods, of equal age with me, upon the sad threshold of old age. And perhaps indeed his neighbours around are perplexing him, nor is there any one to ward off war and destruction. Yet he indeed, hearing of thee being alive, both rejoices in his mind, and every day expects to see his dear son returned from Troy. But I am every way unhappy, for I begat the bravest sons in wide Troy, of whom I say that none are left. 50 there were to me, when the sons of the Greeks arrived, 19 indeed from one womb, but the others women bore to me in my palaces, and of the greater number, fierce Mars indeed has relaxed the knees under them. But Hector, who was my favourite, and defended the city and ourselves, thou hast lately slain, fighting for his country, on account of whom I now come to the ships of the Greeks, and bring countless ransoms in order to redeem him from thee. But revere the gods, O Achilles, and have pity on myself, remembering thy father, for I am even more miserable, for I have endured what no other earthly mortal has, to put to my mouth the hand of a man, the slayer of my son."
Thus he spoke, but in him he excited the desire of mourning for his father, and taking him by the hand, he gently pushed the old man from him. But they indeed calling to mind, the one wept copiously for manslaughtering Hector, rolling on the ground before the feet of Achilles. But Achilles bewailed his father, and again in turn Patroclus, and their lamentation was aroused throughout the house. But when noble Achilles had satiated himself with grief, and the desire for weeping had departed from his heart and limbs, immediately rising from his seat, he lifted up the old man with his hand, compassionating both his hoary head and hoary chin, and addressing him, spoke winged words. Alas, wretched one, thou hast certainly suffered many evils in thy mind. How hast thou dared to come alone to the ships of the Greeks, into the sight of the man who slew thy many and brave sons? Assuredly thy heart is iron. But come now, sit upon a seat, and let us permit sorrows to sink to rest within thy mind, although grieved, for there is not any use in chill grief. For so have the gods destined to unhappy mortals, that they should live wretched, but they themselves are free from care. Take 2 casks of gifts which he bestows lie at the threshold of Jupiter, the one of evils and the other of good, to whom thunder-rejoicing Jove, mingling, may give them. Sometimes he falls into evil, but sometimes into good. But to whomsoever he gives of the evil, he makes him exposed to injury, and hungry calamity pursues him over the bounteous earth, and he wanders about, honored neither by gods nor men. So indeed have the gods given illustrious gifts to Peleus from his birth, for he was conspicuous among men, both for riches and wealth. He ruled over the Myrmidons, and to him, being a mortal, they gave a goddess for a wife. But upon him also has a deity inflicted evil. For there was not to him in his palaces an offspring of kingly sons, but he begat one short-lived son. Nor indeed do I cherish him, being old, for I remain in Troy, far away from my country, causing sorrow to thee and to thy sons. Thee too, old man, we learn to have been formerly wealthy, as much as Lesbos, above the seat of Macar, cuts off on the north, and Phrygia beneath, and the boundless Hellespont. Among these, O old man, they say that thou wast conspicuous for thy wealth, and thy sons. But since the heavenly inhabitants have brought this bane upon thee, wars and the slaying of men are constantly around thy city. Arise, nor grieve incessantly in thy mind, for thou wilt not profit aught, afflicting thyself for thy son, nor wilt thou resuscitate him, before thou hast suffered another misfortune. But him, Priam, the godlike old man, then answered, Do not at all place me on a seat, O Jove nurtured, whilst Hector lies unburied in thy tents, but redeem him as soon as possible, that I may behold him with mine eyes. And do thou receive the many ransoms which we bring thee, and mayest thou enjoy them, and reach thy fatherland, since thou hast suffered me in the first place to live, and to behold the light of the sun. But him swift-footed Achilles, sternly regarding, then addressed, Do not irritate me further, old man, for I also myself meditate ransoming Hector to thee. For the mother who bore me, the daughter of the marine old man, came as a messenger from Jove to me, and I perceive thee also, O Priam, in my mind. Nor do thou deceive me that some one of the gods has led thee to the swift ships of the Greeks. For a mortal would not have dared to come into the camp, not even in very blooming youth, for he could not have escaped the guards, nor indeed pushed back the bars of our gates. Wherefore do not move my mind more to sorrows, lest I leave thee not unharmed, old man, in my tent, though being a suppliant, and violate the commands of Jove. Thus he spoke, but the old man feared and obeyed. But the son of Peleus leaped forth like a lion from the door of the house, not alone, for 2 attendants accompanied him, the hero Automedon and Alcimus, whom Achilles honoured most of his companions next after the deceased Patroclus. These then unharnessed the horses and mules from the yoke, and led in the clear-voiced herald of the old man, and placed him upon a seat. They also took down from the well-polished car the countless ransoms of Hector's head. But they left 2 cloaks, and a well-woven tunic, in order that, having covered the body, he might give it to be borne home. But having called his female attendant, he ordered them to wash and anoint all round, taking it apart, that Priam might not see his son, lest seeing his son, he might not restrain the wrath in his grieving heart, and might arouse the soul of Achilles, and he might slay him, and violate the commands of Jove. But when the servants had washed, and anointed it with oil, they then threw over him a beautiful cloak, and a tunic. Then Achilles himself, having raised him up, placed him upon a litter, and his companions together with him lifted him upon the well-polished chariot. But he moaned, and called upon his dear companion by name. O Patroclus,
Be not wrathful with me, if thou shouldst hear, although being in Hades, that I have ransomed noble Hector to his beloved father, since he has not given me unworthy ransoms. Besides, even of these will I give thee a share, whatever is just." Noble Achilles spoke, and returned into the tent, and sat down upon a well-made couch, whence he had risen at the opposite wall, and addressed Priam. "Thy son is indeed redeemed to thee, as thou didst desire, and lies upon a bier, and with the early dawn thou shalt behold him conveying him away. But now let us be mindful of the feast, for even fair-haired Niobe was mindful of food, although 12 children perished in her palaces, 6 daughters and 6 youthful sons. These indeed Apollo slew with his silver bow, enraged with Niobe. But those, arrow-rejoicing Diana, because, forsooth, she had compared herself with fair-cheeked Latona. She said that Latona had borne only 2, whereas she had borne many. Yet those, though being only 2, destroyed all her own. 9 days indeed they lay in blood, nor was there any one to bury them, for the son of Saturn had made the people stones. But upon the 10th day the heavenly gods interred them. Still was she mindful of the food, when she was fatigued with weeping. Now indeed, ever amidst the rocks, in the desert mountains, in Sipylus, where they say the beds of the goddess nymphs are, who lead the dance around Achilles, there, although being a stone, she broods over the sorrows sent from the gods. But come now, O noble old man, let us likewise attend to food, but afterwards thou mayest lament thy beloved son, conveying him into Troy, and he will be bewailed by thee with many tears." Swift Achilles spoke, and leaping up, slew a white sheep, and his companions flayed it well, and fitly dressed it. Then they skillfully cut it in pieces, pierced them with spits, roasted them diligently, and drew them all off. Then Automedon, taking bread, distributed it over the table in beautiful baskets, whilst Achilles helped the meat, and they stretched out their hands to the prepared victuals lying before them. But when they had dismissed the desire of food and drink, Dardanian Priam indeed marvelled at Achilles, such and so great, for he was like unto the gods. But Achilles marvelled at Dardanian Priam, seeing his amiable countenance, and hearing his conversation. When, however, they were satisfied with gazing at each other, him Priam, the godlike old man, first addressed. "Send me now to rest as soon as possible, O Jove-nurtured, that we, reclining, may take our fill of sweet sleep. For never have these eyes been closed beneath my eyelids from the time when my son lost his life by thy hands. But I ever lament and cherish many woes, rolling in the dust within the enclosures of my palaces. But now I have tasted food, and poured sweet wine down my throat, for before indeed I had not tasted it." He spoke, but Achilles ordered his companions, servants, and maids to place couches beneath the porch, and to spread beautiful purple mats on them, and to strew embroidered carpets over them, and to lay on them well-napped cloaks to be drawn over all. But they went out of the hall, having a torch in their hands, and hastening they quickly spread 2 couches. But the swift-footed Achilles, jocularly addressing him, said, "Do you lie without, O revered old man, lest some counsellor of the Greeks come hither, who, sitting with me, constantly meditate plans as is just? If any of these should see thee in the dark and dangerous night, he would forthwith tell Agamemnon, the shepherd of the people, and perchance there would be a delay of the redemption of the body. But come, tell me this, and tell it accurately. How many days dost thou desire to perform the funeral rites of noble Hector, that I may myself remain quiet so long, and restrain the people?" But him Priam, the godlike old man, then answered, "If indeed thou desirest me to celebrate the funeral of noble Hector, thus doing, O Achilles, thou dost surely gratify me, for thou knowest how we are hemmed in within the city, and it is far to carry wood from the mountain, and the Trojans greatly dread to do so. 9 days indeed we would lament him in our halls, but on the 10th would bury him, and the people should feast. But upon the 11th we would make a tomb to him, and on the 12th we will fight, if necessary." But him swift-footed Achilles again addressed, "These things shall be to thee, O aged Priam, as thou desirest, for I will prevent the fight as long a time as thou desirest." Thus having spoken, he grasped the right hand of the old man near the wrist, lest he should fear in his mind. They indeed, the herald and Priam, slept there in the porch of the house, having prudent counsels in their mind, while Achilles slept in the interior of the well-built tent, and beside him lay fair-cheeked Briseis. The other gods indeed, and chariot-fighting men, slept all night, subdued by gentle slumber. But sleep seized not Mercury, the author of good, revolving in his mind how he should convey away King Priam from the ships,
having escaped the notice of the sacred gatekeeper. Accordingly he stood over his head, and addressed him. O aged man, certainly evil is not at all a care to thee, that thou sleepest thus amongst hostile men, after Achilles has suffered thee. Now indeed thou hast ransomed thy beloved son, and hast given much, but the sons left behind by thee would give 3 times as many ransoms for thee alive, if Agamemnon the son of Atreus should know of thy being here, and all the Greeks should know of it. Thus he spoke, but the old man feared, and awoke the herald. Then for them Mercury yoked the horses and mules, and quickly drove them himself through the camp, nor did any one perceive. But when they reached the courts of the fair-flowing river, EIGHTEENTH, which immortal Jove begat, then indeed Mercury went away to lofty Olympus, and saffron-robed morn was diffused over the whole earth. They indeed drove the horses towards the city with wailing and lamentation, and the mules bore the body, nor did any other of the men and well-girdled women previously perceive it. But Cassandra, like unto golden Venus ascending Pergamus, discovered her dear father standing in the driving seat, and the city summoning herald. She beheld him also upon the mules, lying on the litter. Then indeed she shrieked, and cried aloud throughout the whole city, O Trojans, and Trojan women, going forth, behold Hector, if ever ye rejoiced at his returning alive from battle, for he was a great joy to the city, and to the whole people. Thus she spoke, nor was there any man left in the city, nor woman, for insupportable grief came upon them all, and they met him near the gates, bringing in the body. But his wife and venerable mother, first rushing to the well-wheeled chariot, plucked out their hair, touching his head. And the crowd stood around, weeping. And they indeed would have wept the whole day till sunset before the gates, lamenting Hector, had not the old man addressed the people from his chariot. Give way to me, to pass through with the mules, but afterwards shall ye be satiated with weeping, after I shall carry him home. Thus he spoke, but they stood off, and made way for the chariot. But when they had brought him into the illustrious palace, they laid him upon perforated beds, and placed singers beside him, leaders of the dirges, who indeed sang a mournful ditty, while the women also uttered responsive groans. And amongst them white-armed Andromache began the lamentation, holding the head of manslaughtering Hector between her hands.
O husband, young in years hast thou died, and hast left me a widow in the palace. And besides, thy son is thus an infant, to whom thou and I ill-fated gave birth. Nor do I think he will attain to puberty, for before that this city will be overthrown from its summit. Certainly thou, the protector, art dead, who didst defend its very self, and didst protect its venerable wives and infant children, who will soon be carried away into the hollow ships, and I indeed amongst them. But thou, O my son, wilt either accompany me, or thou shalt labour unworthy tasks, toiling for a merciless lord, or some one of the Greeks, enraged, seizing thee by the hand, will hurl thee from a tower to sad destruction, to whom doubtless Hector has slain a brother, or a father, or even a son. For by the hands of Hector very many Greeks have grasped the immense earth with their teeth. For thy father was not gentle in the sad conflict, wherefore indeed the people lament him throughout the city. But thou hast caused unutterable grief and sorrow to thy parents, O Hector. But chiefly to me are bitter sorrows left, for thou didst not stretch out thy hands to me from the couch when dying, nor speak any prudent word of solace, which I might forever remember, shedding tears night and day.
Thus she spoke, bewailing, but the women also lamented, and to them in turn Hecuba began her vehement lamentation.
O Hector, far of all my sons dearest to my soul, certainly being alive to me, thou wert beloved by the gods, who truly have had a care of thee, even in the destiny of death. For swift-footed Achilles sold all my other sons, whomsoever he seized, beyond the unfruitful sea, at Samos, Imbrus, and Lemnos, without a harbour. But when he had taken away thy life with his long-bladed spear, he often dragged thee round the tomb of his comrade Patroclus, whom thou slewest. But he did not thus raise him up. But now thou liest to my sorrow in the palaces, fresh and lately slain like him whom silver-bowed Apollo, attacking, has slayed with his mild weapons.
Thus she spake, weeping, and aroused a vehement lamentation. But to them Helen then, the third, began her lamentation.
O Hector, far dearest to my soul of all my brothers-in-law, for godlike Alexander is my husband, he who brought me to Troy, would that I had perished first. But now already this is the 20th year to me from the time when I came from thence, and quitted my native land. Yet have I never heard from thee a harsh or reproachful word. But if any other of my brothers-in-law, or sisters-in-law, or well-attired husbands, brothers as wives, reproached me in the palaces, or my mother-in-law, for my father-in-law was ever gentle as a father, then thou, admonishing him with words, didst restrain him, both by thy gentleness and thy gentle words, so that grieved at heart I bewail at the same time thee and myself unhappy. For there is not any other in wide Troy, kind and friendly to me, but all abhor me.
Thus she spoke, weeping, and again the countless throng groaned, and aged Priam spoke this speech amongst the people. O Trojans, now bring wood to the city, nor at all fear in your mind a close ambuscade of the Greeks, for Achilles, dismissing me from the dark ships, thus promised me that he would not commence hostilities before the 12th morning should arrive. Thus he spoke, and they yoked both oxen and mules beneath the wagons, and then assembled before the city. For 9 days indeed they brought together an immense quantity of wood, but when now the 10th morn, bearing light to immortals, had appeared, then indeed weeping, they carried out noble Hector, and placed the body on the lofty pile, and cast in the fire. But when the mother of dawn, rosy-fingered morn, appeared, then were the people assembled round the pile of illustrious Hector. But after they were assembled and collected together, first indeed they extinguished all the pyre with dark wine, as much as the force of the fire had possessed. But then his brothers and companions collected his white bones, weeping, and the abundant tears streamed down their cheeks. And taking them, they placed them in a golden urn, covering them with soft purple robes, and forthwith deposited it in a hollow grave, and then strewed it above with numerous great stones. But they built up the tomb in haste, and watches sat around on every side, lest the well-grieved Greeks should make an attack too soon. And having heaped up the tomb, they returned, and then being assembled together in order, they feasted on a splendid banquet in the palaces of Priam, the Jove-nurtured king. Thus indeed they performed the funeral of steed-breaking Hector. End of Book the 24th. End of the Iliad, read by Stephen Carney, Menasha, Wisconsin.